Hello and welcome to Insomniac's Law, the channel where captivating stories help you unwind and drift off to sleep. Before we begin tonight's tale, let us know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. I love seeing how far our community reaches. If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new journey. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let us guide you into a peaceful slumber. The fluorescent lights of the Montreal Olympic Training Center cast long shadows across the ice. Katia Miroshnik stood at the boards, her fingers curled around the edge until her knuckles turned white. The rink stretched before her, pristine, demanding, unforgiving, so different from home. Home, the word caught in her throat. She closed her eyes, and for a moment she was back in Kharkiv. The morning sun streaming through the old rink's windows, the familiar scuff marks on the ice, Dmitri's laugh echoing off the walls as he chased her through their warm-up laps. His voice warm and sure. "I've got you, Katia. Always." The bang of a door jolted her back to reality. Heavy footsteps approached. Coach Bellemare, followed by a tall figure she recognized from the photos she'd been shown. Theo Laurent, her new partner. He moved with the easy confidence of someone who had never known what it meant to lose everything. His dark blonde hair fell across his forehead in careful disarray, and his hazel eyes carried an intensity that made her want to look away. But she didn't. She'd survived worse than a boy's scrutiny. "Katerina," Coach Bellamare's voice carried across the empty rink. He never used her nickname. "Meet Theo Laurent. Theo, this is Katerina Miroshnik." Theo's eyes swept over her, assessing, calculating. His lip curled slightly. "You're shorter than I expected." The words hit like a slap. Katia lifted her chin. "And you are exactly as arrogant as I expected." She said it in English, careful to wrap her accent around each syllable. Let him hear that she wasn't some fragile refugee he could dismiss. She might be far from home, but she hadn't left her pride in Ukraine. Coach Bellamare's weathered face cracked into something that might have been a smile. "Good, you both have fire, you'll need it." He clapped his hands together. "On the ice, let's see what we're working with." Katia stepped onto the ice first, her blades cutting clean lines through the surface. The familiar kiss of cold air against her cheeks steadied her. Here, at least, she knew who she was, what she could do. Theo followed, his movements fluid and precise. They circled each other like wary cats, neither wanting to be the first to break the distance. "Basic pairs holds," Coach Bellemare called out. "Show me your frame." Theo extended his hand. Katia took it. The moment their fingers touched, something electric shot through her arm. His hand was warm, calloused, strong, different from Dmitri's. She pushed the thought away and moved into position. They began to skate, finding their rhythm. His frame was solid, his grip secure, but there was something mechanical in the way he held her, as if she were a prop rather than a partner. She could feel the tension in his shoulders, the way he held himself slightly apart even as they moved together. "The lift," Coach Bellamare's voice cut through the silence. "Let's see it." Katia's heart stuttered. They hadn't practiced together, hadn't built the trust that made lifts possible. But before she could protest, Theo's hands were on her waist. Time slowed. She felt his strength, the sureness of his grip as he prepared to lift her. But in that fraction of a second, her mind betrayed her. Suddenly, she wasn't in Montreal anymore. She was back in Kharkiv, the air filled with sirens, the rink's windows shattering as the world exploded around them. Dmitri's hands on her waist, pulling her down, both of them scrambling for cover as the ceiling began to fall. She jerked away from Theo's touch. Her skates caught the ice wrong. She stumbled, caught herself, but the damage was done. The look on Theo's face shifted from surprise to contempt. "I thought they said you were elite." His voice was soft, meant only for her. "If you can't handle a basic lift, maybe you should go back to wherever you came from." The words burned, but not as much as the truth behind them. She had flinched. She had shown weakness. And in this world of perfect lines and flawless execution, weakness was unforgivable. Coach Bellamare's stick rapped against the boards. Again. Katia straightened her shoulders and moved back into position. She would not let them see her break. But as Theo's hands found her waist again, she felt the tremor in her muscles, the way her body remembered what her mind wanted to forget. And she knew, with a certainty that tasted like ashes, that this was going to be harder than anyone had prepared her for. Because it wasn't just about learning to skate with a new partner. It was about learning to trust again in a world that had taught her trust was the quickest way to get your heart broken. 3 weeks of training, and they still couldn't complete a clean run-through. Katia's legs burned as she pushed through another lap around the rink, her breath forming small clouds in the cold air. The early morning sun hadn't yet reached the high windows, leaving the ice in shadow. She preferred it this way, before the other skaters arrived, before Theo's critical gaze could catch every imperfection in her form. The sound of the door opening made her shoulders tense. Speaking of demons, Theo's skates hit the ice, the sharp scrape echoing through the empty rink. He didn't acknowledge her as he began his own warm-up, but she felt his presence like a weight against her skin. They developed an unspoken choreography of avoidance, mapping the ice between them like a battlefield. "Your free legs, Sloppy," he called out as she passed him. "If you're going to show up early, at least use the time properly." Katia bit back a retort. Her Ukrainian coaches had always praised her clean lines, her precise technique. But here in Montreal, nothing she did seemed good enough, especially for him. She transitioned into a series of twizzles, letting the familiar spin-step sequence calm her racing thoughts. Through the blur of rotation, she caught glimpses of Theo, the fluid grace of his movements, the strength in his shoulders, the way he made even simple crossovers look effortless. If only he weren't such a... "Enough!" Coach Bellemaire's voice cracked through the air. She hadn't even heard him arrive. "Both of you, center ice. Time to work on the new lift sequence." Katia's stomach clenched. They'd been drilling the same section for days, and every attempt ended the same way, with her pulling back at the last moment, unable to surrender control to Theo's grip. They took their starting position, her back pressed against his chest. His hands found her waist, and she forced herself not to flinch at the contact. "Ready," he murmured, his breath warm against her ear. She nodded, not trusting her voice. The first part was easy, the preparation steps, building momentum. But as they approached the moment of liftoff, the memories crashed over her like waves. The sound of explosions, the feeling of falling, Dimitri's scream. She hesitated. Theo's fingers tightened on her waist, trying to compensate, but it was too late. Their timing was off. Instead of the clean lift they'd practiced, they stumbled, his grip slipping as she came down hard on the ice. "Tabarnak!" The curse echoed off the walls as Theo caught himself. "What is wrong with you? Do you think I can't hold you, that I don't know what I'm doing?" "Theo!" Coach Bellemaire's warning tone cut through the air. But Theo wasn't finished. He skated closer, his hazel eyes dark with frustration. "I've been doing this for 10 years. I know every lift, every grip point, every way to catch a partner. But you," he ran a hand through his hair, "you act like I'm going to drop you, like you're just waiting for me to fail." "You don't understand," Katia said, her voice barely a whisper. "Then make me understand." The words burst from him with unexpected force. "Because right now, all I see is someone who doesn't trust me enough to even try." The truth of his words stung worse than the ice beneath her palms. She pushed herself to her feet, ignoring his offered hand. "You want to understand? Fine. Watch." Before she could think better of it, she began to skate. Not their program, not any program, just movement. Her body found the rhythm of a piece she performed countless times with Dimitri, muscle memory taking over where conscious thought failed. She poured everything into it, the fear, the grief, the desperate need to prove herself. Each jump was a defiance of gravity, each spin a prayer. This was who she was. This was what she could do, if only. She set up for a triple flip, the jump she'd landed 1,000 times before, but as she launched into the air, something felt wrong. Her axis was off, her rotation incomplete. She knew before her blade touched down that she wouldn't land it. The impact jarred through her body as she crashed onto the ice. For a moment, she stayed down, the cold seeping through her practice clothes, waiting for Theo's mockery, his judgment, his dismissal. Instead, she heard the sound of blades approaching slowly. A shadow fell over her. "Your technique is perfect." Theo's voice was different now, quieter, almost gentle. "But you're skating like you're at war with yourself." She looked up at him, surprised by the lack of criticism in his tone. For the first time, she saw something in his eyes that wasn't contempt, something that might have been understanding. He extended his hand again. This time she took it. As he pulled her to her feet, their gazes locked. For a heartbeat, neither of them moved. His hand was warm around hers, steady and sure, and something shifted in the space between them, a crack in the walls they'd built. "Again," Coach Bellemare called from the boards. "The lift." But this time, he paused, his weathered face softening slightly. "This time, both of you remember, trust isn't just about holding on. Sometimes it's about letting go." Katia looked at Theo, really looked at him. Past the arrogance, past the perfect technique, to the shadows under his eyes and the tension in his jaw. Maybe she wasn't the only one carrying weight no one else could see. They moved back into position. His hands found her waist, and this time when he whispered, "Ready," she didn't just nod. She breathed out, let her muscles relax, and whispered back, "Yes." It wasn't perfect, but for the first time since she'd arrived in Montreal, it felt like a beginning. The Montreal winter bit deep, but Katia barely noticed the cold anymore. 2 months of training had changed things, not just her tolerance for the Canadian climate, but something deeper, something she wasn't ready to name. She sat on the rooftop above the training center, watching her breath spiral in the night air. Below, the city lights blurred into ribbons of color through the falling snow. Up here, she could almost pretend she was back home, looking out over Kharkiv's evening skyline. The door to the roof creaked open behind her. "You're not as subtle as you think," Theo's voice carried across the space between them. "I saw you sneak up here after practice." She didn't turn around. Maybe I didn't want to be subtle. His footsteps crunched through the fresh snow until he stood beside her. Without speaking, he draped something heavy and warm across her shoulders. His team jacket, she realized. The fabric still held the warmth of his body. "You'll freeze," she protested. "I'm Canadian." A hint of amusement colored his voice. "This is nothing." He settled beside her on the ledge, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from him, but not quite touching. They'd learned this dance over the past weeks, how to be near without crowding, how to support without suffocating. "Your triple loop was better today," he said after a moment. "But not perfect." "Nothing ever is." He turned to look at her, snowflakes catching in his dark blonde hair. "That's not always a bad thing." Something in his tone made her glance over. The usual sharp edges of his expression had softened in the dim light. He looked younger somehow, more like the boy he actually was than the perfect athlete he tried so hard to be. "I found something," he said suddenly. "A place I want to show you." She raised an eyebrow. "Now." "Why not?" A challenging smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Unless you're scared." "Of you? Never." The words came automatically, their usual banter, but something felt different tonight. The air between them charged with possibility. 20 minutes later, they pulled up to an abandoned outdoor rink on the outskirts of the city. Katia's breath caught at the sight. The old wooden benches, the faded advertisements, the way the snow blanketed everything in silence. It looked so much like. "I know it's not the same," Theo said quietly, reading her expression. "But sometimes when it all gets too much, the pressure, the expectations, I come here, just to remember why I started skating in the first place." He popped the trunk of his car, pulling out 2 pairs of skates. At her questioning look, he shrugged. "I might have asked Coach Bellemare for your size." The ice wasn't competition-grade smooth, but that didn't matter. Under the stars, with no one watching, no judges to impress, they began to move together. No program, no required elements, just the whisper of blades on ice and the rhythm of their breathing sinking without conscious thought. Theo's hand found hers as they glided through improvised step sequences. His touch was different here, lighter, almost hesitant, as if he too felt the fragility of this moment. "Tell me about him," Theo said suddenly, his voice barely above a whisper. Katia's steps faltered. "What?" "Dmitri." The name hung in the cold air between them. "Your partner from before. You never talk about him, but he's there in every move you make, every time you hold back." She should have pulled away, should have shut down, wrapped herself in the familiar armor of silence. Instead, she found herself speaking. "He used to make me laugh during competitions," she said softly. "Right before we'd take the ice, when I was so nervous I could barely breathe, he'd whisper terrible jokes in my ear, every time." She swallowed hard. "The day of the attack, when the bombs fell, he pushed me under a support beam, protected me, and now he'll never skate again." They had stopped moving, standing still in the center of the ice. Theo's hand tightened around hers. "You blame yourself," he said, "not a question." "Wouldn't you?" "Yes." The honesty in his voice made her look up. His hazel eyes were intense, focused entirely on her. "I do, every day." "What do you mean?" He was quiet for so long she thought he wouldn't answer. Then, "My last partner, Heather. The accident, everyone said it wasn't my fault, that these things happen in pairs skating. But I was the one who insisted on trying the new lift. I was the one who didn't listen when she said she wasn't ready." Understanding bloomed in Katia's chest, sharp and sudden as winter sunrise. All this time, she'd thought she was the only one skating with ghosts. "Is that why you push so hard for perfection?" she asked softly. A muscle ticked in his jaw. "If you're perfect, no one gets hurt. But no one gets close either." The words hung between them, heavy with meaning. Theo turned to face her fully, his free hand coming up to brush a snowflake from her cheek. The touch sent electricity sparking through her skin. "Maybe," he whispered, "that's not always a good thing either." Something shifted in the air between them. Katia became acutely aware of how close they were standing, of the warmth of his hand still holding hers, of the way his eyes dropped to her lips for just a fraction of a second. The moment stretched, taut as a blade's edge. Then, from somewhere in the distance, a church bell began to toll midnight. The spell broke. They stepped apart, but something had changed. Some wall had crumbled, leaving them both more exposed than before. "We should get back," Theo said, his voice rough. Katia nodded, not trusting herself to speak. But as they packed up their skates and drove back through the quiet streets, she felt the ghost of his touch on her cheek, the echo of unspoken words in her chest. For the first time since leaving Ukraine, the weight of memory felt a little lighter, and in its place, something new began to grow, fragile as spring ice, but just as real. The notification lit up Katia's phone at 3:47 a.m. A message from her mother, sent through one of the few platforms still working in Kharkiv. "Dmitri is awake. He's asking for you." Her hands trembled as she opened the attached photo. Dmitri lay in a hospital bed, thinner than she remembered, but smiling weakly at the camera. His right leg was elevated, encased in a complex metal frame that made her stomach twist. 3 more messages followed. "The doctors say he'll walk again. But skating, he wants to know if you're still training, still fighting for your dream." Our dream, she thought. It was supposed to be our dream. She didn't realize she was crying until a tear splashed onto her phone screen. Outside her tiny apartment window, Montreal slept under a blanket of fresh snow, peaceful and untouched, so far from the rubble and sirens of home. Her skates sat by the door, ready for early morning practice. In a few hours, she'd meet Theo at the rink. They'd been making real progress since that night at the outdoor rink, their elements cleaner, their connection stronger. Yesterday, she'd even let him lift her without hesitation. Yesterday, she'd almost let herself believe in this new future. But now, dawn found her at the training center, hours before anyone else would arrive. She didn't bother with the lights, letting muscle memory guide her through the familiar space. Her blade struck the ice with more force than necessary, the sound echoing off the empty walls. She began to move, not bothering with a warm-up. The routine came to her unbidden, not her program with Theo, but the one she and Dimitri had been working on when the war started. Her body remembered every step, every transition, even the places where they'd planned lifts that would never happen now. Katia. She stumbled, caught off guard. Theo stood at the boards, his expression unreadable in the dim light. She hadn't heard him come in. "You're early," she said, hating how her voice cracked. "So are you." He stepped onto the ice, moving toward her with the careful grace of someone approaching a wounded animal. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." The lie tasted bitter. "Everything's fine." "Don't." His voice was soft but firm. "Don't do that, not after everything." The gentleness in his tone almost broke her. She turned away, blinking hard against fresh tears. "Dimitri woke up," she said finally. He'll never skate again. The doctors are sure." Her throat felt tight, her body numb. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair that she was here, chasing a dream that was supposed to be theirs. That Dimitri was lying in a hospital bed while she stood on perfect, unbroken ice. She wanted to scream, to take back every moment she had spent moving forward, because wasn't this the ultimate betrayal? And yet, she thought of Theo, of the way he never pushed too hard but never let her fall too far either, of the quiet steadiness in his presence, the way he caught her even when she was too stubborn to admit she needed him to. She thought of the way she had felt in his arms last night, the way her heart had steadied when his hand brushed hers. Did she really want to go back? Theo was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I'm sorry." "Are you?" The words came out sharper than she intended. "Maybe now you don't have to worry about me comparing you to him." She regretted it instantly. Hurt flashed across his face before his expression shuttered closed. "Is that what you think?" he asked, his voice dangerously quiet. "That I'm worried about competing with a ghost?" "I don't know what to think anymore." The words burst from her like shrapnel. "He's there suffering while I'm here living some fairy tale, dancing on ice while my country burns while her voice broke. "He'll never do this again, and I'm supposed to just keep going, keep skating like nothing's changed." "Katia." "No," she pushed away from his reaching hand. "You don't understand. This was our dream, ours, and now he has to watch from a hospital bed while I chase it with someone else. How is that fair? How can I?" "How can you what?" Theo's voice cracked like ice. "How can you be happy? How can you move forward? Is that what you're afraid of?" "You have no right." "I have every right." He closed the distance between them, his eyes fierce. "For months, I've watched you fight yourself every time we skate. I felt you pull away every time we get close to something real. And I've waited, because I thought if I just gave you time." He ran a hand through his hair, frustration radiating from every line of his body. "But it's never going to be enough, is it? Because you don't want to move forward. You want to stay frozen in the past, skating with a partner who isn't here." The truth of his words hit her like a physical blow. "I can't just forget him," she whispered. "I'm not asking you to." Theo's voice softened. "But I am asking you to see me, really see me, not as a replacement, not as some temporary solution until you can go back to your real life. I'm right here, Katia. I've been right here." He reached for her hand, and this time she didn't pull away. His fingers were warm against hers, anchoring her to the present. "I know I'm not him," Theo continued, his thumb tracing circles on her palm. "I know I can't erase what happened or make it hurt less, but I'm here, and he swallowed hard. "I want to be here with you, if you'll let me." Katia looked up at him, really looked, past the perfect technique and careful control to the vulnerability in his eyes. She saw the boy who'd shown her the abandoned rink, who'd listened to her stories about home, who'd waited patiently for her to trust him. And suddenly she was crying again, but differently now. Theo pulled her into his arms, and she let herself collapse against his chest. His heartbeat was steady under her ear, his arms strong around her. "I'm scared," she whispered into his shirt. I know. He pressed his lips to the top of her head. Me too. They stood like that for a long moment, holding each other in the growing dawn light. When Katia finally pulled back, she didn't go far. I need to write to him, she said. To Dimitri. I need to say goodbye properly. Theo nodded, understanding in his eyes. Do you want me to go? She tightened her grip on his hand. No, stay, please. He did. And as the sun rose over Montreal, painting the ice in shades of gold and rose, Katia felt something shift inside her chest. Not an ending, exactly, but maybe, finally, a beginning. The Olympic arena hummed with anticipation. Katia stood in the warm-up area, watching the Italian pair take their starting position on the ice. Their costumes sparkled under the lights, a universe of stars against deep blue. Don't! Theo's voice was soft beside her. His hand found the small of her back, steady and warm. You're overthinking again. She turned into his touch, letting herself draw strength from his presence. The past month had changed them both. Since that morning when she'd finally let herself break down in his arms, something had shifted between them, a deeper trust, a quiet understanding that went beyond partnership. What if, she started. No what ifs. He turned her to face him, his hazel eyes intense. We're ready, you're ready. The roar of the crowd signaled the end of the Italian pairs program. Soon it would be their turn. Katia's phone buzzed in her jacket pocket. She pulled it out to find a new message from Dimitri. Show them what Ukrainian hearts are made of. Katyusha, I'll be watching. Her vision blurred slightly. Their last few conversations had been difficult but necessary. Tears and apologies, shared grief and tentative acceptance. He was learning to walk again, taking small steps toward a different kind of future. And she was learning, too, how to hold the past with gentler hands, how to make space for new dreams alongside old ones. Miroshnik Laurent, Coach Bellomer's voice cut through her thoughts. You're up next. They moved toward the rink entrance, their blades making twin patterns in the frost. Katia caught their reflection in the plexiglass, her in white and gold, him in deep blue, their costumes designed to mirror each other, like night and day, like winter and spring, like ending and beginning. Wait! Theo caught her arm before they stepped onto the ice. In the shadows of the entrance, his face was serious. Whatever happens out there, I need you to know something. Her heart stuttered. What? Katia felt her breath catch. Not because she didn't know what was about to happen, but because part of her had been waiting for it for longer than she wanted to admit. Maybe since that first night on the rooftop, maybe since that first touch on the ice, maybe even before she was ready to see him for who he really was. Instead of answering, he cupped her face in his hands and kissed her. It was soft and swift, but it held the weight of everything they'd been dancing around for months. When he pulled back, his eyes were full of something that made her breath catch. Now I can focus, he said with a small smile. A laugh bubbled up in her chest, unexpected and bright. That's not fair. How am I supposed to focus now? Trust me. He took her hand, threading their fingers together, like you always do. They glided onto the ice as their names were announced, the cheers washing over them like waves. Katia felt strangely calm as they took their starting position. Theo's hands found her waist, and she leaned back into his touch, feeling the strength in his frame, the absolute certainty of his presence. The first notes of their music filled the arena, Tchaikovsky's Romeo and Juliet, but with a modern arrangement that blended classical power with contemporary edge. They began to move. Every element they'd struggled with in practice now flowed seamlessly. Their side-by-side triple jumps landed in perfect unison. Their death spiral carved clean arcs into the ice, her body parallel to the surface, as he anchored her with unwavering strength. But it was more than technical precision. They were telling their own story now, not Romeo and Juliet's, not anyone else's. A story about learning to trust after loss, about finding hope in unexpected places, about two people who'd been broken in different ways learning to be whole together. As they approached the final lift, the one that had given them so much trouble in the beginning. Katia felt no fear. Theo's hands gripped her waist, and she gave herself over to the momentum, to the lift, to him. The world blurred as she spun through the air. For a moment, she was flying, suspended between earth and sky. Then Theo's hands found her again, catching her with the same certainty he always had, even when she hadn't been ready to believe it. They ended with their foreheads pressed together, breathing hard, the final notes of music fading into thunder of applause. Katia felt tears on her cheeks, but couldn't stop smiling. Theo pulled her into his arms, and she went willingly, wrapping herself in the familiar warmth of him. "That was," she started. "Perfect." He pulled back just enough to look at her, his eyes shining. She shook her head, remembering his words from months ago. "Nothing ever is. That's not always a bad thing." His laugh was soft against her hair. They took their bows, collected the small gifts thrown onto the ice, and made their way to the kiss and cry area where Coach Bellemare waited. The scores, when they came, were high enough to guarantee a medal, but somehow that didn't seem like the most important victory anymore. Later, after the ceremony and the interviews, they found themselves back on the practice rink. The lights were dim, the ice smooth and empty. Their medals caught the faint light, silver, not gold, but neither of them minded. "What now?" Katia asked softly as they glided in lazy circles, hand in hand. Theo pulled her closer until they were skating in each other's arms, no program to follow, no judges to impress. Just them, moving together in the quiet. "Now," he said, "we write our own story." 2 weeks later, they sat together in a quiet Montreal cafe, their silver medals resting against their chests. The Olympics were over, but the world was just beginning to take notice of them. Sponsorship offers had started rolling in. Invitations to elite training programs, interviews, endorsements. But none of it felt as overwhelming as the simple fact that for the first time in months, they weren't just partners on the ice. So what now? Theo mused, stirring his coffee. Do we stay here, train for the next games, or do we run away and become full-time street performers? Katia laughed, shaking her head. I think we've had enough ice for one lifetime. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Speak for yourself. I'm planning on spending the rest of my life catching you. She lifted her face to his, and this time when he kissed her, there was no rush, no uncertainty. Just the solid ice beneath their feet, the warm press of his lips against hers, and the promise of tomorrow stretching out before them like fresh ice, waiting to be marked with new patterns, new dreams, new hope. Somewhere across the ocean, Katia knew, they were shining over Kharkiv too. But for the first time since leaving home, she didn't feel torn between two worlds. She had found her place, here on the ice, with him. And it was better than perfect. It was real. Andrew Welsh had always been more comfortable with algorithms than emotions. In the soft glow of his laptop screen, he moved chess pieces across a digital board with the kind of precision that had earned him a 2600 rating online, a fact known only to the anonymous usernames he regularly defeated. Here, in his darkened NYU dorm room, he could be brilliant without having to be seen. The autumn sun was setting over Washington Square Park, painting his sparse room in shades of amber. His economics textbooks lay untouched on his desk, his latest problem set only half completed. On his screen, another victory flashed. Grandmaster X99 has resigned. Andrew leaned back in his chair, feeling the familiar hollow satisfaction of winning without risk, of being exceptional in a void. His phone buzzed, probably Liam, his roommate, trying to drag him to another party he'd only pretend to enjoy. Andrew ignored it, opening another chess game instead. This was safer. This made sense. Here, every move had a clear consequence, every choice a logical outcome. Unlike life, unlike relationships, unlike... A knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. "Jude, you're not seriously staying in again." Liam's voice carried through the wood, tinged with equal parts concern and exasperation. It's Friday night, the whole city's alive, and you're in here playing computer games. Chess isn't just a computer game, Andrew muttered, but he opened the door anyway. Liam stood there, already dressed for a night out, his easy smile a stark contrast to Andrew's perpetual overthinking. "Look," Liam said, leaning against the doorframe, "I'm not saying you need to come clubbing, but at least get some fresh air. Central Park's beautiful this time of year. Who knows, maybe you'll even find someone to play chess with in real life." Andrew almost smiled at the irony. If Liam only knew how good he really was, how many grandmasters he'd defeated online. But explaining would mean revealing himself, stepping out of the shadows he'd grown so comfortable in. Ever since that crushing defeat in his one and only tournament at 16, he'd learned that being exceptional came with expectations he wasn't sure he could handle. "Fine," Andrew conceded, more to end the conversation than anything else. "I'll take a walk." The crisp October air hit his face as he stepped onto Fifth Avenue, his hands tucked deep in the pockets of his navy peacoat. The city thrummed with its usual energy, students rushing to Friday night plans, tourists snapping photos, street vendors calling out to passers-by. Andrew walked north, letting his feet carry him while his mind wandered through potential chess variations, safe in the abstract. He was halfway through Central Park when he noticed the crowd. A circle of people, phones raised, excited murmurs rippling through the gathering. Curiosity drew him closer, though he usually avoided crowds. Then he heard it, the distinctive sound of chess pieces on wood, followed by scattered applause. "Another challenger," a voice called out, bright and confident. "Come on, New York, show me what you've got." Andrew's heart skipped. He knew that voice. He'd heard it countless times in YouTube videos, watching her take on players around the world. Sky James, the chess prodigy turned content creator who'd made the game accessible to millions. He'd studied her matches, admired her aggressive style, even while telling himself he could probably beat her if they ever played. The crowd shifted, and suddenly he could see her. Blonde hair catching the late afternoon light, her blue eyes sparkling with the thrill of competition as she reset the pieces on a wooden board. She was even more striking in person, her presence magnetic in a way videos couldn't capture. She wore a cream sweater that caught the autumn light, her hands moving with practiced grace over the board. "No one else wants to try?" Sky asked, scanning the crowd with a playful smile. "I promise to go easy on you." Andrew's feet moved before his brain could stop them, pushing through the crowd until he stood at the edge of the circle. Sky's eyes met his, and for a moment, the city seemed to hold its breath. "Well," she said, her smile warming, "looks like we have a challenger. What's your name?" His throat felt dry. "Andrew," he managed, his voice steadier than he expected. "Andrew Welsh." "Nice to meet you, Andrew Welsh." She gestured to the empty chair across from her. "Fair warning, I've won my last 17 games today." As he sat down, his hands nearly trembling, Andrew noticed a detail that almost made him smile. She'd set up the board wrong. The white queen was on the wrong square. She was testing her opponents, seeing if they'd notice. Most wouldn't. Without comment, he reached out and corrected the piece's position. Sky's eyebrows rose slightly, a flash of genuine interest crossing her face. "Well," she said softly, just for him to hear, "this might be interesting after all." Their fingers brushed as they shook hands, and Andrew felt an electric current run through him, not just from her touch, but from the recognition in her eyes. She saw him, really saw him, and for the first time in years, he wasn't sure if he wanted to hide anymore. The game began, and with it, everything changed. The first game lasted exactly 27 minutes. Andrew played white, opening with the Queen's Gambit, a choice that made Sky's eyes light up with appreciation. What followed was a dance of minds, each move carrying whispers of possibility, of paths not taken. The crowd around them grew, their murmurs fading into white noise as Andrew lost himself in the game. He won with an elegant bishop sacrifice that brought a genuine smile to Sky's face. "Well," she said, leaning back in her chair, I definitely wasn't expecting that today. The setting sun painted Central Park in shades of gold, the autumn air crisp with possibility. Sky studied him with curious intensity, as if trying to solve a puzzle. You said you've never played in tournaments. Just one, Andrew admitted, his fingers absently tracing the edge of a captured pawn. A long time ago. And yet you play like, Sky trailed off, then started resetting the pieces with practiced efficiency. Another game. They played until darkness fell, the park lights casting long shadows across the board. With each game, their conversation flowed more freely, chess terminology giving way to personal revelations. Sky told him about growing up in Los Angeles with her poker-playing mother, about the freedom and loneliness of traveling the world for her channel. Andrew found himself sharing things he'd never told anyone about the tournament that broke his confidence, about finding refuge in anonymous online matches. You're hiding, Sky said during their fifth game, her knight capturing his pawn with a decisive click. Why? The question hung between them, heavy with implication. Andrew stared at the board, seeing not just the current position but all the games that had led him here. Sometimes, he said finally, it's easier to be exceptional in theory than in practice. Sky's hand paused over her bishop. And sometimes, she countered, the theory isn't worth anything until you test it. Their eyes met across the board, and Andrew felt something shift in his chest, a recognition of someone who saw through his carefully constructed walls. Sky wasn't just beautiful, she was dangerously perceptive. That night turned into coffee the next morning, which became daily games in Washington Square Park between Andrew's classes. Sky postponed her next trip, claiming New York had unexplored content potential. They developed a routine. She would try new opening tactics for her channel, and he would counter with strategies he'd perfected online, their games becoming increasingly personal conversations. Your style, Sky observed one afternoon, her coffee growing cold beside the board. It's like you're always holding something back, playing it safe, even when you could win with a riskier move. Says the woman who turns every game into a performance, Andrew replied, surprising himself with his boldness, always giving the crowd what they want to see. Sky's laughter caught in her throat. For a moment, her carefully maintained persona cracked, showing something vulnerable underneath. Touché, she said softly. Maybe we're both hiding something. The weeks blurred together, autumn deepening into winter. They played chess in cafe corners while snow fell outside, their games lasting longer as neither wanted them to end. Sky's YouTube subscribers began to notice her extended New York stay, speculating about her reasons. Andrew found himself watching her videos at night, seeing how she edited their games, how she presented herself to the world. It was a version of Sky that felt both familiar and distant, like looking at a reflection in warped glass. The breaking point came during a late-night game in Sky's hotel room, the city lights twinkling below like fallen stars. They'd been analyzing a particularly complex in-game, their heads bent close over the board, when Sky's phone buzzed with an email from her manager. They want me in Dubai, she said, her voice carefully neutral. There's a major tournament next month. Good content opportunity. Andrew felt the familiar tightening in his chest, the fear of being left behind, of returning to his solitary world of online matches and silent victories. But something else too, a growing certainty that if he let Sky leave without taking a risk, he'd regret it forever. You should go, he heard himself say. But before you do, he reached for his phone, pulled up a chess tournament website he'd been staring at for weeks. There's a qualifier here in New York, next weekend. Sky's eyes widened with understanding. Andrew. I think, he swallowed hard, I think I'm ready to stop hiding. She reached across the board, her fingers intertwining with his. The pieces between them toppled, forgotten, as the game they'd really been playing all along reached its crucial moment. About time, Sky whispered, and closed the distance between them. Their first kiss tasted like coffee and possibility, like all the moves they'd been afraid to make until now. But as Sky's lips met his, as his hands tangled in her hair, neither noticed the notification lighting up her phone, an email that would soon test everything they'd built. The subject line read, "Exclusive interview opportunity, the real Sky James. Life, love, and the future of chess." The interview appeared online 3 days before Andrew's first tournament. Sky's name was trending, her face splashed across chess forums and social media, but it wasn't her latest victory making headlines. It was a single quote, taken from an hour-long conversation, stripped of context and served up for maximum impact. "My relationship with Andrew Welsh. We're just friends. Chess is my priority right now." Andrew read those words on his phone screen in the pre-dawn quiet of his dorm room, feeling them sink into his chest like stones. Around him, the pieces of his life were arranged exactly as they had been for months. His laptop open to chess tutorials, Sky's latest video paused mid-smile, tournament preparation notes scattered across his desk. But suddenly, everything felt different, off balance, like someone had shifted the board when he wasn't looking. His phone buzzed. Sky's name lit up the screen. He let it ring. The tournament venue was a converted ballroom in the Marriott Marquis, all crystal chandeliers and burgundy carpets. Andrew arrived early, his tie feeling too tight, his new blazer stiff across his shoulders. Sky was already there, filming an introduction for her channel. Their eyes met across the room, and she started toward him, but he turned away, heading for his assigned table. "Andrew, wait." Her voice carried over the pre-tournament buzz, but he kept walking. He couldn't face her, not now. Not when every move felt like it could be his last. The games began. Andrew played like he was underwater, each decision taking too long, each choice feeling wrong. His first opponent, a teenage prodigy from Boston, took advantage of his distraction. By move 30, Andrew was in trouble. That's when he heard it, a familiar voice from the past, cutting through his spiral. "You're playing scared, kid." Manny Ross, the old chess hustler from Central Park, had somehow materialized in the spectator area. He stood against the wall, his weathered face creased with concern. "The board doesn't care about your feelings," Manny continued, just loud enough for Andrew to hear. "Neither does she, but both of them deserve your best game." Something clicked in Andrew's mind. He looked at the position with fresh eyes, seeing not just the pieces but the patterns beneath. His opponent had overextended, eager for the kill. 3 moves later, Andrew had turned the game around. 5 moves after that, he'd won. Between rounds, Sky cornered him in the hallway. She looked different, smaller somehow, her usual confidence replaced by something raw and uncertain. "That interview," she started, "they twisted everything. I was trying to protect you from." "Protect me?" Andrew's laugh felt bitter in his throat. "Or protect your image?" "That's not fair." "No," he met her eyes fully for the first time that day. "You've been filming this whole time, Sky. Even now. Even us. Where does the content end and the real you begin?" She flinched as if he'd slapped her. "You think this isn't real? You think what I feel for you is just, what, content?" "I think," Andrew said carefully, "that you're afraid of anything you can't edit, and I think I'm tired of being afraid." The tournament director called for the next round. Andrew turned to go, but Sky caught his arm. "I'm leaving for Dubai tomorrow," she said, her voice tight. "Early flight. I needed you to know." He nodded once, not trusting himself to speak, and walked back into the playing hall. His next opponent was already waiting, the pieces set up, the clock ready. But as Andrew sat down, his hands shaking slightly, he realized something. He wasn't playing for Sky anymore. He wasn't even playing for himself. He was playing for the truth, whatever that turned out to be. The games blurred together after that. Andrew played with a clarity he'd never felt before, each move a declaration. He wasn't hiding anymore, not from his opponents, not from himself. By the final round, he'd qualified for the national championship, his rating soaring past expectations. Cameras flashed, questions were shouted. Someone thrust a microphone in his face, asking how it felt to be the tournament's breakout star. Chess, Andrew said quietly, isn't about being a star. It's about being honest. With the board, with your opponent. He paused, his heart pounding. And with yourself. He looked around the room, but Sky was already gone. Later that night, in his dorm room, Andrew opened his laptop. His hands hovered over the keyboard for a long moment before he pulled up Sky's latest video. It had been posted an hour ago, titled simply, "Why I Play." The video opened not with her usual high-energy introduction, but with silence. Sky sat alone in what he recognized as her hotel room, no makeup, no carefully curated background, just her, looking directly into the camera. "I've spent years turning chess into content," she began, her voice rough with emotion, "making it digestible, entertaining, safe. But the truth is, there's nothing safe about this game, and there's nothing safe about falling in love." She took a deep breath, and Andrew found himself holding his. "Today I watched someone I care about choose truth over fear. So here's my truth. I'm scared, not of losing. I've lost plenty of games. I'm scared of what happens when you can't edit out the hard parts, when you can't control the narrative, when you have to trust that what you feel is enough." She looked down at something off camera, and Andrew realized with a start that it was the scorebook from their first game in Central Park. "Someone once told me I was afraid of anything I couldn't edit," Sky continued. "He was right. But here's the thing about chess, and about love. Sometimes the most powerful moves are the ones that leave you completely exposed." The video ended there. No outro, no call to subscribe. Just Sky, raw and real, putting everything on the line. Andrew's phone lit up with a text. "My flight leaves at 6 a.m. Gate B23. It was 2 a.m. Outside his window, New York hummed with possibility. The next move was his. He looked at his reflection in the darkened screen, seeing not just himself, but all the versions of himself he'd hidden away. The scared 16-year-old who'd run from his first tournament. The anonymous online player who'd racked up victories in silence. The man who'd fallen for a girl who turned chess into stories. It was time for a new story. He grabbed his coat and headed for the door. There was a cab to catch, a gate to find, and a truth to tell, if he was brave enough to make the move that counted. JFK Airport hummed with pre-dawn energy, a liminal space where time felt suspended between moments. Andrew bought a plane ticket so he could meet Sky before she boarded her plane. He ran through Terminal 4, his heart pounding against his ribs, checking gate numbers as he passed. B21. B22. He saw her before she saw him. Sky sat alone at gate B23, her golden hair tied back messily, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she hadn't slept. Her camera equipment lay packed beside her, but her hands were occupied with something else, a travel chess set, the pieces arranged in a familiar pattern. Their first game. She looked up as he approached, her eyes widening with recognition, hope, and fear dancing across her face. "Andrew." "The Queen's Gambit," he said, gesturing to the board in her hands. "That's how I opened." "And I declined," Sky replied softly, her fingers touching the black pawn she'd moved that day in Central Park. "We both played it safe." Andrew sat down beside her, close enough to feel the warmth of her presence, but leaving space for the words that needed to be said. "I watched your video." "I meant every word." "I know," he took a deep breath. "That's why I'm here, because for the first time since I've known you, you weren't performing, you were just you." Sky's hands trembled slightly as she closed the travel board. "The interview," she started. "I've spent so long crafting this image, this persona that people want to see. When they asked about us, I panicked. I thought if I acknowledged what was happening between us, it would become content, something for public consumption. And I couldn't bear that because," she met his eyes, "because what I feel for you is the one thing I don't want to share with my subscribers." "I get it," Andrew said. "I've been hiding too. Behind screens, behind ratings, behind this idea that if no one sees me fail, it doesn't count." He smiled slightly. "But yesterday at the tournament, I realized something. The games I played after our fight, they were the best games of my life. Not because I won, but because for the first time I wasn't afraid of losing. The first call for Sky's flight came over the speakers, making them both flinch. "Come with me," Sky said suddenly. "To Dubai, we could." "No," Andrew's response was gentle but firm. "You need to go, and I need to stay. I have the national championship to prepare for, and you have your career. But maybe," he reached for her hand, "maybe we don't have to choose between love and ambition. Maybe we just need to trust that what we have is strong enough to survive being real." Sky interlaced her fingers with his, a tear sliding down her cheek. "I'm terrible at long distance. She swallowed hard. "I've never cared enough to try." "Then we'll get better at it, together." Andrew pulled out his phone, opening his chess app. "We can play every day, not for content, not for ratings, just for us." "The time zones will be hell," he finished, "but I'm willing to lose some sleep if you are." Sky laughed through her tears, the sound pure and unedited. "You know what's crazy? I've played thousands of games for my channel, but the ones I keep replaying in my head, they're all with you." The final boarding call echoed through the terminal. Around them, passengers hurried to the gate, creating a bubble of chaos that somehow made this moment feel more intimate. "I have something for you," Andrew said, reaching into his coat pocket. He pulled out a folded piece of paper, the score sheet from the tournament. "My first official rating. I want you to have it." Sky took the paper with trembling hands, unfolding it carefully. Her eyes widened as she saw the number. "Andrew, this is proof," he said simply, "that sometimes the scariest moves are the ones most worth making." She stood, gathering her bags, but hesitated before turning to the gate. "Promise me something." "Anything. Promise me that when I come back, you'll be ready to play without holding back. No safety moves, no protective strategies, just us, all in." Andrew stood, pulling her close. "I promise, but only if you promise something too." "What's that?" "Promise me that the next time someone asks about us in an interview, you'll tell them the truth, that some things are too important to turn into content." Sky's answer was a kiss that tasted of tears and possibility, of mornings to come and games yet to be played. When they finally parted, she pressed her forehead to his. "Your move, Grandmaster." "No," Andrew smiled. "Our move." He watched her walk through the gate, her blonde hair catching the first rays of dawn through the terminal windows. But unlike every other goodbye in his life, this one didn't feel like an ending. It felt like an opening, the kind that required courage to play, but promised something beautiful if you were brave enough to see it through. His phone buzzed as he walked out of the terminal. A notification from the chess app. "Sky James has invited you to a game." Below it, a message. "Day one of forever. Don't you dare let me win." Andrew smiled, the morning sun warm on his face as he stepped out of the airport. Some games, he was learning, were worth playing in the light. 1 year later. The World Chess Championships playing hall was silent except for the gentle click of pieces and the steady rhythm of chess clocks. Andrew sat at the central board, his opponent, Viktor Novikov, the reigning world champion, studying the position with cold intensity. The crowd pressed against the barriers, their phones raised to capture what could be the final game of the match. But Andrew wasn't looking at Viktor, or the crowd, or even the critical position on the board. His eyes were fixed on a familiar figure in the front row, her camera steady in her hands, her blue eyes locked on him with the same intensity he'd felt that first day in Central Park. Sky hadn't just come to film. She'd flown in from Tokyo, interrupting her Asian chess tour because she'd promised to be here, not as a content creator, but as herself, as his. The past year had been a maze of long-distance calls, late-night chess games, and brief, precious reunions in cities around the world. They'd learned to navigate time zones and tournament schedules, to share victories and defeats across continents. Sky's channel had evolved, becoming more personal, more authentic. She'd started showing the harder parts of professional chess, the struggles behind the glamour. Her subscribers had doubled. Andrew had risen through the ranks with a style all his own, aggressive yet thoughtful, willing to take calculated risks that left commentators breathless. Chess websites called him the hidden grandmaster at first, then just the grandmaster as his reputation grew. But only Sky knew that his greatest games weren't played in tournaments. They were played in hotel rooms at midnight, over video calls, both of them laughing as they analyzed positions in their pajamas. Now, in the most important game of his career, Andrew faced a critical decision. The position was complex, full of hidden traps and subtle possibilities. Victor had played brilliantly, pushing Andrew to the edge of defeat several times. But there was something there, a combination so risky it was beautiful. 6 months ago, he and Sky had analyzed a similar position during one of their late-night calls. She challenged him to find the winning line, and when he did, she'd smiled that brilliant smile and said, "Promise me you'll play it like that if you ever get the chance. No holding back." Andrew touched his queen, feeling the smooth wood beneath his fingers. In that moment, he remembered everything, the fear that had kept him hiding for so long, the girl who'd helped him step into the light, the journey that had brought him here. He wasn't that scared 16-year-old anymore. He wasn't even the same person who'd walked into Central Park a year ago. He looked at Sky one more time. She wasn't filming now. Her camera had lowered and she was just watching, just being present. She gave him a slight nod, and he knew she was thinking of the same late-night analysis, the same promise. Andrew moved his queen, not the safe move, not the expected move, but the true one. The crowd gasped. Victor's eyes widened. The commentators began speaking rapidly into their microphones, but Andrew sat back, perfectly calm, watching as his opponent realized what was coming. 5 moves later, it was over. "Checkmate," Andrew said softly. The hall erupted. Cameras flashed. People were shouting, cheering, trying to get quotes and reactions. But Andrew stood up, walked past the press line, and went straight to Sky. She met him halfway, her eyes shining. "You played it," she whispered, "the line we found." "I made a promise," he said, pulling her close. "No holding back." Sky laughed, the sound both joyful and tearful. "You know this is all being filmed, right? We're giving them quite a show." "Let them watch," Andrew smiled. "Some things are worth being seen." Later that night, after the interviews and ceremonies, they sat in Andrew's hotel room with a chess board between them. But for once, they weren't playing. Sky was curled against him on the couch, both of them watching the city lights sparkle through the window. "I have a confession," Sky said, tracing patterns on his palm. "I'm tired of airports." Andrew kissed her temple. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying," she sat up, meeting his eyes. "I'm saying I want to make New York my home base, keep traveling for tournaments, but come home to you, if that's something you want." Instead of answering, Andrew reached for his phone, pulled up their chess app, and started a new game. On the first move, he placed his king in the center of the board, the most vulnerable position possible. Sky looked at the screen, then back at him, understanding dawning in her eyes. "That's your answer." "That's my answer," he said softly. "I'm all in if you are." She took his phone, made her move, placing her king right next to his. "Checkmate," she whispered, and kissed him. Outside, New York hummed with its endless energy. Tomorrow, they would face new challenges, new games, new adventures. But tonight, they had this. A quiet room, a shared future, and the knowledge that some victories aren't won on a chessboard. They're won in the moments between moves, in the courage to be seen, in the choice to stay. In the end, it wasn't about winning or losing. It wasn't even about chess, really. It was about finding someone who made you brave enough to play the game with your whole heart, no moves held back, no pieces left in reserve. It was about learning that love, like chess, isn't about perfect moves. It's about making the move that counts together. Claire Bennett had always been good at disappearing, not the magic trick kind. though sometimes she wished she possessed that power, but the art of fading into backgrounds, of being present but unseen. At 16, she had mastered the ability to move through the halls of Riverside High like a ghost, clutching her worn leather journal to her chest like armor. It wasn't that she wanted to be invisible. Rather, invisibility had become a comfortable habit, like the way she tucked her feet under her when she wrote, or how she always chose the window seat on buses so she could press her forehead against the cool glass and pretend she was somewhere else. Somewhere where quiet girls who filled notebooks with half-finished stories weren't overlooked. The morning of the field trip dawned grey and drizzly, perfect weather for disappearing. Claire sat alone on the bus, watching raindrops race down the window while her classmates chattered about the museum they were headed to in the city. She barely noticed when they pulled into the train station, too absorbed in sketching out a scene in her journal about a girl who could walk through walls. "Everyone stay together," Mrs. Patterson's voice cut through the humid air as they filed onto the platform. "The train arrives in 10 minutes. Claire hung back from the group, breathing in the peculiar mix of metal and moisture that seemed unique to train stations. The platform was nearly empty at this hour, save for a few hurried commuters, and her breath caught. A boy sat on one of the wooden benches, hunched over a sketchbook. His dark hair fell across his forehead as his pencil moved across the page with quick, sure strokes. He looked up suddenly, as if sensing her gaze, and Claire found herself unable to look away from eyes that seemed to hold every shade of autumn. He smiled, and something shifted in Claire's carefully constructed world of shadows and silence. The platform beneath her feet felt less solid, as if the ground itself was conspiring to push her toward him. She clutched her journal tighter. "You're holding your breath," he said, his voice carrying across the space between them with surprising warmth. "Artist's habit. I do it too when I'm drawing." Claire realized he was right and let out a shaky exhale. She hadn't even noticed she was doing it. Before she could retreat into her well-worn silence, he held up his sketchbook, turning it toward her. On the page, rendered in swift, elegant lines, was the station platform. And there, at the edge of the scene, a girl with her head bent over a journal. He'd been drawing her. The train whistle pierced the morning air, and Claire jumped. She could hear Mrs. Patterson calling for final boarding, could feel the moments slipping away like water through her fingers. The boy stood, shouldering his backpack, and Claire noticed he wore a uniform from St. Michael's, the private school across town. "I'm Jason," he said, and there was something in the way he said it, like he was sharing a secret rather than just his name, that made Claire's heart stutter. "Claire," she managed, her voice barely above a whisper. The train doors hissed open behind them. In the chaos of her classmates boarding, Jason stepped closer. "Do you believe in fate, Claire?" She didn't get to answer. Mrs. Patterson appeared at her elbow, ushering her toward the train. As Claire stepped through the doors, she looked back. Jason still stood on the platform, sketchbook in hand, that same quiet smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The last thing she saw before the doors closed was him tearing a page from his book and folding it carefully into his pocket. Claire found her window seat, pulse racing beneath her skin. As the train pulled away from the station, she opened her journal to a fresh page and began to write, her pencil moving with an urgency she'd never felt before. She didn't notice she was smiling until she caught her reflection in the window, and for the first time in years, the girl looking back at her didn't seem quite so invisible anymore. The museum field trip passed in a blur of Renaissance paintings and marble sculptures, but Claire's mind kept drifting back to the boy from the train station. His sketch of her, the way he'd captured her in just a few swift lines, made her feel simultaneously exposed and understood. She found herself writing fragments of their brief encounter in her journal, trying to preserve every detail before it faded like a dream. She never expected to see him again on the return journey. But there he was, sitting on the same bench, as if the morning had rewound itself. This time, when their eyes met, Claire didn't look away. Instead, she did something that surprised even herself. She walked toward him. "You're back," he said, closing his sketchbook. So are you. Claire's voice was steadier now, though her heart wasn't. Jason patted the space beside him on the bench. I have a confession to make. I might have memorized your school's field trip schedule from the station bulletin board last week. You planned this. He shrugged, but there was a hint of nervousness beneath his casual demeanor. I've seen you here before, you know. Writing in your journal, lost in your own world. I wanted to know what stories you were creating. Claire clutched her journal tighter, but not from fear this time. They're not very good stories. I doubt that. He pulled the folded paper from his pocket, the sketch from this morning. Here, trade you a drawing for a story. The platform around them bustled with afternoon commuters, but Claire felt suspended in a bubble of possibility. Slowly, she opened her journal to the story she'd been working on during the museum tour. It's about a girl who can see people's memories in photographs, she said, her voice barely audible above the station noise. But she can't remember her own past. Jason leaned closer to read, his shoulder brushing hers. The contact sent a shiver through her that had nothing to do with the cool spring air. This is beautiful, he said after a moment. The way you describe memory like water slipping through her fingers. He looked up at her. You're really good, Claire. For once, she believed it. They talked until the shadows lengthened across the platform. Jason shared his own creative struggles, how his mother worried about his focus on art, how he sketched in margins of his textbooks during class. Claire found herself telling him about the weight of her parents' expectations, the suffocating pressure to be practical, to be perfect. Sometimes I feel like I'm living someone else's life, she admitted, like the real me is still waiting to begin. Maybe this is the beginning, Jason said softly. He reached for her hand, his fingers brushing against her palm. The touch was electric, terrifying in its possibility. The station clock chimed 5, startling them both. Claire's heart sank. Her train would arrive in minutes, and she could see Mrs. Patterson gathering the group. I don't want this to be the end, Jason said, standing. There was an urgency in his voice that matched the pounding in Claire's chest. Meet me here again. 1 year from today, same time, same bench. Promise me. Claire's mind raced with all the reasons she shouldn't. Her parents' disapproval, the distance between their schools, the ridiculous romance of it all. But for once, the practical voice in her head was drowned out by the thundering of her heart. I promise, she whispered. Jason pulled out his sketchbook, tore out a page, and quickly wrote something. He folded the paper and pressed it into her hand. Don't read it until you're on the train. The arrival whistle pierced the air. In the chaos of boarding, Claire barely had time to look back. Jason stood watching, his expression a mix of hope and something else. Was it fear? She wanted to run back to ask for his phone number, his email, anything more concrete than this ethereal promise. But the doors were closing, and the moment slipped away. Only when the train lurched into motion did Claire unfold his note. Inside was a small sketch of their bench, and below it, in hurried handwriting. Some people spend their whole lives waiting for magic, but magic isn't found, it's made. You make ordinary moments magical just by being you. 1 year from today, we'll make some more. Jay. Claire pressed the note to her chest, feeling the weight of everything unspoken between them. Outside her window, the station receded into the gathering dusk, taking Jason with it. But his words echoed in her mind, a promise and a warning wrapped in one. Magic, like love, required a leap of faith. She opened her journal and began to write, pouring out all her hopes and fears about the year ahead. The last line gave her pause. What if this is the beginning of my real story? What she didn't write, couldn't bring herself to acknowledge, was the whisper of doubt that threaded through her excitement. In fairy tales, promises made at train stations always came true. But this wasn't a fairy tale, and Claire knew better than most how stories could take unexpected turns. 1 year could feel like forever or like no time at all. For Claire, it was both. She arrived at the station 30 minutes early, her heart drumming against her ribs. The wooden bench, their bench, stood empty. Spring sunlight filtered through the station's high windows, casting long shadows across the platform. Claire ran her fingers over Jason's note, now worn soft at the creases from countless readings. 4:45 p.m. The same bustling crowd of commuters. No Jason. 4:55 p.m. A train arrived, disgorging its passengers. None of them had autumn-colored eyes. 5 o'clock p.m. The station clock chimed, each bell strike echoing in Claire's chest like an accusation. 5:15 p.m. She couldn't feel her fingers anymore. They'd been clutching her journal so tightly. 5:30 p.m. The sun had shifted, throwing different shadows. Still no Jason. By 6 o'clock p.m., Claire's hope had curdled into something bitter and sharp. She'd been so stupid, believing in train station promises and boys who drew girls in journals. She thought of all the stories she'd written over the past year, filling pages with fantasies of this moment. None of them ended with her sitting alone, fighting back tears while strangers hurried past. The next morning, Claire did what she'd spent a lifetime perfecting. She disappeared. She threw herself into AP classes and college applications, into being the daughter her parents always wanted. She packed away her journal, telling herself stories were for children who still believed in magic. But she couldn't stay away from the station. Every few months, she found herself drawn back, sitting on their bench, watching faces in the crowd. Each time she told herself it would be the last. Each time she returned. Years passed. Claire went to college, graduated, started writing again. Not stories about magic anymore, but quiet, aching pieces about loss and time and the weight of unspoken words. Her first published story was about a girl who made a promise she couldn't keep. She never mentioned it was autobiographical. On a rainy spring afternoon, 7 years after that first promise, Claire sat in a cafe near the station, working on her latest piece. The cafe was new, one of many changes to the area, but the view of the platform remained the same. She wasn't waiting anymore. At least, that's what she told herself. But her gaze still drifted to the bench whenever someone sat down. A familiar silhouette caught her eye. Dark hair, broad shoulders, a sketchbook in hand. Claire's coffee cup clattered against its saucer. It couldn't be. But it was. Jason looked older, his jawline sharper, hints of silver threading his temples. He sat on their bench, opened his sketchbook, and began to draw. The gesture was so achingly familiar that Claire forgot how to breathe. Before she could think, she was moving. The bell above the cafe door chimed as she stepped into the rain. Her feet carried her across the platform, drawn by the same gravity that had pulled her toward him 7 years ago. He looked up. Claire, he breathed, and her name in his voice was both a homecoming and a wound. You never came, she said. The words she'd held back for 7 years spilled out. I waited, and you never came. Jason's face crumpled. I did come. I was here at 5 o'clock p.m. exactly, just like we promised, but you weren't. What? No, I was here from 4:30 until after 6 o'clock. On May 15th. Claire felt the world tilt. May 15th? The promise was for May 14th. I have your note. She fumbled in her bag for her wallet, where she still kept the worn piece of paper. Jason was already pulling out his own weathered notebook. He flipped it open to a page marked with a faded train ticket. There, in Claire's careful handwriting from 7 years ago, was a story about a girl who could see memories in photographs. And at the bottom, a hastily scrawled date. Meet May 15th, 5 o'clock p.m. I wrote it down wrong, Claire whispered, the realization hitting her like a physical blow. We were here on consecutive days, missing each other by 24 hours. I came back too, Jason said softly. Every few months, just hoping. They stared at each other across 7 years of missed connections and unspoken words. The rain fell harder, but neither of them moved. Around them, commuters rushed past with umbrellas and hurried steps, but Claire and Jason remained frozen in their own pocket of time, like a sketch caught between one stroke and the next. I never stopped writing about you, Claire admitted, her voice barely audible above the rain. I never stopped drawing you. Jason replied, and opened his sketchbook. Pages and pages of her, sitting on the bench through different seasons. Her profile in winter light, her silhouette in summer dusk. 7 years of glimpses, each one a testament to a promise that refused to die. Claire felt tears mixing with the rain on her cheeks. All those years of believing he hadn't cared, when he'd been carrying her with him just as she'd carried him, in art, in words, in the spaces between heartbeats. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice shaking. Thunder rolled overhead, and Jason stood, closing the distance between them. He reached out, his fingers hovering just shy of touching her face, as if he wasn't sure she was real. "We start over," he said, "or we pick up where we left off, or," his voice caught, "or you walk away and this becomes another story in your journal." Claire looked up at him, at the boy who'd seen her when she was invisible, now a man who'd spent 7 years drawing a ghost. In his eyes, she saw the same autumn colors that had haunted her dreams, and something else, a fear that mirrored her own. The fear of reaching for magic and finding only empty air. The next moment would change everything. Claire felt its weight pressing against her chest, demanding an answer to a question 7 years in the making. Was it braver to hold on to a beautiful dream, or to risk turning it into reality? Claire reached for Jason's sketchbook with trembling fingers. "Show me," she whispered. "Show me everything I missed." They found shelter from the rain in the cafe, claiming a corner table by the window that overlooked their bench. Steam rose from fresh coffee cups as Jason turned pages, sharing 7 years of sketches, not just of Claire, but of his life. His mother's proud smile at his art school graduation. The small design studio he'd started. The empty apartment that never quite felt like home. "I drew this the night I missed you," he said, pointing to a dark, chaotic piece. The bench stood alone in the rain, the platform around it dissolving into shadow. "I was so angry at myself for not double-checking the date, for not getting your number, for—" he broke off, running a hand through his rain-damp hair. "I kept thinking about all the ways I could have done it differently." Claire pulled out her own journal, its pages swollen with years of writing. "I did the same thing, wrote hundreds of versions where we got it right." She opened to a dog-eared page. "This one's about a girl who builds a time machine out of train tickets and station clocks just to fix one moment." Jason smiled, touching the words gently. "Read it to me." So she did. As the afternoon light softened into evening, they traded stories for sketches, filling in the gaps of their lost years. Claire learned about Jason's struggle to convince his mother that art could be more than a hobby, how he'd worked through college at a print shop to help support them both. Jason discovered how Claire had found her voice as a writer, turning her private journal stories into published pieces that spoke to others who knew what it meant to miss something, or someone, with their whole heart. "I used to think you hadn't shown up because I wasn't worth waiting for," Claire admitted, staring into her third cup of coffee. "That I'd imagined the connection between us." "Claire," Jason reached across the table, taking her hand. His fingers were stained with graphite, just as they had been 7 years ago. "You were never imaginary to me. Look." He flipped to a recent sketch. Claire at the bench last month, her head bent over her laptop, sunlight in her hair. The detail was extraordinary, down to the small frown she got when searching for the right word. "You saw me, all those times." "Every time. I just couldn't make myself approach you. I was afraid you'd hate me for not being there that day. That you'd moved on, found someone else who didn't break their promises." "There wasn't anyone else," Claire said softly. "Not really. How could there be? They all felt like rough drafts of this story." Outside, the rain had stopped. The setting sun broke through the clouds, painting the station in shades of gold and rose. On the platform, their bench caught the light, glowing like a beacon. "I have a confession," Jason said. "Remember that first sketch I did of you, the one from the morning we met?" Claire nodded. "I still have it. Every time I thought about giving up art, about taking a real job like my mom wanted, I'd look at it. Something about the way you were lost in your writing, creating your own world. It reminded me why I started drawing in the first place. to capture moments that matter, to make the ordinary magical. He pulled out his wallet and carefully extracted a folded piece of paper, the original sketch, worn soft at the creases, just like Claire's note. We've been carrying pieces of each other all this time, Claire realized, touching the aged paper with reverence. Maybe that's what kept bringing us back here, not just the promise, but the pieces of ourselves we left with each other. The cafe was nearly empty now, the evening commuter rush long past. Through the window, they could see new passengers hurrying to catch their trains, each focused on their own destinations, their own stories. "So what now?" Claire asked, echoing her earlier question. But this time, there was no fear in her voice, only possibility. Jason stood, offering his hand. "Now we write a new story, together this time." He nodded toward their bench, starting right there where it all began. Claire took his hand, feeling the years of longing and regret begin to dissolve like rain. As they stepped out into the golden evening light, she realized something. The magic hadn't been in the promise they'd made 7 years ago. It was in this moment, in choosing to begin again, in believing that some stories were worth waiting for, worth fighting for, worth rewriting until they got it right. They sat on their bench, shoulders touching, as the station lights flickered on one by one. Jason opened his sketchbook to a fresh page. Claire uncapped her pen. "Tell me a story," he said. "Draw me a memory," she replied. And together, they began to fill the blank page with everything that waited ahead of them. No longer a promise of what might be, but the start of what already was. 1 year later. The wooden bench had finally been replaced. Claire ran her hand along the sleek metal surface, remembering all the hours she'd spent on its predecessor, waiting, writing, wondering. The new bench was part of the station's modernization project, just like the digital departure boards and automated ticket machines that had replaced the old paper schedules and window kiosks. But some things hadn't changed. She opened her latest novel, running her fingers over the dedication page. "For the boy who drew magic in ordinary moments, and the bench where our story began, some promises are worth the wait." The book had started as a simple love story about missed connections, but it had grown into something more, a meditation on time, art, and the courage it takes to believe in second chances. The reviews had called it her breakthrough work. Claire knew it was simply the story she'd been trying to write all along. She checked her phone, 4:55 p.m., right on schedule. Jason arrived with his portfolio case slung over his shoulder, grinning when he spotted her. Even after a year of seeing him every day, that smile still made her heart skip. "Ready?" he asked, settling beside her. Claire nodded, pulling out 2 paper train tickets. Not the efficient digital passes most commuters used now, but proper cardboard tickets, like the ones they'd had 7 years ago. She'd specifically requested them from the ticket office, earning a puzzled look from the clerk. "It's today, isn't it?" Jason asked softly, taking his ticket. "The day we were supposed to meet, the actual date." "May 15th, Claire confirmed. "I thought we could finally keep that promise. Better late than never." They sat in comfortable silence as the 5 o'clock p.m. train pulled in. Around them, the station hummed with life. Students with backpacks, business people with briefcases, tourists with cameras. Claire wondered how many of them were starting their own stories right now, making promises they hoped to keep. "I have something for you," Jason said, opening his portfolio. He pulled out a large, framed piece, a triptych of sketches. The first panel showed Claire at 16, writing in her journal on the old wooden bench. The middle panel captured her at 23, alone and waiting in the rain. The final panel was them together on the new bench, Claire reading from her novel while Jason sketched. "Past, present, and future," he explained, "though I suppose they're all past now." "Not all of them," Claire said. She reached into her bag and retrieved a small, wrapped package. "I have something for you too." Jason unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a leather-bound journal, its cover embossed with an intricate design of train tracks and constellations. "Open it," Claire urged. The first page held a handwritten note. For the next chapter of our story, this time we'll write it together. The rest of the pages were blank, waiting to be filled. I thought we could use it to plan the wedding, Claire said quietly. A proper story needs a proper ending after all. Jason's smile widened as he pulled a small velvet box from his jacket pocket. Funny you should mention that. Claire's breath caught. Jason. I was going to wait until dinner, but... He glanced around the station, his eyes soft with memory. This feels right. Where else would I ask you to spend the rest of your life with me if not here? He slid off the bench and knelt before her, opening the box to reveal a ring. But it wasn't just any ring. The band was engraved with tiny train tracks that wrapped around to meet at a small, perfect diamond. Claire Bennett, he said, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. Will you help me make ordinary moments magical for the rest of our lives? Through tears, Claire saw a small crowd gathering, commuters pausing their rush home to witness this moment. She thought about the girl she'd been, the one who tried so hard to disappear, who never imagined she'd be the center of such a beautiful scene. Yes, she whispered, then louder, yes. The station erupted in applause as Jason slipped the ring onto her finger. When he kissed her, Claire heard the 5:15 train whistle in the background, the same whistle that had torn them apart 8 years ago, now heralding their new beginning. Later that evening, they sat at their bench one last time before heading home. Jason sketched the station at twilight while Claire wrote in their new journal, each of them doing what they'd always done, making art from love, and love from ordinary moments. On the first page, beneath her earlier note, Claire added, "Some people spend their lives searching for magic in grand gestures and perfect timing. But real magic lives in the missed connections that find their way home, in wrong dates that lead to right moments, in love that waits as long as it takes to get the story right. And sometimes, magic is simply two artists on a bench, transforming an ordinary train station into the beginning of forever." She showed the words to Jason, who added a small sketch in the margin. Two figures on a bench, surrounded by stars, their stories finally synchronized, their time finally right. Above them, the station clock struck 6, and neither of them needed to catch a train. They were already exactly where they were meant to be. The alarm sounded at 3:15 a.m. on an early June morning in 1953, though Richard Dunbar was already awake. He'd spent the night in his darkroom, studying the prints from yesterday's shoot with growing dissatisfaction. Each image was technically perfect. His work always was, but something essential remained stubbornly absent. The same emptiness that had been haunting his photographs for months now, like the ghost of something he'd forgotten how to see. He silenced the alarm and began his pre-dawn ritual. The Graflex View camera, his constant companion for 15 years, was already packed alongside 4 film holders, each containing 2 sheets of Kodak Tri-X. He'd loaded them the night before in total darkness, his fingers moving with the certainty of muscle memory. The sturdy wooden tripod, essential for the long exposures landscape work demanded, waited by the door. Everything was precisely where it should be, just as it had been every morning for as long as he could remember. The drive from his Lake Tahoe cabin to Yosemite Valley took just under 4 hours. He made it in 3.5, his 49 Packard eating up the empty roads as the stars slowly faded above the Sierra Nevada. The east was just beginning to pale when he parked at the Tunnel View lookout, the iconic vista still shrouded in pre-dawn shadows. He wasn't surprised to find another car already there, a modest Ford sedan that had seen better days. Anthony Stewart's telegram had been specific about the time and place for the interview. What did surprise him was the figure silhouetted against the granite walls. A woman working by flashlight, a large format camera already mounted on a tripod. Richard watched her for a moment, noting her methodical movements as she checked her composition through the ground glass. She wore trousers and a man's work shirt with the sleeves rolled up. Practical choices that would raise eyebrows in San Francisco, but made perfect sense here in the wilderness. Her dark hair was tied back severely, and a light meter hung around her neck rather than a camera, another telling detail. This was no Sunday photographer. "You're early, Miss Stocks," he called out, lifting his own equipment from the car. She turned, startled but composed. "Mr. Dunbar, I hope to capture the valley before our meeting. I didn't mean to intrude on your location." "Tunnel view hardly belongs to me," he approached, studying her setup with professional interest. A Deerdorf 8x10, not the obvious choice for a young photographer just starting out. The camera alone cost more than most people made in 3 months. "Though I'm curious why you chose this spot. It's been photographed to death." "By better photographers than me," she agreed readily. "That's why I'm here. I wanted to understand how the masters saw it before trying to find my own vision." She stepped back from her camera. "Would you like to see my composition?" He hesitated. The eastern sky was brightening rapidly, and he had his own shot to set up. But professional curiosity won out. He bent to study her ground glass. The composition was unexpected. Instead of the classic wide shot capturing the entire valley, she'd focused tighter, using a fallen branch in the foreground to frame El Capitan. The pre-dawn light created deep shadows that gave the scene an almost abstract quality. It wasn't technically perfect. The exposure would be tricky with such contrast, but there was something compelling about it. "An interesting choice," he said finally. "But not what you would have done." It wasn't a question. "No," he straightened, meeting her eyes for the first time. They were darker than he'd expected, intelligent and unafraid. "I would have waited for better light." "Better light or safer light?" She held his gaze. "Sometimes the shadows tell more truth than the highlights, Mr. Dunbar." He felt an unexpected spark of something, irritation, curiosity. Before he could respond, she was already moving, efficiently breaking down her equipment to make room for his. He found himself watching her hands, confident, precise, treating the expensive camera with the respect it deserved. "Mr. Stewart sent your portfolio," he said, beginning his own setup. "Your technical skills are adequate, but this project requires more than technical proficiency. It's about capturing the essence of Yosemite, not just its surface." "The essence Mrs. Stewart loved," she added quietly. Richard's hands stilled on his tripod. Margaret Stewart. He'd met her once, years ago, at a gallery showing. She'd spent hours studying his photographs, not just admiring them, but truly seeing them. Her death had hit the Bay Area art community hard. "Did you know her?" he asked. "No," Annie's voice held a note of regret. "But I studied her photographs, not the professional ones, her personal albums. Mr. Stewart shared them with me when I interviewed with him. She saw this place differently than you do." She paused, then added, "Differently than I do, too." There was a joy in her images, even the technically imperfect ones. Especially those, maybe. The observation was unexpectedly insightful. Richard found himself studying her again, trying to reconcile her youth with the depth of her understanding. She couldn't be much over 22, yet there was something in the way she spoke about photography that resonated uncomfortably with his own recent doubts. "Why do you want this position, Miss Stocks? There are easier paths for a young photographer." "Because I want to learn from the best." She met his eyes again. "But also because I think even the best photographers can sometimes forget how to see with fresh eyes. You've mastered light, Mr. Dunbar. Your work is technically flawless. But lately," she hesitated, then pressed on. "Lately, your photographs feel like they're missing something. Like you're so focused on controlling every element that you've forgotten how to let the heart of a place surprise you." The words hit him like a physical blow. They were too close to his own midnight doubts, the ones that kept him awake studying prints that grew more perfect and more empty with each passing month. "That's a dangerous observation to make in a job interview, Miss Stocks." "I'm not here for a safe job, Mr. Dunbar. I'm here because photography matters to me the same way it matters to you. and because I think this project deserves both technical excellence and emotional truth." She gestured to the valley, where the first rays of sun were beginning to paint the granite walls. "Look at that light. It's perfect, technically perfect. But what makes it beautiful is the way it struggles with the shadows, the way it reveals and conceals. That's what Mrs. Stewart saw, isn't it? The dance between light and shadow, between control and surrender." Richard felt something shift inside him, like a lens clicking out of focus. The valley was transforming in the dawn light, but for the first time in years, he found himself paying more attention to the photographer than the photograph. There was something compelling about her certainty, her willingness to challenge him even at the risk of losing the position. "The work will be demanding," he said finally. "Long hours, difficult conditions, most of it in backcountry, far from civilization." "I know," she smiled slightly. "I already bought hiking boots and had my mother let out my father's old work shirts." "Your father's shirts?" "He was a logger before the war, taught me that anything worth doing is worth doing right." She turned back to her camera, beginning to pack it away. "He also taught me that the most beautiful things in nature don't wait for perfect conditions. Sometimes you have to wade into the shadows to find them." Richard watched her work, noting the efficiency of her movements, the way she handled her equipment with both strength and grace. She was young, yes, but there was something compelling about her vision, her quiet confidence, her willingness to push beyond the safe and technically perfect. "The project starts Monday," he said abruptly. "Dawn at this location. Bring your Deerdorf and coffee." Her hands stilled on her camera case. "Strong coffee or safe coffee, Mr. Dunbar?" "Strong." He turned back to his own camera, hiding the unexpected quirk of his lips. "Very strong." The sun was fully up now, the valley awash in golden light. Richard Dunbar had spent his career pursuing technical perfection, believing that mastery meant control. But as he watched Annie Stocks pack her car, her movements sure and graceful in the morning light, he wondered if perhaps he'd been focusing on the wrong thing all along. Sometimes the most profound images emerged not from perfect light, but from the space between light and shadow, between control and surrender, between what was safely known and what remained to be discovered. The project ahead would test them both, not just their photographic skills, but their understanding of what it meant to truly see. And for the first time in longer than he could remember, Richard felt something stir in his chest that felt like anticipation, like the moment before pressing the shutter when anything, absolutely anything, seemed possible. Their first month in the field tested them both. Richard insisted on starting in the backcountry, away from the tourist-crowded valley. Mrs. Stewart loved the hidden places, he explained, studying their topographical maps by lantern light, the spots most people never see. Annie traced their planned route with her finger. 3 weeks without resupply. That's ambitious. Having second thoughts. No, she met his eyes across the map, just calculating how much film we can reasonably carry. He found himself studying her in the flickering light. She'd already proven herself more capable than he'd expected. Her technical skills were solid, but more importantly, she approached each challenge with quiet determination. When their first campsite flooded in an unexpected storm, she'd helped him move their equipment to higher ground without complaint, working through the night to keep their film dry. "We'll each take 6 film holders," he decided. 12 shots per day maximum. That's not much for what we're trying to capture. It'll force us to be deliberate. Every exposure has to matter. She nodded, understanding. In the warm glow of the lantern, her face held a softness he hadn't noticed before. Like Mrs. Stewart's personal albums, some of her best shots were the ones she waited days to take. Richard looked away, uncomfortable with how often he found himself watching her. She had a habit of making observations that cut too close to the truth. The backcountry changed them both. Days began before dawn and ended long after sunset. They developed a rhythm, working in companionable silence as they scouted locations, set up shots, packed and unpacked their heavy equipment. Richard found himself increasingly relying on her eye for composition, though he was reluctant to admit it. One evening, as they waited for the light to shift over a high alpine lake, Annie surprised him by asking about his early work. "I've seen your prints from the 30s, she said, adjusting her tripod. "They're different from what you do now. Less technically accomplished. More alive," she glanced at him. "What changed?" Richard stared at the lake, remembering. "I had a shot published in Life magazine, 1939. A sunset over the Grand Canyon. Beautiful light, perfect composition. The kind of photograph that makes a career." He paused. 2 weeks later, I got a letter from a reader. She said she could feel the wind in that image, taste the desert air, said it made her cry. "That's remarkable." "It terrified me." The admission surprised him, but in the gathering dusk, it felt safe to speak truth. The idea that something I created could affect someone that deeply. I started focusing on technical perfection instead. You can't be hurt by something if you keep it at arm's length. Annie was quiet for a long moment. "That's a lonely way to live." "Photography is lonely work." "It doesn't have to be." She turned to face him fully. "Look at what we've captured this past month. Your technical precision, my instinct for emotional resonance. Together, we're creating something neither of us could achieve alone." She was right, though he wasn't ready to acknowledge it. The prints they'd developed at their last resupply stop had a depth he hadn't achieved in years. There was something about the way she pushed him to see differently, to wait an extra moment before pressing the shutter, to consider not just the light, but the feeling of a place. "The light's changing," he said instead of answering. But as they worked to capture the sunset, he found himself hyper-aware of her presence beside him, of the graceful efficiency of her movements, of how her quiet passion for photography matched his own. The storm caught them 3 days' hike from civilization. They'd been tracking a particular quality of light through the high country, following Mrs. Steward's journals. She wrote about a moment just after sunrise, Annie had explained, reading by flashlight in their camp, when the light hits the granite walls like liquid gold. Now, huddled in a shallow cave as lightning split the sky, that golden light seemed impossibly distant. Their equipment was safe. They'd managed to protect the cameras and film, but they were soaked through, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. "We need to get warm," Richard said, assessing their situation. "There's dry wood at the back of the cave. I'll start a fire." Annie nodded, her teeth chattering. "I'll check the film holders, if any moisture got in." "The film can wait." He caught her arm as she turned toward their equipment. "You're freezing." She looked up at him, startled by the contact. Water dripped from her hair, running down her neck, and without thinking he brushed it away with his thumb. The touch felt electric, intimate in a way that had nothing to do with photography. "Richard!" Thunder crashed overhead, making them both jump. The moment broke. He turned away quickly, focusing on gathering wood, trying to ignore the lingering warmth of her skin against his fingers. The fire, when he got it started, cast dancing shadows on the cave walls. They sat close together for warmth, their wet clothes slowly steaming in the heat. Richard was acutely aware of their isolation, of how improper their situation would appear to the outside world. But here in the wilderness, social conventions seemed as distant as the storm-hidden stars. "Tell me about your first camera," he said, needing to break the charged silence. Annie smiled, the firelight catching the angles of her face. "A Brownie Hawkeye. I saved for months to buy it. My father thought I was crazy. That kind of money could have bought a new dress, shoes, all the things a proper young lady needed." She poked the fire with a stick. "But the first time I developed a print, watched the image appear in the chemicals, I knew I'd never be satisfied with being proper. And now you're here, sleeping rough in the wilderness with a virtual stranger." "You're not a stranger." She looked at him then, her eyes reflecting the flames. "Not anymore." He forced himself to look away. "Get some rest. We'll need to move at first light, try to make up lost time." But sleep proved elusive. As the storm raged outside, Richard found himself remembering the feel of her skin under his fingers, the way she'd looked at him in the firelight. It was dangerous territory. They had a job to do, a commitment to Mrs. Steward's memory. He couldn't afford to let personal feelings complicate their working relationship. And yet, as he listened to Annie's breathing even out in sleep, he couldn't deny that something had shifted between them, like a photograph slowly developing, revealing depths and shadows he hadn't expected to find. The incident at Mirror Lake changed everything. They'd been working since dawn, trying to capture the perfect reflection of Half Dome in the still water. Richard had insisted on using the 8x10 Deerdorf for its superior detail, despite the challenge of maneuvering the heavy camera in the muddy shoreline. "The composition needs something," Annie said, studying the ground glass. "It's technically perfect, but..." "But what?" There was an edge to his voice. They'd been at this spot for hours, and frustration was setting in. "It feels empty, like we're so focused on the reflection that we've forgotten what we're really trying to capture." "And what exactly are we trying to capture, Miss Stocks?" He fell back on formality when annoyed, and immediately regretted it when he saw the hurt flash across her face. "The way Mrs. Stewart saw this place." Annie's voice was quiet but firm. "Not just as a perfect mirror, but as a living thing. Here," she stepped closer, reaching past him to adjust the camera angle slightly. "If we include that fallen log, the way the morning mist is rising around it." Her proximity was suddenly overwhelming. He could smell the rosewater scent she somehow maintained even in the wilderness, could feel the warmth of her body next to his. Without thinking, he turned his head toward her, and for a moment they were inches apart, sharing the same breath. Annie went very still. "Richard." The crack of a branch breaking made them both jump. A young deer had wandered into the frame, stopping to drink at the lake's edge. Without speaking, they both shifted into professional mode, adjusting the composition to include this unexpected gift. But something had changed. As they worked through the morning, Richard found himself hyper-aware of every accidental touch, every shared glance. The easy rhythm they'd developed over the past months felt suddenly charged with unspoken possibility. That evening, developing prints in their makeshift darkroom tent, the red safelight cast everything in shades of shadow and suggestion. Richard watched Annie work, her hands sure and graceful as she moved prints between chemical baths. She'd rolled up her sleeves, and a drop of fixer solution ran down her forearm like a tear. "You were right," he said abruptly. She looked up, startled. "About what?" "The composition, the deer, everything." He stepped closer, drawn despite his better judgment. "You see things differently. You make me see things differently." "Is that such a bad thing?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "It's terrifying." He reached out, brushed another drop of solution from her skin. This time his fingers lingered. "Everything about you terrifies me." The air between them felt charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. Annie turned her hand in his, their fingers intertwining. "Richard." A timer buzzed, making them both jump. The print in the developer was starting to overdevelop, the shadows growing too dark. They broke apart, returning to their tasks with forced professionalism. But the darkness couldn't hide the trembling of Annie's hands or the way Richard's breath came too quick and shallow. Later, studying the prints they'd made, Richard was struck by how different they were from his usual work. There was still technical excellence, yes, but there was something more, a vulnerability, a sense of intimacy with the landscape that he hadn't achieved in years. "They're beautiful," Annie said softly, looking over his shoulder. "They're dangerous." He couldn't look at her. "We have a job to do, a responsibility to Mrs. Steward's memory. We can't." "Can't what?" When he didn't answer, she pressed on. "Feel something, connect with what we're photographing, with each other." "Annie." "No." She gathered up her prints with trembling hands. "You're right, we have a job to do. Good night, Mr. Dunbar." She left him alone in the darkroom tent, surrounded by images that revealed too much truth. Richard stared at the prints, seeing in them everything he'd been trying to avoid: vulnerability, emotion, the dangerous beauty of letting someone behind his carefully constructed walls. The project was barely half finished. They had 6 more months of working together, of shared dawns and wilderness camps and darkroom sessions. 6 months of trying to maintain professional distance while every instinct urged him closer. Richard Dunbar had built his career on control, on keeping emotion at arm's length. But as he studied the prints before him, he was forced to acknowledge that control was slipping away, and the images were better for it. The question was, could he survive letting his heart be as exposed as his photography? October came to Yosemite in a blaze of color. The valley maples turned fierce gold, aspens shimmered silver, yellow against granite walls, and the late afternoon light took on an almost ethereal quality. It was the kind of light photographers dreamed about, the kind Margaret Stewart had written about in her journals. They'd returned to Richard's cabin near Lake Tahoe to develop the autumn series. The project was nearly complete, just a few months left to capture winter's transformation of the park. Their work had exceeded expectations. Anthony Stewart, reviewing their preliminary prints, had been moved to tears. "Margaret would have loved these," he'd said, touching one image with trembling fingers. She always said Yosemite was most beautiful when seen through eyes of love. Now, in the close confines of Richard's darkroom, those words haunted him. Annie worked at the enlarger, her movements precise as she adjusted the focus. They'd been dancing around each other for days, the tension between them growing with each shared glance, each accidental touch. "The contrast needs adjustment," she murmured, not looking at him. "We're losing detail in the shadows." Richard moved closer, studying the projected image. It was one of their best, half-dome at sunrise, with early snow dusting its face. But something in the composition struck him suddenly, making his breath catch. "This isn't my shot," he said slowly. Annie's hands stilled on the enlarger. "No." "When did you?" "That morning after the storm, when you were breaking camp. The light was..." She trailed off, then squared her shoulders. "I know we agreed to focus on your compositions, but something about the way the shadows played across the snow. It's extraordinary." The admission came unbidden. The image captured everything they'd been trying to achieve, technical excellence married to raw emotional power. "Why didn't you show me sooner?" She finally looked at him, her eyes dark in the safe light's glow. "Because I saw how you looked at me when I took it, like I'd crossed a line. Like I'd stopped being your assistant and become," she swallowed hard, "something else." The darkroom suddenly felt too small, too intimate. Richard could hear his heart pounding in the silence. "You've never been just my assistant." "Then what am I, Richard?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "What are we doing here?" He reached for her before he could stop himself, his fingers brushing her cheek. She leaned into the touch, and something inside him broke. The kiss was inevitable, months of tension finally spilling over. She tasted like coffee and darkroom chemicals, her hands clutching his shirt as he backed her against the enlarger. The safe light cast everything in shades of blood and shadow, turning the moment surreal. "Richard," she gasped against his mouth, "please." The timer buzzed, harsh and insistent. They jumped apart. The print in the developer was ruined, the image degraded beyond salvation. Reality crashed back like a bucket of cold fixer. Richard stepped away, horror rising in his throat. What had he done? They had a contract, obligations. This project wasn't about them. It was about Margaret's memory, about creating something pure and true. "We can't," he said roughly. "This isn't. We have to stay professional." "Professional?" Annie's voice cracked. "Is that what you call what's been growing between us? Just professional collaboration?" "The project." "To hell with the project." She grabbed one of their prints, thrust it at him. "Look at this. Really look at it. Everything that makes these images powerful is because of what's happening between us. The tension, the emotion, the way we see differently together than apart. That's exactly why it has to stop." He forced himself to meet her eyes. "We're losing objectivity. The work is better because of it. Why can't you see that? Why are you so afraid of letting someone in?" "Because I can't lose control," the words echoed in the small space. "Not of the work, not of myself, not with you." Annie went very still, When she spoke, her voice was cold. Control, is that what you think love is about? The word, love, hit him like a physical blow. He turned away, unable to bear the hurt in her eyes. I see. She began gathering her things with trembling hands. Well, don't worry, Mr. Dunbar. Your precious control is safe. I quit. Annie. No. She yanked her coat from its hook. You want technical perfection. Fine. But remember what Anthony said about Margaret's vision. She saw Yosemite through eyes of love. All you see is light and shadow, and you're too afraid to admit there might be something more. She slammed out of the darkroom, leaving him alone in the red-tinged darkness. Through the wall, he heard her gathering her things from the cabin's main room. The front door opened, then closed. A car engine started, faded into distance. Richard sank onto his stool, surrounded by their prints. In the safe light, every image seemed to mock him. Here was the alpine lake where they'd first talked about fear and art. The meadow where she'd taught him to wait for emotion before pressing the shutter. The storm-swept granite where she'd fallen asleep beside him, trusting him completely. And there, newly developed, her shot of half-dome. It was the kind of photograph he'd spent his career trying to create, technically perfect yet emotionally raw. The kind of image that could make a stranger cry. The kind of art that only came from letting go. Outside, snow began to fall, tiny flakes caught in the porch light. Winter was coming to the Sierras. The project's final season stretched ahead, impossible now without her. Richard stared at her ruined print in the developer, watching the image fade to black, and realized that in trying to maintain control, he'd lost the only thing that truly mattered. The timer buzzed again, insistent in the darkness, but Richard didn't move to silence it. He sat in his perfectly controlled darkroom, surrounded by images of a love he'd been too afraid to grasp, and finally understood what Margaret Stewart had known all along. Some things were beautiful precisely because they couldn't be controlled, and sometimes the most perfect moments came not from technical precision, but from letting your heart be as exposed as your film. Snow fell for 3 days after Annie left. Richard spent them in his darkroom, developing and redeveloping prints until his fingers were stained with chemicals. Each image seemed to hold a piece of her, the way she'd frame a shot differently than he would, how she'd wait for emotional resonance before pressing the shutter, her intuitive understanding of what made a photograph more than merely perfect. On the 4th day, Anthony Stewart arrived unannounced. Miss Stocks resigned, Anthony said without preamble, standing in Richard's living room. Snow fell outside the windows, turning the world soft and silent. She sent me her letter of resignation along with this. He placed a large print on Richard's coffee table. It was Annie's shot of half-dome, professionally mounted and finished. In the clean winter light, it was even more extraordinary than it had appeared in the darkroom. She said you'd understand what it meant, Anthony continued quietly, that it was her way of showing what Margaret always tried to teach her about photography. Richard stared at the image, seeing now what he'd been too afraid to acknowledge that night. It wasn't just technically accomplished. It was emotionally raw, vulnerable, beautiful in its honesty. Like Margaret's personal albums, it captured not just the landscape but the feeling of the moment. I've been a fool, he said finally. Yes, Anthony's voice was gentle. You know, Margaret used to say that the best photographs are like love letters. They're not about technical perfection. They're about showing someone else exactly how you see the world and trusting them to understand. Richard looked up sharply. Did Annie tell you what happened? She didn't have to. Anthony picked up the photograph. It's all here in this image, the way she sees Yosemite, the way she sees you. He paused. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Finding Annie proved harder than Richard expected. She wasn't at her San Francisco apartment or at any of the commercial darkrooms where she'd once worked. Finally, a colleague mentioned she'd taken a job with a small gallery in Monterey. The gallery was closed when he arrived, but lights spilled from the windows. Through the glass, he could see Annie working late, mounting prints for an exhibition. She'd cut her hair shorter, and somehow the change made her look both younger and more confident. The bell chimed as he entered. She looked up, then went very still. "We're closed," she said, her voice carefully neutral. "I saw your print." He stepped closer, noting how she tensed. The half-dome shot. "Did you come all this way to critique my composition?" "No," he took a deep breath. "I came to tell you that you were right, about everything. About control, about vulnerability, about what makes a photograph and a photographer truly great." She set down her mounting tools, but didn't speak. "I've spent my whole career hiding behind technical perfection," he continued, "believing that if I could control every element, I could avoid the messiness of real emotion. But looking at our work together, looking at your work, I finally understand what I've been missing." "And what's that?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "Heart." He reached into his camera bag, withdrew a stack of prints. "These are all the shots we took together. I've been studying them, really studying them, and I can see it now. The best ones, the ones that truly capture Yosemite's soul, are the ones where we weren't just photographers. We were artists, partners, people who saw the world better together than apart." Annie's hands trembled as she looked through the prints. "These are different from the work you usually show." "Because they're honest, like Margaret's personal albums, like your half-dome shot." He stepped closer. "Like what I should have said that night in the darkroom." She looked up at him, and the hope and fear in her eyes nearly broke him. "I'm not good at losing control," he admitted, "but I'm learning that some things, some people, are worth the risk. You taught me to see differently, Annie, not just through the lens, but with my heart. And if you'll let me, I'd like to spend the rest of my life learning to see the world the way you do." "Richard, I love you." The words, once so terrifying, felt like coming home. "I love your passion, your courage, your willingness to push beyond technical perfection to find real beauty. I love how you challenge me, how you make me better, how you—" She kissed him. Unlike their darkroom embrace, this kiss was soft, certain, full of promise. When they finally parted, her eyes were bright with tears. "You know this changes everything," she said. "Our work, our relationship." "I'm counting on it." He brushed a tear from her cheek. "Remember what Margaret wrote about seeing Yosemite through eyes of love. I think maybe that's the only way to see anything that matters." Annie smiled, really smiled, and something in his chest unclenched. "We still have the winter series to shoot," she said, "if you're interested in a partner rather than an assistant." "I was thinking something more permanent." He took her hand, marveling at how right it felt. "There's a gallery in Lake Tahoe interested in showing our work, not just the Yosemite series, everything we want to create together, as equals." Her eyes widened. "The Morrison Gallery, but they never show landscape work." "They do now. Apparently our style is uniquely emotional while maintaining technical excellence." He grinned. "Their words, not mine." "Our style," she repeated softly. "I like the sound of that." Outside, fog rolled in from the bay, softening the harsh edges of the world. Through the gallery windows, Richard could see their reflection. Not two separate people anymore, but a single image, perfectly composed. "So," he said, "partners." Annie reached up, straightened his ever-present tie with familiar hands. "In photography and life." "Everything." She smiled, and it was like watching the sun break through storm clouds. "Then I suppose we should get back to Yosemite. Winter light waits for no one, Mr. Dunbar." "Just Richard," he corrected, pulling her close. "After all, perfect formality is overrated." Her laughter, warm and real, was better than any photograph he'd ever taken. And as they began planning their return to Yosemite, this time as true partners, Richard finally understood what Margaret Stewart had been trying to teach them all along. The most beautiful images, like the most beautiful moments in life, came not from controlling every detail, but from having the courage to let love change how you see the world. Winter in Yosemite, 1954. The pre-dawn air bit cold and sharp as Richard and Annie made their way up to Glacier Point. It was their last shoot for the project, over a year after their first meeting at the tunnel view. Fresh snow blanketed the valley, transforming the familiar landscape into something new and pristine. "Careful with the tripod," Annie called, her breath visible in the darkness. "Ice under that snow." Richard smiled, remembering how she'd corrected his composition that first morning. Now they moved in perfect sync, setting up their equipment with the ease of long practice. His Graflex and her Deerdorf stood side by side, their wooden bodies gleaming in the starlight. "Margaret wrote about this view in winter," Annie said, checking her light meter. "About how the snow makes everything quiet, like the whole world is holding its breath." Richard paused in his preparations, watching her work. The past 3 months had transformed them both. After their reconciliation in Monterey, they'd approached the winter series as true partners, each bringing their own vision while strengthening the others. The results had exceeded even their highest hopes. "You're staring," she said without looking up from her camera. "I'm composing." Now she did look up, smiling. "And what do you see?" "Everything that matters." The eastern sky began to lighten, painting half-dome in subtle shades of purple and gold. They worked in comfortable silence, each finding their own angle on the emerging day. When the sun finally crested the horizon, they were ready. Richard watched Annie as she worked, marveling at how she seemed to dance with her camera, responding to each shift of light with intuitive grace. Her technical skills had always been excellent, but now there was something more, a confidence, a joy that transformed mere expertise into artistry. "Got it," she breathed, stepping back from her camera. "Want to see?" He moved to study her ground glass, their shoulders touching naturally. The composition was extraordinary, half-dome emerging from dawn shadows, the fresh snow creating patterns of light and dark that spoke of renewal, of beginnings. "Perfect," he said softly. "No." She turned to face him, her eyes bright in the growing light. "Not perfect, true." He understood then what he needed to do. Reaching into his camera bag, he withdrew a small package wrapped in dark cloth. "I have something for you, an early wedding gift." "Richard." "Open it." Inside was a photograph he'd taken the day after their engagement, printed and mounted with meticulous care. It showed Annie at work, her face lit by winter sunshine as she adjusted her camera. But it wasn't just a portrait. It was a love letter in silver and light, showing her exactly as he saw her. Brilliant, passionate, absolutely essential to his world. "Oh," she breathed, touching the print gently. "You've never shown me your portraits before." "I've never taken one that mattered this much." He took her hand, marveling at how perfectly it fit in his. "I spent so many years trying to capture technical perfection that I forgot what Margaret knew all along, that the most beautiful photographs come from loving what you see." Annie's eyes filled with tears, but she was smiling. "And what do you see now?" "My future, my partner. The woman who taught me that real art, like real love, isn't about control, it's about trust." She reached up to brush snow from his collar, her touch lingering. "Speaking of trust, I have something to show you too." From her own bag, she produced a small envelope. Inside was a letter from the Morrison Gallery. Richard read it quickly, his eyes widening. "They want to represent us, permanently." "As partners," her voice was soft but certain. "They want the Yosemite series first, but after that, they're interested in everything we want to create together. No restrictions, no limits on subject matter. Just us seeing the world our way." Richard pulled her close, surprising them both with a kiss that tasted of snow and possibility. When they parted, the sun had fully risen, turning the valley into a wonderland of crystal and light. "We should start heading back home soon," Annie said eventually. "The reception's tomorrow at 2, and I still need to finish mounting the final prints for the exhibition." "Let me help with that." She laughed. "You, the man who once spent 3 hours adjusting a single print's contrast." "I've learned a few things about letting go of perfection." He began packing up their equipment, movements sure despite the cold. "Besides, I have a vested interest in making sure my wife's exhibition opening is everything she deserves." "Our exhibition," she corrected gently. Everything we create now, we create together. The following afternoon, as their friends and colleagues gathered at the Morrison Gallery, Richard stood with Annie before the centerpiece of their exhibition. It was a diptych, his view and hers of the same Yosemite dawn, mounted side by side, different perspectives combining to create something greater than either could achieve alone. Anthony Stewart studied the images with tears in his eyes. Margaret would have loved these, he said. She always said that the best photographs, like the best marriages, come from two people seeing the same thing differently, but loving it equally. Richard squeezed Annie's hand, feeling the simple gold band that now matched his own. Next month, they would return to Yosemite for a new project, their first as husband and wife. But for now, surrounded by their work and their loved ones, they simply stood together, watching as others discovered what they had learned. That sometimes the most perfect moments are the ones you never planned, and the most beautiful photographs are the ones taken not with technical precision, but with an open heart. Through the gallery windows, snow began to fall again, soft and clean as new paper in a developer tray. Richard thought about all the photographs yet to be taken, all the moments yet to be shared. He and Annie had a lifetime ahead of them to capture not just images, but feelings, memories, the quiet miracle of two artists becoming one without losing their individual vision. "Ready for our next adventure?" Annie asked softly. Richard looked at his wife, his partner, his muse, and smiled. "With you, always." The snow fell harder now, transforming the Lake Tahoe street into something magical and new. Inside the warmth of the gallery, surrounded by the images they'd created together, Richard and Annie Dunbar stood hand in hand, ready to begin their greatest collaboration yet, a life viewed through the lens of love. The end. Brittany Lang was running on coffee and spite, a combination that had served her well in her meteoric rise at the San Francisco Chronicle. At 26, she was the youngest journalist on the investigative team, a fact her colleagues never let her forget. But today, watching her latest exposé on local corruption roll off the presses, their whispers about her age felt more like victory bells than criticism. The early morning sun slanted through the newsroom's windows, catching dust motes and casting long shadows across her desk. Her phone buzzed another concerned text from her mom about working too hard and forgetting to have a life. Brittany ignored it, just like she ignored the dating app notifications that had been piling up since her last half-hearted attempt at romance 3 months ago. The wonderkind strikes again. James from the city desk dropped today's paper on her keyboard. "Though I hear Marketplace is more your speed these days." Brittany's head snapped up. "What?" "Carter's looking for you." James waggled his eyebrows. "Something about a profile piece." Her heart sank. Profile pieces were for junior reporters, not investigative journalists who just exposed a chain of illegal senior living facilities. She found Carter, her editor, in his office, reading glasses perched on his nose as he studied his computer screen. "Tell me this is about the pharmaceutical price gouging story," she said, dropping into the chair across from his desk. Carter's lips twitched. "Good morning to you too, Lang. The one I've been researching for 3 months. The one that could actually make a difference." "About that." He turned his monitor toward her. "Meet your new assignment." The image showed a man in his mid-30s with dark hair and calculating eyes, wearing a suit that probably cost more than her monthly rent. Marcus Sterling, tech wonderkind turned billionaire CEO. She'd seen his face splashed across enough magazines to recognize him instantly, usually with a different supermodel on his arm. "No," the word came out flat. "Yes," Carter's tone left no room for argument. "Sterling's latest app is revolutionizing healthcare access, perfect tie-in to your pharmaceutical story." "He's a playboy with good PR." Brittany crossed her arms. "I don't do puff pieces about rich boys and their toys." You do if you want resources for your pharmaceutical investigation. Carter's eyes softened slightly. Look, Sterling's never given a serious interview. It's always carefully managed press releases and superficial profiles. Get me something real, the man behind the image. Show me why the most eligible bachelor in tech is still single despite being linked to half of Hollywood. Because he's probably a narcissistic jerk who can't maintain a real relationship. Perfect, Carter grinned. Go prove it. Interviews tomorrow at 9, his office. Tomorrow? Brittany stood up so fast her chair skidded backward. That's not enough time to overthink it. Exactly. Carter was already turning back to his computer. Oh, and Lang. He specifically requested you after reading your corruption piece. Said he admired your, what was it, refreshingly direct approach to uncovering truth. Brittany's retort died in her throat. She walked back to her desk in a daze, sinking into her chair as she pulled up everything she could find on Marcus Sterling. Articles painted him as brilliant but arrogant, innovative but ruthless. In every photo, his smile looked calculated, his eyes guarded despite their intensity. A video clip caught her attention. Sterling at a tech conference, fielding questions about his latest acquisition. He moved with the easy confidence of someone who'd never heard the word no, his charm practiced but lethal. Then came a question about his humble beginnings, and for just a moment, something real flashed across his face before the mask slipped back into place. Brittany's journalistic instincts stirred. Maybe Carter was right, there was a story here, buried beneath the polished surface. But as she studied Sterling's image, those dark eyes seemed to mock her, as if daring her to try to see past his carefully constructed facade. Fine. He wanted direct. She'd give him direct. Tomorrow morning, Marcus Sterling would learn that underestimating Brittany Lang was a mistake, no matter how many billions he had or how devastating his smile might be. She ignored the little voice, wondering if she was trying to convince herself. The Sterling Tech building pierced the San Francisco fog like a sword, all gleaming glass and steel stretching toward the clouds. Brittany's reflection in the lobby windows showed a young woman trying too hard to look older in her one designer blazer, a splurge she justified as a professional investment. The weight of her recorder in her bag reminded her why she was here. Get the story, secure the pharmaceutical investigation, prove herself. The elevator ride to the 50th floor felt like ascending to Mount Olympus. When the doors opened directly into Marcus Sterling's office suite, she found him exactly as expected, lounging behind a massive desk, radiating the kind of confidence that only came with a 10-figure bank account. Miss Lang, he didn't stand. Younger than I imagined. Mr. Sterling, she matched his tone. Exactly as arrogant as I imagined. Something flickered in his dark eyes, surprise, maybe amusement. He gestured to the chair across from him. Shall we begin? The interview went exactly as she'd expected, right up until it didn't. Her questions about his playboy reputation met practiced deflection. Her probe into company policies earned careful corporate responses. But when she mentioned the foster care system's technology gap, his mask slipped. You've done your research. His voice held a new edge. That's my job, she leaned forward. Just like it's your job to maintain this carefully crafted image. The question is why? Their eyes locked. For a moment, the spacious office felt too small, the air too thick. Then his intercom buzzed, shattering the tension. Board meeting in 5, Mr. Sterling. We're done here, he stood abruptly. Are we? Brittany gathered her things slowly. Or are we just getting started? His laugh held no humor. You have no idea what you're getting into, Miss Lang. Story of my life, Mr. Sterling. She headed for the elevator, then paused. Oh, and next time, try answering a question honestly. You might surprise yourself. The doors closed on his unreadable expression. The flowers arrived the next morning, an elaborate arrangement that probably cost more than her rent. The card read simply, Round 2. She sent them back with her own note, Try harder. The next day, a first edition of her favorite journalism book appeared on her desk. The inscription inside made her breath catch, to uncovering truth, even when it's uncomfortable. Their second interview was supposed to be about Sterling Tech's healthcare initiative. Instead, they spent 2 hours debating the ethics of artificial intelligence. He matched her knowledge point for point, challenge for challenge. When his secretary interrupted, Brittany realized she'd completely forgotten to record anything. "Same time next week?" he asked as she packed up. "I have enough for the story." "Do you?" His smile held a challenge. "Or do you just have enough to write the story you expected to write?" She hesitated. "Why did you really request me for this interview?" "Because you're the only journalist who's made me want to tell the truth in years." He turned to the window. "Even if I'm not sure I remember how." The charity gala wasn't part of her assignment, but Brittany convinced her editor they needed society coverage. She told herself it was professional thoroughness, not the chance to see Marcus in a different setting. She didn't expect to find him in a hidden conference room, suit jacket discarded, teaching coding to foster kids. She definitely didn't expect him to look up and catch her watching, vulnerability flashing across his face before the mask returned. "Not what you expected." His voice was quiet. "Nothing about you is what I expected." The admission slipped out before she could stop it. He crossed the room slowly. "Dance with me." "What?" "At the gala, one dance, off the record." "Everything's on the record." But her protest sounded weak even to her. "Then quote me on this. Sometimes the best stories are the ones we never meant to tell." The dance felt inevitable. His hand on her waist, her fingers linked with his, moving together as if they'd done this 100 times. The rest of the gala faded away. "Why do you do it?" she asked softly. "The Playboy act." "Same reason you hide behind your press badge." His breath stirred her hair. "It's easier than letting people see what's real." "And what's real, Marcus?" The use of his first name hung between them. He pulled back just enough to meet her eyes. "That's what you're here to find out, isn't it?" The music ended. They didn't move apart. "I have another board meeting tomorrow," he said finally. "But there's something I want to show you first. Something no other reporter has seen." "Why me?" His hand tightened slightly on her waist. "Because you sent the flowers back." The something turned out to be a hidden tech lab where Sterling was developing free educational software for foster kids. Watching him demonstrate the program, passion evident in every gesture, Brittany felt her world tilting on its axis. "This is what you've been hiding behind the Playboy facade. Why?" Board members prefer dating scandals to charity work. Keeps stock prices interesting. He ran a hand through his hair. "The program launches next month. You get the exclusive if you want it. And if I find something else while I'm investigating." His eyes met hers. "Then you write that story instead. That's what makes you different, Brittany. You follow the truth wherever it leads." The way he said her name made her shiver. They were standing too close again, the air electric between them. His phone chimed another meeting, another interruption. "I should go," she said quickly. "Brittany," he caught her hand. "The pharmaceutical story you're working on, be careful. You're not the only one following that truth." She pulled away, mind racing. "What do you know about that?" "Enough to know it's bigger than you realize." His expression was grave, and enough to be worried about what you might find. The elevator doors closed between them, but Brittany's hand tingled where he'd touched it. She had two stories now, the one she'd come for and the one she never expected to find. The question was, which one would break her heart first? Her phone buzzed with a text from Carter. "Got a lead on your pharmaceutical story. Big tech connection. Meeting tomorrow." Brittany's stomach dropped as she stared at the message. Sometimes the truth had terrible timing. Lightning split the San Francisco sky as Brittany paced Marcus's darkened office. Her investigation spread across his desk in damning detail. 3 months of work laid bare. Internal emails, software specifications, testing logs, a digital trail leading straight to Sterling Tech's doorstep. Their machine learning algorithm, originally designed to optimize medical supply chains, had instead given pharmaceutical companies the perfect tool for coordinated price manipulation. The evidence was elegant in its horror. Every price spike, every supply shortage, every regional markup, all enabled by Sterling Tech's software analyzing market patterns and identifying exploitation opportunities. Worse, the program had learned to hide its tracks, burying the coordination beneath layers of seemingly innocent market fluctuations. "Your algorithm killed people," she said to the empty office, her voice hollow. As if summoned by her words, the elevator dinged. Marcus stepped out, stopping short when he saw her. His usual precise appearance was disheveled, tie loose, hair ruffled as if he'd been running his hands through it. Dark circles under his eyes suggested she wasn't the only one losing sleep over this investigation. "I was hoping I'd have more time," he said quietly, crossing to his desk. He glanced at the scattered documents, shoulders tightening. "Though I see you've found most of it already." "Most of it?" Brittany's laugh held no humor. "I found enough to know your software enabled the biggest price-fixing scheme in pharmaceutical history. I found proof your team flagged the potential for abuse 3 years ago. I found—" A half-truth. He loosened his tie further, a nervous gesture she'd never seen before. "You found the weapon, Brittany, but not why it was created or what we're doing to destroy it." Thunder rattled the windows as he moved to the wet bar, pouring 2 fingers of whiskey with a slightly unsteady hand. 3 years ago, we developed an AI system to optimize medical supply chains. The goal was reducing waste, ensuring medications reached the people who needed them most. He took a long swallow. It worked brilliantly. Too brilliantly. The AI found patterns we never anticipated, including how to manipulate prices without detection. And instead of exposing it, we tried. His voice cracked. The moment we realized what was happening, I took it to the board. But by then, the software was integrated into every major healthcare system in the country. Pulling it would have collapsed the entire pharmaceutical supply chain overnight. He set down his glass, moved to a wall panel, and pressed his palm against it. A hidden door slid open, revealing a small room filled with screens and whiteboards. Brittany followed him in, her reporter's instincts warring with the tightness in her chest at his obvious pain. "This is Atlas." He gestured to the screens showing lines of code and complex diagrams. "The healthcare initiative isn't just an app, it's a complete replacement for the compromised system. 3 years of work, building something that can't be weaponized against the people it's meant to help." Brittany studied the screens, her tech knowledge from years of investigative work helping her grasp the scope. "You're not just fixing the distribution system, you're rebuilding it from scratch. With hard-coded ethical constraints and complete transparency." He stepped closer, close enough that she could smell his cologne mixed with whiskey. "The Playboy Act, the dating scandals, they kept attention away from what we were really doing. The board thought the publicity was better than admitting what our software had enabled. And the foster care program," she turned to face him, too aware of their proximity. "Was that just more misdirection?" Pain flashed across his face. "That was penance, giving opportunities to kids like me who—" He broke off, ran a hand through his hair. "Do you know why I requested you for that first interview? Because I'm young enough to manipulate, hungry enough to buy whatever story you fed me." The bitterness in her voice surprised them both. "Because you're the only journalist I've met who cares more about truth than consequences." His hand lifted to her face, hesitated without touching. "I knew you'd find this story eventually. I needed it to be someone who'd understand why we chose this path. Someone who'd see that sometimes the right thing isn't the obvious thing." "Right," her voice cracked. "People died, Marcus. Families lost everything trying to afford medication while your company played the long game. You think I don't know that?" He gripped her shoulders, anguish raw in his voice. "Every delay, every compromise to keep the system running while we built the replacement, it haunts me. I see their faces in my dreams. But a complete collapse of the medical supply chain would have killed more people than the price hikes. I had to choose between bad and worse, and I chose the only path I could see to make it right. By lying to everyone. To me. She pulled away, but his hands slid down her arms, catching her wrists. I never lied to you. His thumbs traced circles on her pulse points, the gentle touch at odds with the intensity in his eyes. I showed you exactly who I am. The foster kid who built an empire, the CEO trying to fix his mistakes, the man who's falling in love with a journalist who sees right through every mask he wears. The confession hung between them, heavy as the storm clouds outside. Brittany's heart hammered against her ribs as years of professional walls crumbled. You don't get to say that, her voice shook. Not now. Not when you know I have to. His lips crushed against hers, desperate and demanding. For one eternal moment, she let herself feel everything, the warmth of his hands sliding into her hair, the solid strength of him beneath her clutching fingers, the years of loneliness dissolving in shared breath. Then reality crashed back like the thunder outside. She wrenched away, gasping, I have to run the story. I know. His forehead pressed against hers. That's why I trust you to tell it right. Marcus. Wait. He stepped back, straightened his shoulders. Atlas launches in 2 weeks. Your story could destroy everything we've built to fix this. Or, he moved to a computer, fingers flying over keys. You could tell the whole story. The mistake, the cover-up, and the solution. Full access to all our records. Complete transparency. Why would you risk that? Because it's time for the truth. He met her eyes steadily. And because I'm tired of hiding who I am from the woman I love. Brittany's fingers trembled as she gathered the documents from his desk. I need time. I know. He didn't try to stop her. You've already changed me, Brittany Lang. Whatever you decide, I won't hide from the truth anymore. The elevator doors closed on his silhouette, leaving Brittany alone with her racing thoughts and the ghost of his kiss still burning on her lips. In her hands, she held enough evidence to make her career and destroy the man who'd somehow slipped past every wall she'd built. Her phone lit up with a text from her editor. Tell me you have something good. Another from her mother. Don't forget dinner tomorrow, honey. And one last message from Marcus. The truth is complicated, but what I feel for you isn't. Brittany leaned against the elevator wall, closing her eyes as she descended from the storm-racked heights toward the decision that waited below. The truth had never felt so much like betrayal or tasted so much like love. The conference room had become Brittany's second home, walls covered with timeline printouts and sticky notes mapping the complex web of decisions that had led to this moment. She'd created 2 distinct storylines, the public face of Sterling Tech's healthcare involvement and the hidden battle to fix a system without destroying it. Her laptop screen showed multiple drafts of her article. Sterling Tech, breaking a system to rebuild IT, the truth behind the Playboy billionaire, Atlas unveiled. How one company's mistake led to healthcare revolution. None of them quite captured the complexity of what she discovered. Here was Marcus at 3 a.m., sending emails about ethical algorithm constraints. Here were the simulation results showing how an immediate system shutdown would disrupt medication delivery to thousands of hospitals. Here were the death threats, carefully filed away between board meeting minutes and charity gala invitations. Grace appeared with fresh coffee and a knowing look. Board meeting just ended. Thought you might want to know he won. Brittany's head snapped up. They're supporting full disclosure. After he showed them your draft article, they didn't have much choice. Grace's smile was satisfied, though throwing his resignation letter on the table might have helped. He actually did it. Apparently, some things matter more than being CEO. Grace's pointed look made Brittany blush. Later that evening, she found Marcus in his office, tie discarded, sleeves rolled up as he worked on his tablet. He looked up when she entered, and the smile that spread across his face held none of his usual careful charm, just genuine joy at seeing her. The board agreed to everything, he said before she could ask. Independent audits, public oversight of Atlas, full disclosure of past issues. We're holding a press conference next week. I heard. She perched on the edge of his desk. I also heard you threaten to quit. Reminded them I could do more damage as a whistleblower than a transparent CEO. His hand found hers, fingers intertwining naturally. Besides, I meant what I said about being done with hiding. Speaking of hiding, she pulled out her phone, showing him her final headline. Sterling Tech's hidden hero. How a foster kid built an empire and fought to fix it. His breath caught. Brittany. The world should know who you really are, Marcus. Not just the mistakes and the fixes, but the reason behind everything you do. The foster kid who never stopped trying to protect others. The man who chose the hard right over the easy wrong. They worked out the details over late-night Chinese food in his office. The press conference would come first, then her article giving the full context of both problem and solution. Sterling Tech would establish an independent ethics board for Atlas with regular public reports, and Brittany would step back from covering the company directly. Carter's already assigned me to train the new tech reporter, she said, stealing a piece of his orange chicken. No more conflicts of interest. Speaking of conflicts, Marcus set down his chopsticks. The board wants to know if you'll consult on our new transparency initiatives. Paid position, completely separate from your journalism work. Trying to keep your watchdog on a leash. Trying to keep your brilliant mind involved while respecting professional boundaries. He caught her hand, kissed her palm. Besides, someone needs to keep us honest. The city lights sparkled below as they stood on the roof garden later, his jacket draped over her shoulders against the fog's chill. I got another death threat today, he said quietly. She stiffened, but he just pulled her closer. The difference is, I'm not facing them alone anymore. His chin rested on her head. You've taught me that truth is stronger than fear. And you've taught me that truth isn't always black and white. She turned in his arms. Sometimes it's finding the right path through impossible choices. Speaking of impossible choices, he smiled against her hair. My foster care foundation is hosting a gala next month. Would my girlfriend like to be my date? Officially, publicly, no hiding. The word girlfriend made her heart skip. What happened to keeping our relationship private? I think we've both had enough of hiding. His hands framed her face. I want everyone to know that the brilliant journalist who exposed my biggest mistake is also the woman who taught me to be brave enough to fix it. Careful, she teased, even as she leaned into his touch. People might think you've gone soft. Let them, he kissed her forehead. I'm more interested in being real than being perfect. They still had obstacles to face. The press would have a field day with their relationship. Competitors would try to use Atlas's troubled history against them. There would be more threats, more challenges, more difficult choices ahead. But as Brittany put the finishing touches on her article that night, Marcus sleeping on the office couch behind her after she'd insisted he rest, she knew they'd face it all together. Their love story wasn't perfect, it was messy and complicated and real, just like the truth they'd fought so hard to tell. She added her final line. In the end, the biggest story wasn't about software or scandals or stock prices. It was about two people who discovered that real love, like real truth, doesn't hide from the hard parts. It faces them, fixes them, and grows stronger in the process. Marcus stirred on the couch, reaching out in his sleep. Brittany saved her article and went to him, letting him pull her close. Stay, he murmured, still half asleep. Always, she whispered back, finally ready to say the words that had been writing themselves in her heart. I love you too. His arms tightened around her, and Brittany smiled, knowing that tomorrow would bring new headlines, new challenges, and new chapters in their story. But for now, in the quiet of their private truth, they were exactly where they needed to be. 3 months after the Sterling Tech Exposé broke, Brittany stood in the back of a crowded auditorium, watching Marcus command the stage as he announced Atlas's official launch. Gone was the calculated charm of the playboy billionaire. In its place was something far more powerful, authentic passion, as he explained how the new system would transform healthcare access. She smiled, remembering the first time she'd seen that genuine side of him, teaching coding to foster kids in a hidden conference room. Now the whole world was seeing it. The press had been skeptical at first. A CEO voluntarily exposing his company's mistakes seemed too good to be true. But Marcus had never wavered, facing every hard question with the same honest vulnerability he'd shown her that stormy night in his office. Her article had won her the Pulitzer nomination Carter had always promised. But watching Marcus now, she knew she'd gained something far more valuable than professional acclaim. He found her eyes in the crowd as he wrapped up his speech, the corners of his mouth lifting in that private smile that still made her heart skip. The audience erupted in applause as he announced that Sterling Tech would be open sourcing Atlas's code, ensuring that no single company could ever control or corrupt the system again. Later, they slipped away to their spot in the rooftop garden. The fog was rolling in, wrapping the city in familiar silver mystery. Open sourcing Atlas wasn't in the original plan, she said, leaning against the railing beside him. Plans change. His shoulder brushed hers. Someone taught me that transparency is worth more than control. Careful, Mr. Sterling. People might actually start to trust you. Good. He turned to face her, expression serious. Because I need them to trust me when I tell them I'm stepping down as CEO. Brittany straightened. Marcus. To focus on the foundation. He caught her hands before she could protest. The foster care program has grown bigger than we ever imagined. After your article, we've had tech companies across the country wanting to partner on educational initiatives. It needs full-time leadership. And running a multi-billion-dollar company doesn't. The company needs someone focused on business. His eyes held hers. I need to focus on making things right. Really right, not just fixing past mistakes. Understanding dawned. The foster kid who became a billionaire, going back to help more kids do the same. With help from a brilliant journalist who specializes in keeping people honest. He pulled her closer. The Foundation's board wants to establish a journalism scholarship program for foster kids. We need someone to oversee it who understands both worlds. Are you offering me a job, Mr. Sterling? I'm offering you a partnership. He reached into his pocket, withdrew a small velvet box. In every sense of the word. Brittany's breath caught as he opened it, revealing a simple but elegant ring. I thought about doing this somewhere fancy, he said softly, but this felt right, where we first started being honest with each other, where you taught me that real love, like real truth, doesn't need elaborate disguises. Tears blurred her vision as he knelt. Behind him, the fog parted just enough to show the city lights, as if San Francisco itself was bearing witness. Brittany Lang, you walked into my office expecting to expose a story, and instead you exposed my heart. You taught me that being real is better than being perfect. That truth is worth the risk. That love doesn't hide from the hard parts. His voice roughened. Will you marry me and keep teaching me these things for the rest of our lives? She pulled him to his feet, laughing through her tears. Only if you promise to keep surprising me with who you really are. Is that a yes? It's a headline. She drew him down for a kiss. Tech billionaire finally gets the story right. His laugh rumbled against her lips. I love you, Miss Lang. I love you too, Mr. Sterling. She held out her hand, letting him slide the ring onto her finger, even if you did bury the lead. Later that night, they sat in his office, soon to be his former office, as Brittany drafted the press release about his career change. On her other laptop, she was working on a new story about educational access in foster care. What? She asked, catching his thoughtful look. Just thinking about that first interview. How sure you were that you had me figured out. I was right about one thing. She smiled at his raised eyebrow. You did turn out to be a story worth telling. Marcus pulled her away from the laptops and into his arms. Outside, fog and city lights created a familiar glow, the same view that had witnessed their first honest moments. But now there were no masks, no walls, no stories left untold between them. So, he murmured against her hair, what's our next chapter? Brittany closed her eyes, feeling the steady beat of his heart against her cheek. I think we're just getting to the good part. In the end, it wasn't the story either of them had expected to write. It was better. It was real. It was truth and love and second chances, all wrapped up in headlines and heartstrings. And it was only the beginning. Brad Carson stood at his dorm room window, watching the last rays of summer sunlight paint the University of Nebraska campus in shades of gold. 3 weeks into his freshman year, and he still felt like an imposter in this sea of red-bricked buildings and manicured lawns. The familiar ache of homesickness twisted in his chest as his mind drifted to the wheat fields back home, where his father would be finishing the day's harvest under that same setting sun. "You coming to the party or what, farm boy?" His roommate Tyler adjusted his collar in the mirror. "Coach said team bonding's mandatory." Brad suppressed a sigh. Another party. Another night of feeling out of place among the endless faces of students who seemed to navigate college life with an ease he couldn't quite grasp. But Tyler was right. As one of only 2 freshman wide receivers to make the starting lineup, Brad couldn't afford to skip team events. "Yeah, give me a minute." He turned from the window and pulled on his lucky red flannel shirt, the one his mother had pressed and packed for him with tears in her eyes. The familiar cotton against his skin felt like armor. The walk across campus was alive with Friday night energy. Students sprawled on blankets beneath ancient oaks, their laughter carrying on the September breeze. Brad's cleats had carved paths across these same lawns during morning practices, but tonight the grounds felt foreign again, as if the setting sun had transformed the university back into the intimidating maze it had been on day one. "Look alive, Carson." Tyler clapped him on the shoulder as they approached the 2-story house that belonged to their senior quarterback. Music pulsed through open windows, and clusters of people spilled onto the front lawn. Time to see if those farmer muscles can handle a little partying. Brad forced a smile, following Tyler through the front door into a press of bodies and beat-heavy music. The air was thick with the smell of cheap beer and perfume. He recognized a few faces from the team, nodding as he made his way toward the kitchen. If he could just grab a drink and find a quiet corner, maybe he could. That's when he saw her. She stood by the living room window, partially turned away from the chaos of the party. The soft glow of fairy lights strung across the ceiling caught in her dark hair, creating a halo effect that made Brad's breath catch. But it wasn't just her beauty that held him transfixed, it was the way she stood slightly apart from the crowd, as if she too felt like an observer rather than a participant in the revelry around them. Then she turned, and their eyes met across the room. Brad had caught countless footballs under stadium lights, but none had ever hit him with the force of those clear blue eyes. She held his gaze for a moment, and the hint of a smile touched her lips, not the practiced party smile he'd seen 100 times tonight, but something more genuine, almost conspiratorial, as if they shared a secret about the absurdity of it all. Before he could second-guess himself, Brad's feet were moving. He navigated through the crowd with the same instinct that guided him across the football field, barely registering the faces he passed. The closer he got, the more details emerged: the elegant slope of her neck, the way she held herself with unconscious grace, the subtle accent in her voice as she excused herself from a conversation with another party-goer. "Hi," Brad said, surprising himself with the steadiness in his voice. "I'm Brad Carson." She turned to face him fully, and that smile broadened. "Tamsin Prescott," she replied, and her English accent wrapped around the words like silk. She extended her hand, and Brad took it. The moment their hands touched, an electric current seemed to pass between them. It wasn't just static electricity or his imagination. He could see in the slight widening of her eyes that she felt it too. For a heartbeat, the pulsing music and chattering voices faded away, leaving only the warm pressure of her hand in his and the knowing look they shared. "You're not much for parties either, are you, Brad Carson?" Tamsin asked, withdrawing her hand but maintaining that connection with her eyes. "That obvious, huh?" He laughed softly, relaxing despite himself. "What gave me away?" "The way you're standing," she said, gesturing with her glass. "Like you're ready to run a defensive play against the whole room." Brad blinked in surprise. "You know football?" "I've learned a few things since coming to Nebraska." There was something in her tone, a hint of a larger story, but before Brad could pursue it, she continued, "Though I must admit, American football still seems needlessly complicated compared to proper football, what you lot insist on calling soccer." Their conversation flowed easily after that, moving from sports to their respective adjustments to college life. Brad found himself sharing things he hadn't told anyone about the weight of his scholarship, the pressure to prove himself, the way he missed the simple clarity of life on the farm. Tamsin listened with genuine interest, asking questions that showed she understood more than she let on about feeling out of place. But there were moments when something flickered behind her eyes, especially when the conversation turned to her own background. She spoke of England in broad strokes, steering away from specifics about her family or her life before Nebraska. Once, when a phone notification lit up her screen, Brad caught a glimpse of tension crossing her features before she quickly composed herself. "Would you like to get some air?" she asked suddenly, nodding toward the back door. "I find I can barely hear myself think in here." The back porch was mercifully empty, the music muffled enough to allow for comfortable conversation. A crisp autumn breeze carried the scent of approaching rain. They stood side by side at the railing, looking out over the darkened yard where fireflies danced like distant stars. "Sometimes," Tamsin said softly, "I watch those little lights and imagine they're carrying messages between two worlds." Brad turned to study her profile, struck by the poetry of the thought and the touch of melancholy in her voice. In that moment, she seemed both present and somehow far away, like she was straddling two realities. He had the strangest urge to reach out and anchor her to this one, to ensure she wouldn't fade away like the fireflies themselves. "What kind of messages?" he asked instead. She smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Oh, impossible things, reminders of who we are beneath all our circumstances." She turned to face him then, and something in her expression made his heart skip. "Tell me, Brad Carson, do you believe in fate?" "I believe," he started, choosing his words carefully, "that sometimes life puts certain people in our path for a reason, even if we don't understand that reason right away." Tamsin's eyes softened, and for a moment Brad thought he saw a flash of vulnerability beneath her composed exterior. "Rather wise for a freshman," she teased, but there was warmth in her voice. "Must be all that fresh farm air," he replied with a grin. She laughed then, a real laugh that seemed to surprise her with its freedom. The sound of it stirred something in Brad's chest, a recognition, a certainty that he wanted to hear that laugh again and again, to be the cause of it. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and Tamsin glanced up at the gathering clouds. "I should go," she said, though she made no move to leave. "I have an early morning tomorrow." "Will I see you again?" Brad asked, trying not to sound as eager as he felt. Tamsin paused, seeming to weigh something in her mind. Finally, she pulled out her phone. "Give me your number. Perhaps we can continue our discussion of proper football over coffee sometime." As Brad watched her disappear back into the party, he couldn't shake the feeling that his life had just shifted on its axis. Like those fireflies carrying messages between worlds, Tamsin Prescott seemed to exist somewhere between reality and dream. He didn't know then about the crown that waited in her future, or how their lives would soon be irrevocably intertwined. He only knew that for the first time since arriving at college, he felt truly present, and that the emptiness he'd been carrying had been replaced by something that felt remarkably like hope. The first drops of rain began to fall, but Brad remained on the porch a moment longer, committing every detail of their encounter to memory. In the years to come, he would look back on this night as the moment his ordinary world began to transform into something extraordinary, though even his wildest dreams couldn't have prepared him for just how extraordinary it would become. Their coffee date turned into dinner. Dinner became weekend walks across campus. Walks evolved into long conversations that stretched into the early hours of morning, neither wanting to be the first to say goodbye. As September melted into October, Brad and Tamsin fell into a rhythm as natural as the changing seasons. "You're distracted today," Tamsin observed one crisp afternoon as they strolled through the campus botanical gardens. Fallen leaves crunched beneath their feet, and the air carried the spicy scent of chrysanthemums. Brad adjusted the strap of his gym bag, wincing slightly. "That obvious. You've barely mentioned how superior English tea is to American coffee," she teased, then grew serious when she saw him flex his shoulder. "You're hurt." "It's nothing, just a rough practice." But Tamsin's concerned look made him elaborate. "Big game against Oklahoma next week. Coach has us running drills until we can't feel our legs." Tamsin stopped walking, turning to face him. Without hesitation, she reached up and gently probed his shoulder. Her touch was clinical, practiced something Brad filed away in his growing mental list of Tamsin's unexpected skills. "You've strained your rotator cuff," she said. "My brother used to." She caught herself, hand falling away. "I mean, I've seen similar injuries in athletes." It was the first time she'd mentioned her family without immediately changing the subject. Brad waited, hoping she might continue, but the moment passed as quickly as it had come. He'd learned not to push when Tamsin retreated behind her careful walls. Instead, he caught her hand before she could step back. "Maybe you could help me with some physical therapy," he suggested with an exaggerated waggle of his eyebrows. Tamsin laughed, the sound bright against the autumn quiet. "Cheeky," she said, but she didn't pull her hand away. Her fingers intertwined with his, warm despite the October chill. They resumed walking, hand in hand now, and Brad marveled at how natural it felt, how right. But there was something about the way Tamsin kept glancing at their joined hands, as if memorizing the sight, that made his chest ache with an emotion he couldn't quite name. "I have an idea," he said suddenly. "Come home with me this weekend." Tamsin's step faltered. "What?" "To the farm. Dad's hosting the harvest festival, and I promised I'd help out. You could meet my family, see where I grew up." He squeezed her hand gently. "Unless you have other plans." There was that look again, the one that suggested she was wrestling with something just beyond his understanding. But then her face softened. "I'd love to." Saturday morning found them driving through Nebraska's heartland, miles of harvested cornfields stretching to the horizon. Tamsin sat in the passenger seat of Brad's weathered pickup truck, her designer boots looking absurdly out of place against the worn floorboards. "Sorry about the lack of luxury," Brad said, suddenly self-conscious about the truck's rattling heater and the tear in the seat's upholstery. Tamsin's response surprised him. "It's perfect," she said softly, running her hand along the dashboard. "It's real." There was such longing in her voice that Brad glanced over, but she was already looking out the window, watching the landscape roll by. The Carson family farm appeared on the horizon like a painting red barn proud against the autumn sky, farmhouse wreathed in morning mist. Brad's mother burst out of the front door before he'd fully parked, wrapping him in a fierce hug before turning to Tamsin with equal warmth. "You must be the girl who's been keeping our Brad from calling home," Sarah Carson said, but her smile was kind. "It's lovely to meet you, Mrs. Carson," Tamsin replied, and Brad watched in amazement as his mother melted at the sound of that refined English accent. The day passed in a blur of introductions and activity. Tamsin threw herself into the harvest festival preparations with unexpected enthusiasm, rolling up her sleeves to help in the kitchen and listening intently as Brad's father explained the intricacies of crop rotation. "She's not what I expected," Brad's mother said quietly, catching him alone while Tamsin helped his younger sister string lights in the barn. "What do you mean?" Sarah studied her son. A girl like that, educated, wealthy, obviously from a very different world she could be putting on airs, but she's genuine. She patted Brad's cheek. "She looks at you like you hang the moon, sweetheart." Brad felt his face warm. "Mom, just be careful with your heart," she added, her expression turning serious. "Sometimes the things that shine the brightest can burn the hottest." As evening fell, the farm came alive with music and laughter. Neighbors and friends filled the barn, children darted between hay bales, and the air was rich with the smell of Sarah Carson's famous apple pie. Brad found Tamsin standing apart from the crowd, watching the festivities with an expression of wonder. The string lights cast a soft glow on her face, and something in his chest tightened at the sight. "Penny for your thoughts?" he asked, offering her a glass of cider. "I was just thinking," she said, accepting the drink, "how remarkable this all is. Everyone here knows each other, supports each other. They're connected by something real, not by—" She trailed off, taking a sip of cider. "Not by what?" Tamsin shook her head. "It doesn't matter. Thank you for bringing me here, Brad, for sharing this with me." Before he could respond, the band struck up a familiar tune, an old country love song his parents had danced to at their wedding. "May I have this dance, my lady?" he asked with an exaggerated bow. Tamsin's laugh caught in her throat at his choice of words, but she took his offered hand. As he led her onto the makeshift dance floor, Brad was struck by the contradictions in her movement, the formal grace of what was clearly years of dance training, softening into something more natural as she relaxed in his arms. "I should warn you," she murmured against his shoulder. "I'm not very good at following someone else's lead." "Good thing I'm not trying to lead," Brad replied. "Just dancing with you." They swayed together as the music played, and Brad felt Tamsin gradually let go of her perfect posture, melting into him until he could feel her heartbeat against his chest. In that moment, all his doubts about their different backgrounds, all his questions about her mysterious past, faded away. There was only the warmth of her in his arms, the smell of hay and apples in the air, and the feeling that something extraordinary was building between them. But later that night, as they sat on the farmhouse porch watching stars emerge in the vast Nebraska sky, Brad caught Tamsin wiping away tears. "Tamsin," he reached for her hand. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," she said quickly, but her smile was brittle. "Everything's perfect. That's what makes it so." She took a shaky breath. "Brad, there are things about me, about my life, that I haven't told you." His heart thundered in his chest. "You can tell me anything." Tamsin turned to him then, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "Can I? What if it changes everything?" "Hey!" Brad cupped her face in his hands, thumbs brushing away the moisture on her cheeks. "Nothing could change how I feel about you." She leaned into his touch for a moment, then pulled back. "You can't promise that." "Try me." Tamsin opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed it again. After a long moment, she whispered, "Not yet. Please, can we have this? Just for a little while longer." Brad wanted to press her, to unravel the mystery that surrounded her like a cloak, but something in her pleading expression made him nod. "As long as you need." She kissed him then, and Brad tasted salt on her lips. It was different from their previous kisses, desperate, almost hungry, as if she was trying to memorize the feel of him. When they broke apart, Tamsin buried her face in his neck, and Brad held her close as crickets sang in the darkness. He didn't know then that their time in this simple reality was running out. Didn't know that across an ocean, events were already in motion that would shatter their carefully built world. But some part of him must have sensed it, because he held Tamsin a little tighter that night, as if he could keep her anchored to this moment forever. Above them, stars wheeled in their ancient paths, indifferent to the secrets and fears that swirled between two hearts learning to beat as one. And somewhere in London, a phone was ringing with news that would change everything. The November morning dawned grey and heavy with unspoken promises of snow. Brad sat in the campus coffee shop where he and Tamsin had shared their first date, turning his phone over and over in his hands. Her text had been uncharacteristically brief. "We need to talk, please." Something had shifted in the weeks since their visit to the farm. Tamsin had grown distant, distracted. She'd missed their usual coffee dates, citing vague commitments. When they did meet, he often caught her checking her phone with increasing anxiety, her face paling at whatever messages she received. The bell above the door chimed, and Brad looked up to see Tamsin. His greeting died in his throat. She was pale, her usual grace replaced by a brittle tension that made his heart clench. "Tamsin," he stood, reaching for her, but she took a step back. "Not here," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Can we go somewhere private?" They ended up in Brad's dorm room, thank God for Tyler's morning practice schedule. Tamsin paced the small space like a caged animal, while Brad sat on the edge of his bed, his stomach in knots. "You're scaring me," he said finally, "whatever it is." "I'm Lady Tamsin Elizabeth Prescott," she interrupted, the words tumbling out like she couldn't hold them back anymore. "10th in line to the British throne, or at least, I was." Brad stared at her, the words not quite computing. "What?" Tamsin's laugh held no humor. "I came to Nebraska to escape, to have one normal year before." She ran a hand through her hair, a gesture so uncharacteristically nervous that it made Brad's chest ache. "But now everything's changed. There was an accident, the royal yacht, my cousins, their children." Her voice broke. Brad stood slowly, understanding beginning to dawn. "Tamsin." "7 people, Brad. 7 people between me and the throne, gone in one horrible moment." She wrapped her arms around herself, and Brad saw she was shaking. "And then this morning, my uncle, King Edgar, they found him in his study. A heart attack, they said, and his brother," a sob escaped her. "His helicopter went down on the way to the palace. They're all gone. They're all gone, and now you're..." "Queen." The word fell between them like a stone. "I'm to be crowned Queen of England." Brad's legs gave out, and he sank back onto the bed. His mind raced, trying to piece together all the little clues he'd missed: her perfect posture, her diplomatic way of speaking, the way she'd sometimes slip and reference places and experiences far beyond a normal college student's reach. God, he'd been so blind. "Say something," Tamsin whispered. "Please." He looked up at her, this woman he'd fallen in love with, who now seemed both achingly familiar and suddenly, terrifyingly unknown. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because with you, I could just be Tamsin." Her voice cracked. "For the first time in my life, someone really saw me without the weight of the crown hovering over every interaction. You loved me for who I am, not what I was born to be." She knelt in front of him, taking his hands. "These past months with you have been the most real thing I've ever known." Brad stared at their joined hands, remembering all the times they'd walked across campus together, all the quiet moments they'd shared. "What happens now?" "There's a car waiting to take me to the airport. The Privy Council is meeting in 2 hours to formally acknowledge my accession." Her grip on his hands tightened. "I have to go. Now. I have a long flight back to England." "Now." The word came out sharper than he intended. Just like that. "I don't have a choice." The desperation in her voice made him flinch. "My family is dead, Brad. My country needs me. I have responsibilities that..." "I know," he cut her off, gentler this time. "I know you do." He reached up to cup her face, thumbs brushing away tears she hadn't seemed to notice were falling. "But what about us?" Tamsin leaned into his touch, her eyes closing. "That depends on you." "What do you mean?" She opened her eyes, and Brad saw in them a vulnerability that broke his heart. "I'm not just asking you to accept that I'm royal. I'm asking you to accept that I'm about to become one of the most visible people on the planet. Every move you make, every word you speak will be scrutinized. Your life will never be truly private again." She took a shaky breath. "It would be easier for you to walk away now." Brad was quiet for a long moment, letting the full weight of her words sink in. His whole life would change. His dreams of a quiet future, of taking over the family farm someday, of raising children away from the spotlight, all of it would have to be reimagined. But then he looked at Tamsin, really looked at her. Beneath the titles and responsibilities, beneath the weight of a crown she never wanted, she was still the woman who'd laughed at his terrible jokes, who'd gotten dirt under her perfectly manicured nails helping his mother in the garden, who danced with him in a Nebraska barn like it was a royal ballroom. "Do you remember," he said slowly, "that first night when you asked me if I believed in fate?" She nodded, her eyes never leaving his face. "I said sometimes life puts certain people in our path for a reason." He stood, pulling her up with him. "I didn't understand the reason then, but I do now." "Brad, I love you," he said simply. "Queen or commoner, it doesn't matter. I love you, Tamsin Elizabeth Prescott, and if you'll have me, I'm not going anywhere." A sob escaped her, and then she was in his arms, clinging to him like he was the only solid thing in her world. He held her just as tightly, knowing that this moment marked the end of one chapter and the beginning of another one that would test them in ways they couldn't yet imagine. "We should go," she whispered eventually, though she made no move to pull away. "My security team is probably having fits." Brad couldn't help but laugh, even as his heart raced at the reality of what was coming. Security team, right, that's going to take some getting used to. Tamsin pulled back just enough to look at him, her eyes searching his face. "Are you sure about this? Really sure? Because once we walk out that door—" He silenced her with a kiss not desperate like their last few had been, but sure and steady and full of promise. When they broke apart, he pressed his forehead to hers. "God save the Queen," he whispered, and felt her smile against his lips. The world outside was waiting, full of challenges they could barely imagine. But in that moment, in the quiet of Brad's dorm room, they were just a boy and a girl, holding onto each other as their lives transformed around them. And somehow, that was enough. "Let's go," Brad said, taking her hand. "Your Majesty." Tamsin squeezed his hand, and together they walked toward the door, toward their new reality, toward whatever fate had in store for them next. The morning sun finally broke through the clouds, casting long shadows across the floor, like a crown being placed upon their joined hands. The first time Brad saw Tamsin in her full regalia, his heart stopped. She stood at the top of the palace stairs, sunlight streaming through stained glass windows to cast colored shadows across her face. The crown, not yet the official one, but a smaller tiara for state functions, caught the light like captured stars. "You're staring," she said softly as he approached, her public mask slipping just enough to show his Tamsin underneath. "Can you blame me?" He reached for her hand, then hesitated, suddenly unsure of protocol. "Am I allowed to?" Tamsin closed the distance between them, threading her fingers through his. "You're allowed to do a lot more than that," she whispered, and despite the weight of the tiara, despite the formal gown and the watching eyes of palace staff, she was still the same woman who danced with him in a Nebraska barn. The past 2 weeks had been a crash course in royal life. Brad's head spun with protocols and titles, proper forms of address, and the intricate dance of court politics. He traded his college dorm for a suite of rooms in Buckingham Palace, his worn jeans for carefully tailored suits. "Your posture is improving," noted Lady Isabella, Tamsin's chief lady-in-waiting, as she swept past them in the corridor. "But do remember, a gentleman never puts his hands in his pockets." Brad quickly removed his hand from his pocket, earning a sympathetic smile from Tamsin. They'd developed a private game of it, one squeeze of the hand for each protocol reminder, 2 squeezes when they both wanted to laugh at the absurdity of it all. "How do you keep it all straight?" he asked later that evening as they walked through the palace gardens. It was their daily ritual now, stealing these moments between Tamsin's endless meetings and appearances. "Years of practice," she replied, then added more softly, "though I never expected to need these lessons." Her voice caught on the last word, and Brad pulled her closer. The weight of Tamsin's losses hung heavy in these quiet moments. She maintained perfect composure in public, but here, with only Brad as witness, she allowed herself to grieve. He'd learned to recognize the signs, the slight tremor in her hands, the way she'd sometimes stop mid-sentence, caught by a memory. "Tell me about them," he suggested gently. They'd reached their favorite spot, a secluded bench partially hidden by weeping willows. Here, they could almost pretend they were just 2 young people in love, not a queen and her consort-to-be. Tamsin was quiet for a long moment, her head resting on his shoulder. "My cousin Richard had this ridiculous laugh," she said finally. "It would echo through the whole palace during family gatherings. And his children—" She took a shaky breath. Emma was learning to play piano. She'd practice at dawn, these horrible scales that would wake everyone up, but nobody had the heart to tell her to stop. Brad held her as the memories spilled out, each one a thread connecting her past to their present. He'd learned that sometimes the best thing he could do was listen, to be the steady ground beneath her feet as she navigated this sea of loss and duty. But their time wasn't all heavy with grief. There were moments of pure joy too, like when Tamsin snuck into his suite one morning wearing jeans and a Nebraska Cornhuskers sweatshirt she'd stolen from his luggage. "Quick," she'd said, eyes sparkling with mischief. "Let's escape before Lady Isabella finds me dressed like a commoner." They'd spent that morning exploring London like tourists, Tamsin's security detail following at a discreet distance. She showed him her favorite hidden corners of the city, places that held memories of a more carefree time. They ate fish and chips from paper wrappings and laughed when Brad accidentally called the River Thames the Thames. "You're good for her," said Philip, the head of Tamsin's security team, catching Brad alone after their adventure. "We haven't seen her smile like that since before." The comment warmed Brad, but he couldn't shake his lingering doubts about his place in this world. They surfaced again during his first official public appearance when he heard the whispers. American farm boy, not suitable, political liability. Tamsin found him afterward in the palace library, slumped in one of the ancient leather chairs. "I heard what Lady Ashworth said," she said without preamble. "Tamsin, no, listen to me." She knelt in front of his chair, taking his hands in hers. "You know what my uncle, the king, told me the last time I saw him? He said that the crown's greatest weakness is its isolation from the real world, that we become so wrapped in tradition and protocol that we forget how to connect with our people." She reached up to cup his face, making him meet her eyes. "You, Bradley Carson, with your farm boy charm and your Nebraska values, are exactly what this monarchy needs. More importantly, you're exactly what I need. Even when I accidentally bow to the footman. Especially then." Her smile was soft, private. "You make me remember who I am beneath all this. When I'm with you, I'm not just the queen, I'm still that girl who fell in love in a college party in Nebraska." The moment was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Your Majesty," Tamsin's secretary called. "The Prime Minister has arrived for your meeting." Tamsin sighed, the weight of her role settling back onto her shoulders, but before she stood, she leaned in to kiss Brad softly. "Stay strong, my love. We're in this together." As Brad watched her go, back straight and head high, he felt something shift inside him. The whispers and sideways glances didn't matter. The protocols and traditions he could learn. What mattered was the woman who carried the weight of a nation on her shoulders, who somehow managed to balance duty and love with grace he couldn't fathom. Later that night, unable to sleep, Brad found himself on the palace balcony overlooking the city. London sprawled before him, a tapestry of lights and shadows, so different from the starlit fields of home. A soft footfall behind him announced Tamsin's presence. "I couldn't sleep either," she said, wrapping her arms around him from behind. "Thinking about tomorrow's Privy Council meeting." "Actually," he turned to face her, "I was thinking about us, about how far we've come from that first night at the party." Tamsin's face softened. "Do you regret it, any of it?" "Not for a second," he pulled her closer. "Though I do have one request, Your Majesty." "Oh, when we get married, and yes, that's when, not if I want us to have 2 ceremonies. The big royal wedding that protocol demands, and a small one, just us and my family, in that barn back home." Tears welled in Tamsin's eyes, but her smile was radiant. "In that case, I have a request too." "Anything." "Dance with me." She held out her hand, just as she had that night in Nebraska, right here under the stars. And so they danced, the Queen of England and her American farm boy, while London slept below. No music played except the rhythm of their hearts, No crown adorned Tamsin's head except the stars above. In that moment, they were simply Brad and Tamsin again, two souls who had found each other against all odds, learning to balance love and duty, past and future, farm and palace. The challenges ahead were many. Tomorrow would bring more meetings, more protocols, more whispers to navigate. But here, in each other's arms, they had found their truth that love, real love, could bridge any distance, weather any storm, and even, perhaps, support the weight of a crown. The morning of Tamsin's coronation dawned clear and bright, sunlight streaming through Westminster Abbey's ancient stained glass windows like liquid gold. Brad stood in a side chamber, adjusting his ceremonial uniform for the 100th time, when a familiar voice made him turn. Nervous farm boy. His mother stood in the doorway, resplendent in a deep blue dress that had been specially designed for the occasion. Sarah Carson's eyes were bright with tears as she approached her son. "Look at you," she whispered, reaching up to straighten his already perfect collar. "If your grandfather could see you now." "He'd probably say I clean up okay for a corn husker," Brad smiled, though his own eyes were suspiciously damp. The past couple of weeks had been a whirlwind of preparation, protocol, and private moments stolen between state functions. Brad had thrown himself into his royal training with the same determination that had earned him his football scholarship, while Tamsin navigated her new role with a grace that took his breath away. "She asked to see you," Sarah said softly, "before the ceremony." Brad's heart skipped. Is that allowed? Since when has that ever stopped you two? Following a discreet palace guard through the Abbey's labyrinthine corridors, Brad found Tamsin in the Queen's waiting room. She stood before a full-length mirror, already dressed in her coronation gown, though the crown itself waited on its cushion nearby. "I thought it was bad luck for the groom to see the bride before the wedding," she said without turning, catching his reflection in the mirror. "Good thing this isn't a wedding, then." Brad crossed the room to stand behind her, their eyes meeting in the mirror. "Though you look more beautiful than any bride." Tamsin turned to face him, and Brad saw the vulnerability beneath her composed exterior. "I keep thinking about that night at the Harvest Festival," she said softly. "How simple everything seemed then." "Nothing about you has ever been simple, Your Majesty." He caught her hand, bringing it to his lips. "That's what makes you extraordinary." A knock at the door signaled it was time. Before Tamsin could step away, Brad pulled her close for one last private moment. "I love you," he whispered. "Queen, princess, or college girl in a Nebraska barn, I love every version of you." Tamsin's answering kiss tasted of promise and forever. The ceremony itself passed in a blur of ancient words and solemn vows. Brad watched from his designated place as Tamsin knelt before the Archbishop, her head bowed under the weight of history and expectation. When the crown was finally placed upon her head, he felt the collective intake of breath from the assembled dignitaries. But Brad wasn't watching the crown. He was watching Tamsin's hands clasped tightly in her lap, and he knew she was doing their private signal 2 squeezes, their code for when the moment became almost too much to bear. Without thinking, he squeezed his own hands in response and saw her shoulders relax infinitesimally. Hours later, after the ceremony and the procession and the endless formal receptions, Brad found Tamsin in their private garden. She still wore her crown and ceremonial robes, but her feet were bare in the grass. "There you are," he said softly, shrugging off his jacket to wrap around her shoulders. "The Prime Minister is looking for you." "Let him look." Tamsin leaned back against his chest, tilting her head to see the stars emerging in the darkening sky. "Just give me 5 more minutes of being just yours." Brad chuckled. "You're never just mine anymore. You belong to history now." "No," she turned in his arms, her eyes fierce despite her exhaustion. "Everything out there, the crown, the duty, the history that belongs to Queen Tamsin Elizabeth Regina. But in here," she placed her hand over his heart, "I'm still just Tamsin. Your Tamsin." "My Tamsin," he agreed, pulling her closer. Who'd have thought a Nebraska farm boy could fall in love with a queen? Who'd have thought a queen could find her heart in Nebraska? They stood in comfortable silence, listening to the distant sounds of London celebrating their new monarch. Finally, Tamsin spoke again. "I have something to show you." She reached into a pocket of her robes and pulled out a small, worn photograph. Brad recognized it immediately, the two of them at the harvest festival, dancing in his family's barn, neither aware the picture was being taken. "I keep it with me," Tamsin said softly, "to remind me of who we are at our core. Not queen and consort, not titles and protocols, but just us," Brad finished. He studied the photo, remembering the simple joy of that moment. "We should frame it. Put it right next to all those formal portraits of your ancestors." Tamsin laughed, the sound as free and clear as it had been in Nebraska. "Scandalous. I love it." A discreet cough announced the presence of Tamsin's secretary. "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister." "Tell him 5 minutes, Norman," Tamsin said without looking away from Brad. "The Queen is having an important consultation about agricultural policy with her American advisor." Once they were alone again, Brad touched the crown gently. "Heavy." "Not anymore," Tamsin smiled up at him. "Not with you helping me carry it." Later that night, as London's celebrations continued below their windows, Brad held Tamsin close in their bed, her crown carefully placed on its cushion, her ceremonial robes replaced by one of his old Nebraska t-shirts. She was already half asleep, the exhaustion of the day finally catching up with her. "Brad," she murmured, "thank you for choosing this, for choosing me." He pressed a kiss to her temple. "As if I ever had a choice. Pretty sure fate made that decision the moment you walked into that party." Tamsin smiled against his chest. "Tell me again about that night." "Which part? How you pretended not to know anything about football, or how you tried to hide your accent?" "Tell me about the moment you knew." Brad was quiet for a moment, remembering. "It was when you looked at me across that crowded room," he said finally. "Like you saw past everything I was trying to be, straight to who I really was. No one had ever looked at me quite like that before." "I saw my future," Tamsin whispered. "I just didn't know then what form it would take." "And now?" She propped herself up to look at him, her eyes soft with love and certainty. "Now I know that whether I'm wearing a crown or your old sweatshirt, whether we're in Buckingham Palace or a Nebraska barn, my future is wherever you are." "God save the Queen," Brad murmured against her lips. "God save us both," Tamsin answered, and kissed him like they were still just two college students falling in love, like the crown and the kingdom and all the weight of history were nothing compared to this, their sovereign hearts beating as one beneath the London stars. In a world where duty and desire so rarely align, they'd found that rarest of things, a love strong enough to bear the weight of a crown, yet simple enough to flourish in a farmer's field. For in the end, it wasn't about the throne or the titles, but about two hearts that recognized in each other something both extraordinary and real. And that, perhaps, was the greatest sovereignty of all. The lavender stalks whispered secrets to the morning breeze as Claire traced her familiar path through the fields. Dawn painted the sky in watercolor strokes of rose and gold, but her fingers still clutched the worn medical identification bracelet at her wrist, its metal cool against her pulse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She counted her steps, matching her breathing to the rhythm as Dr. Lambert had taught her. The morning ritual helped quiet the echoes of artillery that sometimes still ricocheted through her dreams. "I am safe. I am here," she whispered, the words carried away by the wind that rustled through the purple-tipped rose stretching toward the horizon. A bumblebee hummed past, drawn to the sweet perfume of the flowers. Claire envied its simple purpose, its ability to move through the world without the weight of memory. The crunch of footsteps on gravel made her spine stiffen. She turned to find Antoine Dubois watching her from the edge of the field, his dark hair tousled from sleep or work. it was often difficult to tell with him. A leather-bound notebook peeked from his pocket, its edges soft with use. The sight of it made something flutter in her chest, though she quickly tamped the feeling down. Mademoiselle Vernet, he nodded, formal even after 3 weeks of her presence on his farm. You're up early. The morning air helps clear my thoughts, Monsieur Dubois. She matched his formality, though the title felt strange on her tongue. In the field hospital, there had been little time for such proprieties between the screams and the blood and the desperate race against death. But this wasn't the war, she reminded herself. This was Provence, where even the air tasted of peace and lavender. Antoine shifted his weight, one hand absently touching the notebook in his pocket. The bank inspector arrives tomorrow. His voice was quiet, but carried an undercurrent of tension she recognized all too well, the sound of someone trying very hard to maintain control. I trust our arrangement is still acceptable. Claire's fingers found her bracelet again. The cool metal grounded her as she considered their strange bargain, her presence as his supposed wife, allowing him access to aid reserved for veterans' families in exchange for sanctuary among his lavender fields. Of course, she said, I gave you my word. He nodded once, sharp and quick, then turned toward the barn, but he paused after a few steps, looking back over his shoulder. Your morning walks, they help. With the... He gestured vaguely toward his head, then seemed to regret the motion. The question surprised her. It was the first time he'd acknowledged her ritual directly, though she'd often felt his eyes following her progress through the fields. Yes, she said softly, they do. Something flickered across his face, understanding, perhaps, or recognition. But before she could be certain, he was striding away, his shoulders set in that two straight lines she'd come to recognize. The posture of a man carrying a burden too heavy to share. Claire watched him disappear into the barn, where the morning light painted the weathered wood in strokes of gold. A rooster crowed from the direction of the farmhouse, and she could hear Madame Dubois, Vivienne, beginning her own morning routine, the clatter of pots and pans a domestic symphony that still felt foreign after years of artillery fire and ambulance sirens. She looked down at her hands, steady now in the growing light. They had once been instruments of healing, certain in their purpose. Now they would learn new work among the lavender, and perhaps, though she barely dared think it, they might also learn to build something beyond survival. The sun crested the distant hills, setting the fields ablaze with purple fire. Claire took one more deep breath of the lavender-scented air, then turned toward the farmhouse. There was work to be done, appearances to maintain, and somewhere between the truth and their necessary fiction, a path forward to find. The kitchen smelled of fresh bread and memories when Claire stepped through the farmhouse door. Vivienne Dubois stood at the weathered wooden table, her fingers working the dough with practiced grace despite the slight tremor Claire's nurse's eye couldn't help but notice. Morning light streamed through the window, catching the silver threads in the older woman's dark hair. Ah, there you are, Vivienne said without looking up. The bread will be ready soon. Antoine takes his with lavender honey, she paused, hands stilling in the dough. But of course you'd know that, being his wife. The words hung in the air like dust motes in the sunlight. Claire's throat tightened as she moved to wash her hands at the pump sink. The cool water couldn't wash away the weight of the lie they were living. I'm still learning, she managed, hating how the words stuck in her throat. In the field hospital, she'd never hesitated, never stumbled over what needed to be said. But there, truth had been as sharp and clear as a surgeon's blade. Vivienne's hands resumed their rhythm in the dough, but her voice softened. We all are, my dear, every day. She glanced toward the window, where Antoine's figure was visible crossing the yard, that familiar notebook in his hands. He sketches, you know, like his father used to, solutions to problems that haven't even appeared yet. Claire followed her gaze. Antoine had stopped by the lavender field's edge, pencil moving across paper with quick, decisive strokes. The morning light caught his profile, and for a moment she could see the boy he must have been before the weight of the farm's future settled onto his shoulders. A sharp rap at the kitchen door scattered her thoughts like startled birds. Madame Dubois, Paulette Martin's voice carried through the wood, bright as the copper pots hanging on the wall. I've brought those soap samples we discussed. Vivienne quickly wiped her hands on her apron. Coming, coming. But as she turned, her foot caught on the uneven flagstone. She stumbled, one hand flying to her chest. Claire was there before conscious thought, her nurse's instincts taking over. She steadied the older woman with gentle hands, noting the rapid pulse, the slight breathlessness that spoke of more than just a stumble. Sit, Claire murmured, already guiding Vivienne to a chair. I'll get the door. Paulette burst in like a warm summer breeze, her arms full of wrapped parcels that filled the kitchen with the sweet scent of lavender soap. Her cheerful expression faltered when she saw Vivienne seated, Claire hovering nearby with professional concern, poorly disguised as casual attention. Oh, is everything? Perfectly fine, Vivienne cut in, though her hand remained pressed to her chest. Just these old stones always trying to trip me. She forced a laugh that didn't reach her eyes. Now, show me what you've brought. Claire retreated to the sink, but kept Vivienne in her peripheral vision as Paulette unwrapped her soaps, chattering about essential oil ratios and market prices. The older woman's color was improving, but that hand hadn't moved from her chest. Through the window, Antoine was still absorbed in his notebook, unaware of what had just transpired in the kitchen. Claire watched him tear out a page, crumple it, then begin again with fierce concentration. So many secrets in this house, each one as fragile as lavender blooms before a storm. The morning passed in a blur of domestic tasks that still felt foreign to Claire's hospital-trained hands. As she helped Vivienne with the bread and listened to Paulette's plans for the upcoming market day, her mind kept returning to the tremor she'd noticed, the shortness of breath. Medical concerns tangled with their precarious deception. How could she suggest a proper examination without raising questions about her expertise? A farmer's wife wouldn't know to watch for signs of heart strain. Claire, Vivienne's voice pulled her from her thoughts. Would you take some bread to Antoine? He forgets to eat when he's worried about the bank. The older woman's eyes held something unreadable. Knowledge or challenge, or perhaps both. Claire accepted the warm loaf wrapped in clean linen, its weight as substantial as the unspoken things between them. Outside, the sun had climbed higher, burning away the morning mist, but not the shadows that seemed to cling to the edges of their carefully constructed world. Tomorrow, the bank inspector would arrive, and their performance would need to be flawless. But for now, there was only the bread in her hands, the lavender swaying in the breeze, and Antoine's bent head as he sketched solutions to problems that multiplied like weeds after rain. Antoine's pencil stilled as Claire's shadow fell across his notebook. The scent of fresh bread mingled with lavender on the morning breeze, and something in his chest tightened at her quiet approach. He'd been sketching irrigation patterns again, anything to avoid thinking about tomorrow's inspection. Your mother sent this. Claire held out the bread wrapped in linen, her sleeve pulling back just enough to reveal that medical bracelet she always wore. She says you forget to eat when you're worried. A retort rose to his lips, but died as he noticed the concern in her eyes, not for him, he realized, but directed back toward the farmhouse. His mother. Something cold settled in his stomach. What happened? The words came out sharper than he'd intended. Claire's fingers worried at her bracelet. She stumbled in the kitchen, just for a moment, but she hesitated, then squared her shoulders in a way he'd come to recognize. It was the same stance she took during her morning walks when she fought whatever demons the war had left her. Her pulse was rapid, and there's a tremor in her hands that's not just age. Thunder rumbled in the distance, though the morning sky remained stubbornly blue. Antoine's hand clenched around his notebook, crumpling the corner of his latest sketch. You were watching her like a nurse. I am a nurse. The words hung between them like the coming storm. Claire took a breath, then continued more softly. And before you say it, yes, I know that raises questions. A farmer's wife with medical training, but surely keeping your mother healthy matters more than our deception. Antoine stood abruptly, shoving the notebook into his pocket. than the story we've crafted so carefully, the one that's supposed to save this farm tomorrow." A warm wind gusted through the lavender, carrying the sweet scent that had once meant home and hope, but now felt like a chain around his neck. Claire didn't back away from his anger. If anything, she seemed to grow calmer, more certain. "Your mother needs to be examined by a doctor," she said, "and soon. I've seen enough heart conditions to—" "Mademoiselle Vernet," Paulette's voice cut across the field. The soapmaker was hurrying toward them, her face flushed with excitement or exertion. "Oh, pardon. Madame Dubois, I mean." She tittered at her deliberate mistake, but her eyes were sharp. "I've just heard from my cousin in the village. The bank inspector, Monsieur Gerard. He's arrived early. He's taking rooms at the inn right now." The blood drained from Antoine's face. Claire's hand found his arm, her grip steady and grounding. "When?" The word felt like gravel in his throat. "They say he'll begin his rounds this afternoon." Paulette clutched her shawl against another gust of wind. "I thought you should know, since—" Her gaze darted between them, hungry for any sign that might confirm the whispered speculations about the sudden appearance of Antoine's mysterious wife. "Thank you, Paulette." Claire's voice was warm but firm. "We appreciate the warning. Now, if you'll excuse us, my husband and I have preparations to make." "My husband?" The words sent an unexpected jolt through Antoine's chest, even as part of him recoiled at the lie. But Claire's hand was still on his arm, and her fingers weren't trembling. She'd survived a war, he reminded himself. Surely they could survive this. Of course," Paulette retreated, though reluctantly. "I'll just check on dear Vivienne before I go. She seemed a bit piqued earlier." "I'll see to my mother." Antoine's voice was quiet, but carried enough steel to make Paulette blink. "Thank you for the soap samples. Claire will settle the account later." When Paulette had finally gone, Claire's hand fell away from his arm. The absence felt like a physical thing. "We need to talk," she said. "About your mother, about the inspector, about all of it. But first," she pressed the bread into his hands, still warm through the linen. "Eat something, please. You'll need your strength." Another rumble of thunder, closer now. Antoine looked up at the gathering clouds, then back at Claire. She'd already turned toward the farmhouse, her back straight, her steps measured. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He'd noticed her counting rhythm weeks ago, but had never asked why. There were so many things they'd never asked each other. The wind picked up, carrying the first hints of rain. Antoine broke off a piece of the bread, remembering how his mother's hands had shaped it. The same hands that now trembled, that Claire's nurse's eyes had assessed with professional concern. His fingers found the notebook in his pocket, full of sketches and solutions, but none for the problems that mattered most. Thunder cracked overhead like artillery fire, and he saw Claire falter mid-step before catching herself. Without conscious thought, he was moving, closing the distance between them as the first heavy drops began to fall. The storm broke over the farmhouse like waves of artillery fire. Claire pressed her back against the kitchen wall, fighting to breathe as thunder crashed overhead. Her fingers found her bracelet, but the metal was warm now, useless as an anchor. The kitchen swam before her eyes, transforming into the field hospital's chaos. The moans of the wounded, the metallic scent of blood, the endless roll of guns in the distance. "Claire!" Antoine's voice cut through the fog of memory. He stood in the doorway, rain dripping from his hair, his notebook a dark stain against his shirt where he'd tucked it away. "Claire, look at me." She forced her eyes to focus on him, on the kitchen's familiar shapes swimming back into view. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The counting helped, but not enough. Another thunderclap shook the windows, and she flinched. "Mademoiselle, Monsieur Dubois," a cultured voice called from the front of the house. "Anyone home?" The bank inspector. Claire's heart stuttered. Antoine's eyes met hers, wide with panic that matched her own, but for entirely different reasons. "Here," she whispered, reaching for his hand. "Help me up, we have to." A cry from upstairs cut through everything. The storm, their fear, the inspector's approaching footsteps. Vivienne's voice, tight with pain. "Mammon!" Antoine turned toward the stairs, but Claire's grip on his hand tightened. The inspector, she reminded him, though every nerve screamed at her to run upstairs to help to heal. You have to. My mother needs. Your mother needs a nurse. Claire forced steel into her voice, the same tone she'd used ordering orderlies through artillery barrages. And your farm needs its owner to greet Monsieur Gerard. Now. Thunder boomed again, but this time Claire used the fear, transmuted it into purpose. She squeezed Antoine's hand once hard. Trust me, please. For a heartbeat, he stared at her, then he nodded, sharp and decisive. Go, help her. Claire was already moving toward the stairs as Antoine strode to meet the inspector. She caught fragments of his greeting. Monsieur Gerard, welcome to our humble farm, before another peal of thunder swallowed the words. She found Vivienne crumpled beside her bed, one hand pressed to her chest, breath coming in short gasps. The older woman's eyes widened at Claire's approach. The inspector, Vivienne managed. You should be. Hush, Claire knelt, her fingers finding Vivienne's pulse, too fast, too irregular. Let me help you onto the bed. But the farm will still be here. Claire's hands were steady now, her mind clear. This was what she knew, what she'd trained for. Antoine is handling the inspector. My job is handling you. Vivienne's laugh turned into a cough. Such a practical girl. No wonder she broke off with a grimace of pain. Claire eased her onto the bed, mind already cataloguing symptoms and possibilities. No wonder he what? But Vivienne's eyes had drifted closed, her breathing still labored but slightly easier in a reclined position. Outside, the storm raged on. Claire could hear male voices below, Antoine and the inspector moving through the house. Let Antoine's sketched dreams and her practiced lies hold for a few more hours. Right now, this was what mattered. A patient in need, a pulse beneath her fingers, the sure knowledge of what had to be done. Claire, Antoine's voice, quiet but urgent from the doorway. The inspector wants to see all of the property. How is she? Stable for now. Claire didn't look up from where she monitored Vivienne's pulse. But she needs a doctor. A real one, not just a war nurse playing at being a farmer's wife. Silence stretched between them, broken only by thunder and rain. Then Antoine's footsteps crossed the room. His hand came to rest on her shoulder, warm and solid. You're not playing at anything, he said softly. Not anymore. Before Claire could process what he meant, the inspector's voice floated up from below. Monsieur Dubois, shall we continue? Antoine's hand tightened briefly on her shoulder. Take care of her, he murmured. Then he was gone, his footsteps retreating down the stairs. Claire sat in the storm-shadowed room, one hand on Vivienne's wrist, the other pressed against her own chest where Antoine's words had struck like shrapnel. Not anymore. Outside, rain lashed the windows, but here, in this moment of crisis, she felt strangely, terrifyingly at peace. This was truth at last. Not the elaborate lie they'd constructed, but the simple reality of caring, of healing, of being needed. Thunder rolled again, distant now. Vivienne stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Tell me true, she whispered. Are you in love with my son? Claire's fingers stilled on Vivienne's pulse. Through the window, she could see Antoine leading the inspector toward the lavender fields, his notebook clutched in one hand like a shield. The storm was moving on, leaving them all changed in its wake. Yes, she said quietly. God help me, I think I am. Twilight painted the rain-washed sky in shades of violet and gold as Claire stood at the farmhouse window, watching Antoine walk the bank inspector to his waiting car. Her medical bracelet caught the fading light as she pressed her hand against the glass, cool and solid beneath her fingers. Behind her, Vivienne slept peacefully in a chair, her breathing finally steady after Dr. Lambert's visit. The village doctor had arrived as the storm cleared, his ancient automobile sputtering through puddles. He confirmed Claire's diagnosis, a mild heart episode, treatable with rest and careful monitoring, and had given her an appraising look that said he recognized a fellow healer. But he'd asked no questions about how a farmer's wife knew to check for arrhythmia, and she'd offered no explanations. Now Antoine was shaking the inspector's hand, his notebook tucked safely away. Even at this distance, Claire could read the tension in his shoulders, the careful formality of his posture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Her own anxiety rose with each step he took back toward the house. The front door creaked open. Claire didn't turn, keeping her eyes on the lavender fields where the setting sun transformed rain-heavy blooms into a sea of burnished purple. Antoine's footsteps crossed the room, paused. "The loan is approved." His voice was quiet, complex with emotions she couldn't quite read. He was particularly impressed by our dedication to maintaining traditional methods while exploring innovative improvements. Claire's breath caught. "Your sketches and your organizational systems for the distillery," a step closer. He said it showed exactly the kind of forward-thinking approach they want to support. Finally, she turned. Antoine stood in the center of the room, his hair still damp from the rain, his father's ledger clutched in one hand. He looked exhausted, triumphant, and somehow younger without the weight of imminent failure pressing down on him. "So the farm is safe," she said softly. "Yes." He glanced at his sleeping mother, then back to Claire. "Thanks to our deception." "Antoine, I heard you." The words were gentle, but they stopped her cold. "Earlier, with Mammon, I came back to check on her and I heard what you said." Heat bloomed in Claire's cheeks. Her fingers found her bracelet again, but Antoine stepped forward, catching her hand before she could retreat into the familiar ritual. "When I first saw you walking through the lavender," he said, "counting your steps each morning, I thought you were trying to find your way back to yourself. But you were really teaching me how to find my way back to life after Father's death, after the war, after everything." "I was just trying to survive," Claire whispered. "We all were." His thumb brushed over her knuckles, and she realized he was trembling slightly. "But maybe we could do more than survive now." From her chair, Vivienne made a small sound, not distress, but something like satisfied amusement. Claire glanced over to find the older woman's eyes open, twinkling with poorly concealed joy. "Mammon," Antoine began. "Hush," Vivienne waved a hand weakly. Let an old woman enjoy her medicine, working exactly as she hoped. "Your heart condition," Claire started, professional concern warring with dawning suspicion, "is real enough, dear, but perhaps not quite as dramatic as this morning's display suggested." Vivienne's smile was tired but mischievous. "Sometimes we all need a little push toward the truth, Nun." Antoine's startled laugh filled the room, rich and real in a way Claire had never heard before. She felt an answering bubble of mirth rise in her own chest, unexpected and healing. "You crafty old," he crossed to kiss his mother's cheek. "Rest now before your nurse decides to scold us both." "My nurse?" Vivienne raised an eyebrow at Claire. "Or my daughter?" The question hung in the violet gold, like the last drops of rain on lavender stems. Claire looked at Antoine, found him watching her with eyes full of possibility. "Both," she said quietly, if that's what you want." Antoine's smile bloomed slow and sure as dawn over the fields. He held out his hand, and this time when Claire took it, there was no pretense, no performance for bank inspectors or villagers. Just the truth of her fingers lacing with his, of healing hearts learning to beat in time together. Through the window, the first stars emerged in the storm-washed sky. In the morning, Claire would walk through the lavender again, counting her steps. But now she knew she wasn't walking alone. Now her path led not away from the war's shadows, but toward something bright and fragrant and real. Home. The problem with fairy tales, Mandy Parker decided as she stared at her phone's blank screen, was that no one warned you about the part where Prince Charming ghosted you after 3 seemingly perfect dates. At 30, she'd mastered the art of brushing off dating disappointments with the same determination she applied to her cutthroat career in marketing. Her motto, Just keep swimming, a phrase that earned her more than a few eye rolls from colleagues who didn't appreciate the profound wisdom of Finding Nemo. Another one bites the dust. Lisa, her best friend and fellow marketing executive, leaned against the doorframe of Mandy's corner office, wearing the knowing smirk of someone who'd witnessed too many of these moments. He said he needed to focus on his spiritual journey. Mandy made air quotes with her perfectly manicured fingers, which apparently means unfollowing me on Instagram and hitting up yoga instructors half his age. Lisa's eyes drifted to the army of Pixar merchandise, surrounding them, a collection that transformed Mandy's otherwise sophisticated office into what some might call a shrine to animated storytelling. A massive Finding Nemo poster dominated one wall, while Buzz Lightyear kept watch from her desk, positioned next to a framed Harvard MBA diploma that cost more than her first car. "You know," Lisa ventured carefully, "maybe the problem isn't the guys. Maybe it's that you're looking for a Disney prince in a world of," she gestured vaguely, "finance bros and tech startups." "I'm not looking for a prince," Mandy protested, absently straightening her Toy Story coffee mug. "I'm looking for someone who gets that you can be a grown-up and still believe in magic. Someone who understands that quoting Pixar movies in serious meetings isn't weird, it's strategic." She paused, thinking of her last boyfriend who'd called her childish for crying during Up. Is it really too much to ask for a guy who's ambitious but not soulless, who can rock a suit but also geek out over animation? In Los Angeles, probably, Lisa's phone buzzed. "Speaking of soulless, we've got that call with the Netflix team in 30. Try not to quote Finding Nemo this time." "That was one time," Mandy called after her retreating friend. "And P. Sherman, 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney, is a perfectly valid metaphor for brand recognition." Alone again, Mandy turned to her window, taking in the sprawling Los Angeles skyline. At 30, she had everything she'd dreamed of as a kid, well, everything except someone to share it with. Someone who'd understand why she kept a beaten-up Nemo plush on her desk, a reminder of the day her parents told her they were divorcing, and 7-year-old Mandy found comfort in a story about never giving up, about family being worth fighting for. With a sigh, she opened Instagram, her fingers automatically scrolling through her latest post, a video about balancing professional success with personal authenticity, featuring her infamous office decor. The comments were rolling in, most of them from fellow marketing professionals asking about her campaign strategies. But one caught her eye, stopping her mid-scroll. Mark Bennett, an office that perfectly balances professionalism with personality, love the Pixar touches, especially the Nemo collection. "Remember, fish are friends, not food. P.S. You've got a friend in me." Something about the comment made her pause. Most guys either ignored her Pixar obsession or tried to mansplain animation to her. But this felt different. Curious, she tapped on his profile. Mark Bennett, 32, corporate attorney. His profile picture showed a man in a crisp suit with an unexpected warmth in his smile, the Manhattan skyline behind him. Only a few posts, mostly skylines and coffee shops, but his bio made her laugh out loud. "NYC attorney by day, secretly convinced my life is a Pixar movie. To infinity and beyond, or at least to the next court date." She hadn't meant to click like on his 5-month-old photo, or to notice how his rare smile transformed his whole face. And she definitely hadn't meant to spend the next 20 minutes scrolling through his sparse feed, picking up clues like she was preparing for a client presentation. Ivy League educated, recently single, a casual mention in a comment about embracing change, terrible taste in coffee shops, but excellent taste in movies, judging by his occasional references to classic films. Her finger hovered over the message button. This was crazy. He lived in New York. She'd sworn off long distance after the great Seattle disaster of 2023. Plus, he was probably just being nice. Just because he quoted Bruce from Finding Nemo didn't mean. Her phone buzzed. A new comment. "Mark Bennett, by the way, is that a limited edition 2003 Nemo plush on your desk? The one they only released in California." I've been looking for one of those forever. They are basically the holy grail of Pixar merchandise." Before she could stop herself, Mandy clicked reply. "Good eye, counselor. First edition, actually. My dad stood in line for 3 hours to get it. I'd offer to sell it to you, but as a wise fish once said, this is my family. I found it all on my own. It's little and broken, but still good." Send. Her heart shouldn't be beating this fast over an Instagram comment. She was a Harvard MBA, for God's sake. A marketing executive who managed million-dollar campaigns. She did not get butterflies over. Mark Bennett, Lilo and Stitch. Now you're just showing off. Although technically that's Disney, not Pixar. I'd argue the point further, but I have a feeling you'd counter with Peace Sherman, 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney, and I'd lose instantly. Mandy stared at her phone, a slow smile spreading across her face. For the first time in ages, she felt that little spark of possibility, the kind that usually only came from watching the first few minutes of a new Pixar film, when anything seemed possible and magic felt real. Her phone buzzed again, the Netflix meeting reminder. Right, real life, responsibilities. No time for fairy tales or cross-country Instagram flirtations with mysterious lawyers who quoted Pixar films. Still, she clicked on the message button and typed, "Tell you what, counselor, beat me in a Pixar quote-off, and I'll consider joint custody of the Nemo plush. But fair warning, I never look back, darling. It distracts from the now." Send. As she gathered her things for the meeting, Mandy couldn't help but smile. Maybe Lisa was right. Maybe she had been looking for a Disney prince. But what if, just maybe, what she really needed was someone who understood that the best stories weren't about perfect princes at all. They were about finding your way home, even when home turned out to be something or someone you never expected. Her phone lit up one last time. Mark Bennett, challenge accepted. Although I should warn you, I am speed, winking face. For the first time in longer than she could remember, Mandy Parker laughed out loud in her office, not caring who heard. Sometimes, just sometimes, life had a way of surprising you. And maybe, just maybe, that was the real magic. After all, as a wise fish once said, you never know where you're going until you get there. 1 month, 342 Instagram messages, and countless Pixar references later, Mandy found herself doing something she'd sworn she'd never do again, falling for someone she'd never met in person. Though never met felt like a technicality at this point after all. How many hours had they spent on late-night FaceTime calls, sharing stories and dreams until the New York sunrise painted Mark's apartment in gold? "You're staring at your phone again," Lisa observed during their morning coffee run. Either the stock market crashed or Lawyer Boy sent another message. Mandy didn't bother hiding her smile as she showed Lisa her screen, a photo Mark had just sent of his morning coffee in a Finding Nemo mug identical to hers, captioned, "Fish are friends, not food, but coffee is life. P.S. This might make me basic, but I bought it after seeing yours." "Oh, honey," Lisa sighed, "you're in trouble." She was right, of course. It had started innocently enough witty banter about Pixar films, comparing notes on their favorite scenes, debating whether Cars 2 deserved its bad reputation. It didn't, Mark insisted, though Mandy remained skeptical. But somewhere between their first video call, where Mark had made her laugh so hard she snorted coffee through her nose, and their now nightly chats, something had shifted. Maybe it was the way he listened, really listened, when she talked about her parents' divorce, about how Finding Nemo had been her escape, her reminder that families could look different and still be perfect. Or maybe it was how he'd opened up about his own struggles, about being the rebellious younger son who chose corporate law instead of joining his father's practice, about using humor to cope with expectations. "My ex used to hate my Pixar references," he'd admitted one night, his voice soft in the darkness. "Said they were unprofessional, that I needed to grow up." "What did you tell her?" "That growing up doesn't mean growing cold." He'd paused, and even through the screen, Mandy felt the weight of his next words. "You're the first person who's ever really gotten that." It was dangerous, this feeling. This sense that maybe, just maybe, she'd found someone who saw her, really saw her, Disney obsession and all, and didn't want to change a thing. But reality had a way of crashing through even the most magical moments. "I have to be in LA next month," Mark announced during one of their calls, trying and failing to sound casual. "Some depositions for the Morgan case. I was thinking." Mandy's heart skipped. "That's funny, because I was thinking too." "Oh yeah," his smile was soft, hopeful. "What were you thinking?" "That Disneyland is only an hour from LA." "Miss Parker, are you asking me on a date?" "Depends, counselor. Are you saying yes?" His laugh was warm, sending shivers down her spine. "To infinity and beyond." The next few weeks were torture. Every text, every call felt charged with anticipation. Mandy threw herself into work, launching a major campaign that had her team working overtime. But even in her most stressed moments, her phone would buzz with a message from Mark. "Remember, just keep swimming. P.S. I practiced my evil Emperor Zurg voice for our Disney trip. Prepare to be impressed." But as the day approached, doubt began to creep in. What if the chemistry wasn't the same in person? What if she'd built this connection up in her head? What if you're overthinking this?" Lisa interrupted her spiral during their weekly wine night. "The man bought a matching coffee mug, Mandy. He quotes Finding Nemo in legal briefs." "His firm's partners hate that," Mandy smiled, remembering Mark's story about sneaking to infinity and beyond into a contract's footnotes. "See, that smile right there. When was the last time anyone made you light up like that?" "Never," Mandy thought but didn't say. The night before their meeting, neither of them could sleep. They ended up on FaceTime at 2 a.m., both trying not to acknowledge the nervous energy crackling between them. "What if," Mark started, then stopped. "What if what?" He ran a hand through his already messy hair. "What if this is crazy? Meeting at Disneyland like we're living in some romantic comedy. Would you prefer somewhere more sophisticated, counselor? A wine bar, art gallery, something more befitting a high-powered New York attorney?" "God, no." His laugh was shaky but genuine. "I want the fairy tale. I want Mickey Mouse ears and overpriced popcorn and—" He hesitated, then finished softly. "And you?" Mandy's heart did a complicated gymnastics routine in her chest. "Well then, as a wise toy once said, you've got a friend in me." "Just a friend." His voice was teasing, but she heard the real question underneath. "Show up tomorrow and find out." Later, lying in bed, Mandy stared at her ceiling, her mind racing. She thought about all her past relationships, about how hard she tried to be what those men wanted, more serious, less enthusiastic, more adult. She thought about Mark, who sent her Pixar memes during important meetings and understood why she kept a threadbare Nemo plush on her desk. Her phone buzzed one last time. "Mark, can't sleep. Keep thinking about tomorrow. Is it crazy that I'm nervous? I feel like Woody meeting Buzz for the first time. Everything's about to change, isn't it?" Mandy smiled in the darkness, typing back. "Me, change is good. Sometimes the best stories start with a little crazy." Mark, "Then here's to crazy. See you tomorrow, flounder." Me, "That's Disney, not Pixar. Amateur hour, counselor." Mark, "Just keeping you on your toes. Sweet dreams, Mandy." She fell asleep smiling, dreaming of tomorrow, of magic and possibility, and a man who understood that sometimes the best kind of love story started with a shared laugh and a little bit of faith. What she didn't dream about, couldn't have known to dream about, was how tomorrow would change everything. How one perfect day would lead to the hardest choice either of them would ever have to make. How sometimes the biggest adventures started with something as simple as a matched coffee mug and a shared love of animated films. But that was tomorrow. For now, Mandy Parker slept, her Nemo plush tucked under her arm, while 3,000 miles away, Mark Bennett finally drifted off too, his identical Nemo mug sitting on his bedside table, both of them unaware that their biggest adventure was about to begin. After all, as a wise toy once said, the thing that makes Woody special is that he'll never give up on you. Ever. And neither would they. Mandy spotted him immediately at LAX baggage claim, towering over other travelers in his crisp blue button-down, looking simultaneously polished and adorably nervous as he scanned the crowd. Her heart did a complicated gymnastics routine when their eyes met, his whole face lighting up with recognition. "You didn't have to come to the airport," were his first words in person, even as he pulled her into a hug that felt both new and familiar. "I could have taken a car too." "And miss your face when you realize LA traffic is worse than New York." She pulled back, trying to memorize every detail. He was exactly like his photos, yet completely different, more real, more everything. Besides, I figured we might as well start our Disney adventure with the true Southern California experience, the 405 freeway at rush hour. "How romantic," he laughed, then pulled something from his carry-on. "Speaking of romance, I brought backup." It was a Buzz Lightyear pin, vintage, the kind they only sold in the parks in the early 2000s. Mandy's eyes widened. "How did you?" "eBay, 2 in the morning after our third video call. I figured." He rubbed the back of his neck, a gesture she'd seen through screens but never in person. "Well, to infinity and beyond, right?" Mandy laughed, reaching into her own bag. "Great minds think alike, counselor." The vintage Nemo plush she handed him was worn but perfect, its colors slightly faded from years of love. Mark cradled it like it was made of gold. "Is this?" "Not my original," she clarified quickly, "but same edition. Found it at a collector's shop in LA last week. Figured it was time you had your own, since joint custody seemed a bit complicated with 3,000 miles between us." Their eyes met, and suddenly those 3,000 miles felt like nothing at all. All the anxiety, all the what-ifs, dissolved in the simple reality of being here, together, holding pieces of each other's childhood dreams. The drive to Anaheim should have been awkward first meetings, usually were, but somehow they fell into the same easy rhythm they'd found in their video calls. Mark kept her laughing with increasingly terrible Pixar impressions. "I've been practicing my crush voice for weeks," while Mandy gave him a running commentary on LA landmarks, complete with movie references. "And that," she pointed, navigating through traffic, "is where they filmed parts of La La Land." "La La Land?" Mark raised an eyebrow. "That's not Pixar, Parker, you're slipping." "I contain multitudes, counselor. Plus," she grinned, "the La La Land Observatory is right next to where they recorded the vocals for When She Loved Me from Toy Story 2. Now you're just showing off." "Always." They arrived at Disneyland just as the morning crowd was building. Mark insisted on paying for parking. "You drove, I park. It's only fair." And they both pretended not to notice how naturally their hands found each other as they walked from the lot to the park entrance. "So," Mark said softly, squeezing her hand, "what's the plan, Miss Marketing Executive? I assume you've got our day mapped out with military precision." "Actually," Mandy bit her lip, "I thought maybe we could just wing it. I know that sounds crazy coming from me, but sometimes the best adventures are unplanned," Mark finished, his eyes twinkling, "like meeting someone through an Instagram comment about a stuffed fish." "Exactly," she hesitated, then added, "though I did make one reservation, for lunch, at that restaurant that looks like Gusto's from Ratatouille, because anyone can cook," he grinned. "See, this is why you're the perfect woman." The words hung between them, heavy with possibility. Mandy felt her cheeks flush. "Perfect is a strong word, counselor." "I stand by my statement." He pulled her closer as they approached the gates. "Shall we begin our adventure, my lady? I believe Space Mountain awaits." Space Mountain, not Finding Nemo first. "Save the best for last," he winked. "Plus, I figured we should establish my bravery early on. I'm terrified of roller coasters." Mandy stared at him. "Then why?" "Because you mentioned it was your favorite in our second call." The one where you talked about how your dad used to hold your hand through the whole ride when you were little. He shrugged, trying to look casual and failing magnificently. I figured maybe you could hold mine. In that moment, looking at this successful New York lawyer who'd bought a vintage pin at 2 a.m. and was willing to face his fears just to make her smile, Mandy realized she was in serious trouble. The kind of trouble that started with an Instagram comment and ended with, well, that remained to be seen. Counter-proposal, she said, squeezing his hand. We start with It's a Small World. Easy classic gives us time to talk, then we work our way up to Space Mountain. Baby steps. Like Nemo learning to swim again. Exactly, she pulled out their tickets. Just keep swimming, right? His answering smile was better than any Disney magic. Lead the way, Parker. As they walked through the gates, Mandy noticed how perfectly their hands fit together, how natural it felt to fall into step beside him. They passed families and couples, all headed toward their own adventures, but this one felt special. Sacred, almost. Hey, Mark. I'm really glad you commented on my post. He pulled her closer, dropping a kiss on her temple that felt both surprising and inevitable. Me too, though I have to confess something. What's that? I spent 20 minutes drafting that comment, deleted it 4 times, almost went with a Cars quote instead. Mandy laughed, the sound carrying across the morning air. Thank God you didn't. I have standards, counselor. Noted, he grinned, though I maintain Cars 2 is underrated. And I maintain that this conversation is grounds for immediately ending this date. Ah, but you won't. His voice was teasing, but his eyes were soft. Because then you'd miss finding out what other Disney sins I'm harboring. True. She tugged him toward It's a Small World, heart light with possibility. Plus, you still owe me that Space Mountain scream. I bet it's impressive. Only one way to find out. And as they disappeared into the crowd, 2 people who'd found each other through a shared love of animated films and the courage to believe in magic, the day stretched before them like a blank page in an adventure book, waiting to be filled. After all, as a wise toy once said, you've got a friend in me. Though friendship, they were both beginning to suspect, was just the beginning of their story. Their first date together at Disneyland had been perfect, almost too perfect. That was 2 months ago. Now, sitting in her office at midnight, Mandy stared at the email that threatened to shatter everything. Partnership Track New York office, dear Mr. Bennett. We are pleased to offer you the position of junior partner. Mark had forwarded it to her without comment, just a single question mark. She knew what he was asking knew because they'd spent the last 2 months flying back and forth, building something that felt terrifyingly real, something that made her previous relationships look like pale imitations of love. Her phone buzzed. Mark's face appeared on FaceTime, looking as exhausted as she felt. Hey, he said softly. Hey yourself, counselor. She tried for lightness, failed. Congratulations on the promotion. Junior partner by 33, that's impressive. Mandy. It's everything you've worked for, she continued, her voice steady even as her hands shook. Your father will be thrilled. Finally, a Bennett making partner, even if it's not at his firm. Stop, Mark's voice cracked. Just stop analyzing this like it's one of your marketing campaigns. Talk to me, really talk to me. The thing was, Mandy had gotten good at talking. Great, even. She could talk about her feelings, about her fears, about all the ways past relationships had left her scared of trusting too deeply. What she couldn't do, what terrified her, was ask someone to choose her over everything else. What do you want me to say? She swallowed hard. That I've fallen in love with you. That these past 2 months have been like living in a fairy tale. That every time you fly back to New York, it feels like someone's ripping my heart out. Yes, Mark said simply. That's exactly what I want you to say, because that's how I feel too. Then, why did you forward me that email? Because I needed you to know what we're facing. Because I'm tired of pretending this is sustainable, the flights, the time zones, the goodbye kisses that hurt more each time. He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture she'd come to love. "Because I need to know if you're all in like I am." "All in," Mandy laughed, but it came out more like a sob. "Mark, they're offering you partnership in New York. That's your dream." "No," he said quietly. "That was my father's dream for me. My dream." He paused, and she saw him gather his courage. "My dream is waking up next to you, making you laugh with terrible Pixar impressions, building a life with someone who gets all of me, not just the suit and tie version." "So what are you saying?" "I'm saying I found some law firms in LA that are hiring. I'm saying I could transfer, start over." "No," the word burst out before she could stop it. "No, I won't let you give up everything for me. I can't be responsible for—" "For what?" His voice sharpened. "For making me happy. For being the first person in my life who makes me feel like I don't have to choose between success and joy." "You don't understand," Mandy whispered. "Everyone leaves eventually. At least if you take the partnership, it'll be for a good reason." The silence that followed was deafening. "Do you remember," Mark finally said, his voice dangerously quiet, "what Woody says to Buzz? You've got to understand, these are Andy's toys." And Buzz responds, "In a few years, he'll cast us aside for other toys, other diversions. Why should I care?" Mandy quoted automatically. "Because you're his." Mark's eyes were intense, even through the screen. "That's what love is, Mandy. It's choosing to care even when it's scary, even when there are no guarantees." "Mark, I love you." The words hung between them, electric. "I love your Pixar obsession and your brilliant mind and the way you light up when you're excited about something. I love that you understand why I keep making these stupid movie references, because sometimes it's easier to say hard things through other people's words." Tears were flowing freely down Mandy's cheeks now. "I can't ask you to give up your dream for me." "You're not asking. I'm choosing. But I need you to choose too." He took a deep breath. "I need you to be brave enough to believe that sometimes people stay. That love doesn't have to end just because all your other stories did." Mandy stared at his face on her screen, this man who turned her world upside down with an Instagram comment about a Nemo plush, who understood why she kept Disney movies playing in the background when she worked late, who looked at all her walls and quirks and imperfections and somehow saw magic. "I'm scared," she whispered. "I know, but you know what Dory says. When life gets you down, you know what you gotta do." They finished together. "Just keep swimming." Mark smiled, soft and sure. "I'll turn down the partnership. I'll move to LA, but only if you're ready to stop swimming away." Mandy looked around her office at the Pixar posters and plush toys, at all the ways she tried to hold onto childhood magic while building adult success. She thought about all the times she'd chosen safety over risk, control over vulnerability. "I need time," she said finally, "to be sure this isn't crazy." Something flickered in Mark's eyes, hope or hurt. She couldn't tell. "How much time?" "The partnership offer. When do you have to decide?" "Friday, 3 days. I'll be on a flight tomorrow. Have dinner with me. One last time before everything changes." Mandy nodded, her throat too tight for words. "Hey," Mark said softly, "remember what Buzz says. This isn't goodbye. It's just so long for now." After they hung up, Mandy sat in her darkened office, holding her threadbare Nemo plush. On her desk, next to her Harvard diploma and company awards, sat a framed photo from their day at Disneyland, both of them laughing, Mickey ears askew, looking at each other like they'd discovered something precious and rare. She thought about what Mark had said about choosing to care, about being brave enough to believe in magic, about how sometimes the biggest adventures started with letting go of the steering wheel and trusting the journey. Her phone buzzed one last time. "Mark, whatever you decide, you've got a friend in me, always." Mandy closed her eyes, remembering every moment that had led them here, from Instagram messages to cross-country flights, from shared laughs to deeper understanding. She thought about love and risk and the courage it takes to believe in happy endings. After all, as a wise toy once said, The thing that makes Woody special is that he'll never give up on you. Ever. The question was she ready to stop giving up on herself? Lisa found Mandy at 3 a.m., still in her office, surrounded by a sea of sticky notes forming what looked like the world's most emotional flowchart. "Okay," Lisa said, setting down 2 cups of coffee. "Talk to me." Mandy gestured at her wall of notes. "I'm doing a cost-benefit analysis." "Of love," Lisa raised an eyebrow. "Honey, I don't think that's how this works." "It's how I work," Mandy muttered, but even she had to admit there was something absurd about trying to quantify feelings with colorful post-its. She'd organized them by category: reasons to trust, blue; past hurts, yellow; and evidence of Mark's commitment, pink. The pink section was embarrassingly large. "He bought a matching coffee mug," she said quietly. "I know. He quotes Finding Nemo in legal briefs." "You mentioned that." "He's willing to give up partnership for me." Mandy's voice cracked. "No one's ever. I mean, my own parents couldn't even." Lisa crossed the room and hugged her friend. "Sometimes," she said gently, "the bravest thing we can do is believe we deserve the love we're being offered." Mandy thought about all the ways she'd been running from love, from vulnerability, from the possibility of happiness. She thought about Mark, who saw her Disney obsession not as something to outgrow, but as something to cherish. Her phone buzzed, a text from Mark. "Landing in 2 hours. Brought you something from NY. Here's a hint. It's blue, it lives in the ocean, and it never stops swimming. Kind of like someone else I know." Attached was a photo of a Finding Nemo snow globe, clearly bought from the Disney store in Times Square. It was exactly the kind of silly, thoughtful gesture that made her heart ache. "I need to go," Mandy said suddenly, standing up. "Go where? It's 3 a.m. "To the airport." She was already gathering her things. "I need to." She stopped, looking at her wall of sticky notes, at all her attempts to analyze something that couldn't be contained in pros and cons. "I need to stop swimming away." The drive to LAX was surreal in the pre-dawn darkness. Mandy tried rehearsing what she'd say, but everything sounded wrong. How do you tell someone that they've changed your whole world, that they've made you brave enough to believe in magic again? She found him at baggage claim, looking rumpled and beautiful in his wrinkled suit. When he saw her, his whole face lit up, then immediately shifted to concern. "Mandy, what's wrong? Why aren't you?" She kissed him, right there in baggage claim, surrounded by red-eye travelers and fluorescent lights. When they finally broke apart, she rested her forehead against his. "Ask me again," she whispered. "What?" "Ask me if I'm ready to stop swimming away." Understanding dawned in his eyes. "Mandy Parker," he said softly, "are you ready to stop swimming away?" She took a deep breath. "You know that part in Up where Ellie gives Carl the adventure book?" "Yeah." "She leaves all those blank pages at the end for new adventures." Mandy's heart was racing, but her voice was steady. "I want blank pages with you, Mark. I want adventure and silly movie quotes and matching coffee mugs. I want to infinity and beyond." His smile was blinding. "Way beyond," she laughed through tears. "But first, we need to talk about logistics. Because if you think I'm letting you give up partnership for me, you clearly haven't been paying attention to my control freak tendencies." "What do you mean?" "I mean, I spent all night researching law firms in LA. There's a boutique entertainment law firm that's expanding their corporate division. They specifically handle animation studios and streaming platforms." She pulled out her phone, showing him the listing. "The partner there, she's a huge Pixar fan. Uses movie quotes in her closing arguments." Mark stared at her. "You did research at 3 a.m. I also may have sent her your resume and mentioned that you once snuck to infinity and beyond into a merger agreement." Mandy bit her lip. "She wants to meet you. Said anyone who can make corporate law whimsical is worth talking to." "You're incredible," he breathed, pulling her close. "Terrifying and incredible." "That's not all." She took a deep breath. "I also looked at real estate listings. Found a place halfway between my office and the firm. It has she smiled. "It has a room perfect for a home theater, for movie nights." "Mandy, I'm tired of being scared," she interrupted. "I'm tired of waiting for things to go wrong. You make me want to be brave, Mark. You make me want to believe in happy endings." He kissed her again, soft and sure. "You know what my favorite Pixar quote is?" he murmured against her lips. "Thanks for the adventure, now go have a new one." His eyes were bright with promise. "What do you say, Parker? Ready for a new adventure?" Mandy looked at this man who turned her world upside down, who'd made her believe that sometimes the biggest leaps led to the softest landings, who understood that love wasn't about perfect moments, but about choosing each other every day, through every challenge and change. "You know what Dory would say," she teased. They finished together. "Just keep swimming." And there, in the fluorescent glow of LAX's baggage claim, with a Finding Nemo snow globe in his carry-on and matching coffee mugs in their futures, Mandy Parker and Mark Bennett began their next adventure. Not with a dramatic declaration or a grand gesture, but with simple truth. Sometimes the best stories start with a little faith, a lot of love, and just enough crazy to make magic real. After all, as a wise toy once said, "You've got a friend in me." And sometimes, if you're very lucky, you get a whole lot more than that. 1 year later, Mandy stood in Tokyo Disneyland, watching cherry blossoms dance on the evening breeze. Behind her, the Finding Nemo ride glowed in the twilight, casting ripples of blue light across the pavement. Mark had insisted on this trip, their first real vacation together since he'd moved to LA and joined the entertainment law firm. "We need an adventure," he'd said, with that smile that still made her heart skip. "Close your eyes," Mark called from behind her. "Why do I feel like you're up to something, counselor?" "Because you're eerily perceptive, and I'm terrible at surprises." "Eyes closed, Parker." She complied, listening to his footsteps approach. Something soft pressed into her hands, a book. "Okay, open them." Mandy looked down and gasped. In her hands was a handmade replica of Ellie's adventure book from Up, but this one was labeled "Our Adventure Book" in careful gold letters. "Mark, open it." With trembling fingers, she turned the pages. There were photos, their first meeting at Disneyland, coffee dates with their matching Nemo mugs, the day they moved into their apartment, movie nights in their home theater. Each page had ticket stubs, restaurant receipts, little mementos of their life together. And beneath each photo, a Pixar quote that captured the moment. Their first kiss, "You've got a friend in me." The day Mark won his first case at the new firm. To infinity and beyond. Moving day, both of them exhausted but happy. Just keep swimming. But it was the last filled page that made her breath catch. A photo from that morning, cherry blossoms in her hair, unaware she was being photographed. And below it, in Mark's handwriting, "Thanks for the adventure now. Will you go have a new one with me?" When she looked up, Mark was on one knee, holding a ring box with a small Nemo plush, attached the same one she'd given him the day they first met. "Mandy Parker," he said softly, "you once told me that the best stories start with a little faith and just enough crazy to make magic real. You were right, but you forgot one thing: the best stories never really end. They just keep finding new ways to be magical." Tears blurred her vision as he continued. "This past year has been the greatest adventure of my life. Moving to LA, building a home with you, learning that sometimes the scariest leaps lead to the softest landings. You make me brave enough to be myself, to believe that success isn't about following someone else's path, but about creating your own." He opened the ring box, revealing a delicate silver band with a small blue stone that caught the lights from the Nemo ride. "So what do you say, Parker? Ready for our next adventure, to infinity and beyond?" Mandy looked at this man who'd changed her whole world with an Instagram comment about a Nemo plush, who'd chosen love over ambition, only to find that sometimes you could have both, who understood that real magic wasn't about perfect moments, but about choosing each other every day, through every challenge and change. "Just one question," she managed through happy tears. Did you seriously hide a ring in a Nemo plush? Again? Mark grinned. I figured we should come full circle. Plus, he gestured at the ride behind them, seemed appropriate. Mandy pulled him to his feet, wrapping her arms around his neck. You know what Dory would say about this moment. They finished together, laughing. Just keep swimming. Later, as they celebrated with Mickey-shaped ice cream because some traditions were sacred, Mandy looked through the adventure book again. The last few pages were blank, waiting to be filled. You left room, she observed. Of course, Mark squeezed her hand. We're just getting started. And he was right, because the best love stories don't end with a perfect moment or a grand gesture. They continue in quiet mornings over matching coffee mugs, in silly arguments about which Pixar movie to watch, in the 1,000 tiny ways two people choose each other every day. 6 months later, they added a new photo to their adventure book, their wedding day, where they exchanged vows filled with movie quotes and promises of eternal friendship, where Mark's new law partner officiated, wearing a subtle Pixar tie, where Mandy's old Nemo plush sat in a place of honor, watching two people who'd found magic in the most unexpected place. And at the reception, during their first dance, Mark leaned down and whispered the words that had started it all. You've got a friend in me. Mandy smiled, remembering that first Instagram message, that first spark of possibility. Just a friend. No, he said softly. So much more than that, to infinity and beyond. And as they danced under twinkling lights, surrounded by friends and family, and more than a few Disney plush toys, Mandy Parker Bennett realized something important. Sometimes the best fairy tales aren't about princes or perfect endings. They're about finding someone who makes the ordinary magical, who turns everyday moments into adventures. They're about learning that love isn't about never being scared, it's about being brave enough to swim forward anyway, together. The adventure book still sits on their coffee table, its pages gradually filling with new memories, new quotes, new moments of magic. And on quiet evenings, when they're curled up watching their favorite movies, they still quote along with every line, their matching Nemo mugs close at hand. Because as a wise toy once said, the thing that makes Woody special is that he'll never give up on you. Ever. And neither would they. After all, some adventures are meant to last forever. The old trunk's hinges protested as Maggie lifted the lid, releasing the musty scent of memories. Her weathered hands, once young and restless, now wrinkled and still, trembled as they brushed against the yellow paper inside. Outside, the Kansas wind howled across abandoned fields, the same wind that had carried so much away over the years, crops, dreams, and him. She didn't need to look at the sketch to remember every line, every shadow. Sam had captured more than just her hands that night. He'd captured everything she'd been trying to hide, the longing, the fear, the wild heart beating beneath her careful silence. The farmhouse creaked around her, empty now except for ghosts. Walter had been gone 3 years, passing quietly in his sleep just as he'd lived, without fuss or ceremony. The boys were grown, scattered to distant cities with families of their own. They called sometimes, their voices crackling through telephone lines, asking why she didn't sell the old place, come live with them in their air-conditioned homes where dust was just something to be wiped away. But they didn't understand. The dust was in her bones now. Late summer 1936, the morning Sam DeWitt drove into Silver Creek, the sky was the color of a bruise. Maggie stood outside Henderson's general store, brushing futilely at the fine layer of dust that had settled on her faded blue dress during the short walk from the farm. The air felt heavy, pregnant with the promise of another storm. Ain't natural, old Mrs. Henderson muttered from her perch by the store window. The Lord's punishment, if you ask me. Maggie didn't ask. She'd stopped asking why God had turned their golden fields to dust years ago. The answers never changed, and neither did the color of the sky. The truck appeared through the haze first, an old Ford, its once green paint now a uniform dusty brown. It rolled to a stop in front of the store, the engine coughing twice before falling silent. The man who stepped down moved like someone who expected the ground to stay solid beneath his feet. His clothes were city clothes, though worn at the edges, and his hands. Maggie noticed his hands first. They were clean, unmarked by the constant battle with unyielding earth. Artists' hands, she would think later. Hands that created rather than merely survived. "Excuse me, ma'am." His voice carried a hint of somewhere else. Chicago, she would learn. "I'm looking for the town hall." Maggie opened her mouth to respond, but Mrs. Henderson was faster, her voice sharp with curiosity. "Ain't had a town hall since 34. Bank foreclosed. What business you got here, mister?" He turned towards the old woman with a smile that transformed his whole face. "Sam DeWitt, ma'am. Government Soil Conservation Service. Here to help with erosion control if folks are willing to learn new techniques." Mrs. Henderson snorted. "Ain't nothing wrong with our soil that rain wouldn't fix." But Maggie saw something in his eyes when he looked at the barren fields beyond the town, not pity, but possibility. Same look she used to see in her own reflection before duty and dust buried it deep. "The town council meets at the church now," Maggie said quietly. 2 blocks down, can't miss it. White building with the crooked steeple." He tipped his hat to her, and for a moment their eyes met. Later, she would remember this as the moment everything changed, though nothing moved except the ever-present wind. "Much obliged, Mrs. Callahan," she supplied. "Margaret Callahan." "Thank you, Mrs. Callahan." He lingered for a heartbeat too long, as if there was something else he wanted to say. Then he was walking away, his footsteps leaving brief impressions in the dust before the wind erased them. Mrs. Henderson clicked her tongue. "Government men. Think they know everything about farming from reading books in Chicago." Maggie watched him disappear down the street, his figure blurring at the edges like a mirage. She should go inside, get the supplies Walter had asked for. The boys would be hungry when they got home from school, and there was washing to be done, always more washing. The dust got into everything these days. But she stood there a moment longer, feeling something shift inside her chest, small as a grain of sand, sharp as a broken promise. The wind picked up, and somewhere in the distance, a screen door slammed shut. The day Sam DeWitt arrived in Silver Creek was the last normal day of Maggie Callahan's life. Though it would be years before she admitted this to herself, some part of her knew it even then, standing in the dust with her faded blue dress and her carefully ordered world about to spiral into beautiful, terrible chaos. The wind was rising. A storm was coming. And this time, it would change everything. The church basement smelled of coffee and desperation. Farmers filled the wooden folding chairs, their hands wrapped around chipped mugs, shoulders bent under the weight of failed crops and mounting debts. Walter sat beside Maggie, his presence solid and unremarkable as always, while Sam DeWitt stood at the front of the room, rolling up his sleeves. "The land isn't dead," Sam said, his voice carrying to the rafters. "She's just sleeping. And with the right care won't bring rain," someone called out. Sam smiled, not the practiced smile of a government man, but something genuine that made the corners of his eyes crinkle. "No, but it might help us keep what moisture we have." Pulled out a notebook, its pages dog-eared and weather-worn. "Let me show you." His hands moved across the paper, quick, sure strokes creating images of contour plowing, strip cropping, terraces. Maggie found herself leaning forward, watching his fingers dance across the page. She remembered, suddenly and sharply, the feel of a paintbrush in her own hand, the way colors used to bloom across canvas before reality had dried her dreams to dust. Walter shifted beside her, his knee brushing hers. She straightened, guilty for no reason she could name. After the meeting, the men clustered around Sam, voices rising and falling like the wind. Walter joined them, leaving Maggie to gather empty coffee cups. She didn't mind. It was what wives did, after all. Invisible work, keeping the world turning. "You have an artist's eye," she startled, nearly dropping a cup. Sam stood nearby, his notebook open. "I'm sorry. I noticed you watching while I sketched." He turned the notebook toward her. "You see things differently than most people here. The way you tilted your head, following the lines." Heat crept up her neck. "I used to paint. Nothing special, just..." She stopped, remembering her mother's words. "Never apologize for your gifts." When had she forgotten that? What did you paint? Such a simple question. Why did it feel like opening a door she'd nailed shut years ago? The sky, mostly. The way it changes. Sometimes I thought I could capture every color it holds, but she gestured vaguely at the window, where the dust-choked heavens pressed down like a coffin lid. But now the sky's forgotten how to be anything but brown. His voice was soft, understanding. She nodded, not trusting herself to speak. Mrs. Callahan. Maggie, she corrected, then wished she hadn't. Maggie. Her name in his mouth sounded different, like a song she'd forgotten the words to. Would you show me your farm tomorrow? I'd like to see what we're working with, maybe sketch out some ideas. She should say no. There were 1,000 reasons to say no. Around 10, the words escaped before she could catch them. He smiled that smile again, the one that reached his eyes. I'll bring coffee. That night, as she scrubbed dishes in water that was already grey with dust, Walter spoke from his chair by the radio. That government fellow seems to know his business. Does he? Her hands didn't pause in their work. Be worth trying some of those new methods. Can't make things worse anyway. He cleared his throat. He's coming by tomorrow to look at the fields. Walter nodded, returning to his paper. That was Walter, accepting, unquestioning. Sometimes Maggie loved him for it. Sometimes she wanted to scream until the windows shattered. She went to bed early, but sleep eluded her. The wind whispered around the house corners, and somewhere in the distance, a coyote called, a lonely sound that echoed in her chest. She thought of Sam's hands moving across paper, creating possibilities from nothing. She thought of her old paintbrushes, buried in a trunk in the attic, their bristles probably stiff with age. Just before dawn, she slipped from bed and climbed to the attic. The trunk was where she'd left it, half hidden behind old quilts. Inside, wrapped in faded cloth, her brushes lay like fallen soldiers. She touched one gently, remembering. The sun was rising when she descended, painting the dust-filled air with shades of gold she hadn't noticed in years. She made breakfast, packed the boys' lunches, kissed Walter goodbye as he headed to the fields. Normal things, safe things. But her hands trembled slightly as she pinned up her hair, and when she caught her reflection in the window glass, she barely recognized the woman looking back. There was something in her eyes that hadn't been there yesterday, something that looked dangerously like hope. At precisely 10 o'clock, an old Ford truck appeared on the horizon, drawing a line through the dust like a brush stroke on canvas. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of coffee and something else, something that smelled like rain, though the sky was cloudless and vast above them. Maggie stepped onto the porch, her heart beating a rhythm she thought she'd forgotten how to dance to. The storm inside her was just beginning to turn. The old oak tree stood like a skeleton against the evening sky, its bare branches reaching toward clouds that promised rain but never delivered. Beneath it, Maggie watched Sam's sketch in his notebook, his pencil moving with the same quiet certainty that had begun to unravel her carefully ordered world. 6 weeks had passed since his first visit to the farm. 6 weeks of professional consultations that somehow always ended with them here, in this spot where the wind seemed to sing a different song. She couldn't say exactly when their conversations had shifted from soil conservation to dreams buried deeper than any roots, but she knew it was dangerous, this feeling of being seen, truly seen for the first time in years. Hold still, Sam murmured, his eyes flicking between her hands and his paper. The light's perfect right now. Her hands rested in her lap, work roughened and stained with berry juice from the morning's preserving. Once she would have been ashamed of such hands in front of a city man, but Sam looked at them like they were something worth capturing, worth remembering. Tell me more about Chicago, she said, needing to fill the silence with something besides the sound of her heart. His pencil never stopped moving. It's alive, always moving, buildings so tall they scratch the sky. At night, the lights make you forget the stars exist. He glanced up, caught her watching him. You'd hate it. She laughed, surprised. How do you know? Because you see colors where other people see dust. You hear music in the wind. Chicago's beautiful, but it's a different kind of beautiful. It's not. He gestured at the prairie, stretching endlessly around them. This. And what is this, Mr. DeWitt? His pencil stilled. Something that gets in your blood. Something that changes you if you let it. The way he looked at her then made her breath catch. She turned away, watching the sun sink toward the horizon. In the distance, a lone figure worked the fields, Walter, still fighting the endless battle against the dust. Her throat tightened. I should go, she said, standing quickly. The boys will be hungry. Sam nodded, but as she turned to leave, he spoke again. Maggie. She stopped, not turning. I've been offered a position in California. They're setting up new conservation programs there. The wind picked up, sending dust devils dancing across the barren field. Somewhere a screen door slammed. When? Her voice sounded strange to her own ears. End of summer, 2 months. The knowledge settled in her chest like a stone. Will you? He cleared his throat. Will you look at something before you go? She turned then. He held out his notebook, open to the sketch he'd been working on. Her hands filled the page, but they weren't the work-worn hands she saw every day. In his drawing, they were elegant, strong, alive with possibility. They were the hands of a woman who painted skies and held dreams and reached for what she wanted. They were the hands she might have had in another life. Sam! His name felt like a prayer and a curse on her tongue. Keep it, he said quietly, tearing the page free. To remember. Remember what? He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. That someone saw you. The real you. She took the sketch with trembling fingers, careful not to let their hands touch. The paper felt warm, alive with more than just graphite and possibility. That night, after the boys were asleep and Walter had trudged up to bed, Maggie sat at the kitchen table, the sketch hidden in her apron pocket. The radio played softly, Bing Crosby singing about pennies from heaven, while she mended one of Tommy's shirts by lamplight. Normal things, safe things. But her fingers kept straying to the paper in her pocket, and when she finally pulled it out, spreading it on the table beside her mending, the contrast was stark enough to make her eyes burn. The woman with those hands would know what to do. The woman with those hands wouldn't sit here night after night, drowning in silence and duty while her heart screamed for something more. But she wasn't that woman. She was Maggie Callahan, wife of Walter, mother of 2 boys who needed her, keeper of a home that was crumbling like the earth beneath it. She was. Thunder rumbled in the distance. She went to the window, drawn by the unfamiliar sound. The sky had turned the color of bruised plums, and against all odds, against all reason, rain began to fall. She stood there for a long time, watching water paint patterns in the dust, listening to the music it made on the roof. In her pocket, the sketch burned like a secret, like a promise, like a sin. The rain fell harder, and somewhere in the darkness, an old screen door creaked open and closed, the sound almost lost in the steady drumming of water on tin. Maggie pressed her palm to the cool glass of the window, leaving a print that slowly faded as her skin warmed the surface. When she finally pulled away, she could still see it there, ghost-like, the impression of a hand reaching for something just beyond its grasp. The dust storm came without warning, rolling across the prairie like judgment from an angry god. One moment the sky was brass bright and burning. The next, darkness swallowed the sun whole. Maggie was hanging laundry when she saw it coming. The sheets snapped in the rising wind, white flags of surrender against the approaching wall of dust. She grabbed what she could, but the wind tore a pillowcase from her grip, sending it cartwheeling across the yard like a lost ghost. The screen door slammed behind her as she stumbled inside. Through the window, she watched the storm devour the world. The boys huddled at the kitchen table, Tommy clutching his schoolbook, Jimmy pressing his face into her skirt. Walter was still out there somewhere, trying to save what he could of the withering corn. And Sam, the thought came unbidden, unwanted. Sam was probably safe in town, in his rented room above the Mercantile. She shouldn't be thinking about him at all. Shouldn't be wondering if he was watching this same storm, if he was thinking of a figure emerged from the dust darkness, staggering toward the house. Her heart leaped before she recognized Walter's familiar gait. He burst through the door in a cloud of dirt, coughing, his handkerchief pressed to his face. Storm might last days, he managed between coughs. Worst one yet. Maggie moved automatically, pouring water, wetting cloths to cover their faces. Normal things, safe things. But her hands shook, and when Tommy asked if they were going to die, she had to turn away to hide her face. The storm lasted 3 days. They spent them in the semi-darkness, listening to the wind howl like a hungry animal. Maggie read to the boys by lamplight, told stories, played word games, anything to keep their minds off the dust seeping through every crack, off the way the walls groaned under the storm's assault. On the second night, after the boys were finally asleep, Walter spoke from his chair by the radio. Sam DeWitt's leaving. Maggie's hands stilled in the dishwater. What? Heard it at Henderson's before the storm hit. Train ticket to California, they said. Walter's voice held no accusation, no knowing, just quiet fact like commenting on the weather. Guess them government folks don't stick around long. She said nothing. What was there to say? The water had gone cold, the soap scum forming a grey film on her skin. "You've been different since he came," Walter continued, still in that same calm voice. "Like something woke up in you, something I ain't seen in a long time." "Walter," her voice cracked. "Let me finish." He folded his newspaper carefully, squares within squares. "I ain't blind, Maggie. I see how he looks at you, how you look at him when you think nobody's watching." He smoothed the paper with work-roughened hands. "See how you're fading, same as these fields. Been seeing it for years, if I'm honest. Just didn't know what to do about it." The silence stretched between them, heavy as the dust outside. When she finally turned, she found Walter watching her with eyes that held more understanding than she deserved. "I haven't," she started, but he shook his head. "I know you haven't. You're too good for that." He stood slowly, joints creaking like the house's timbers. But sometimes being good is its own kind of sin. He crossed to where she stood, and for one wild moment she thought he might embrace her. Instead, he placed something on the counter beside her, a train ticket, crisp and white against the dust-covered surface. "Got it last week," he said quietly. "Before the storm, thought maybe, but it's your choice to make, Maggie, not mine." She stared at the ticket, her vision blurring. "The boys would understand someday. And you," he was silent for a long moment. "I already do." The lamp flickered, shadows dancing across the walls. Outside, the storm raged on, but in the kitchen, time seemed to stand still. "Why?" she whispered. Walter's smile was sad, gentle. "Because I remember the girl who used to paint the sky, the one who saw colors where other folks just saw dirt. And maybe," he touched the ticket lightly, "maybe she deserves one last chance to fly." He left her there, his footsteps heavy on the stairs. Maggie stood at the sink, the ticket burning like a brand beside her, while the wind screamed and the house creaked, and somewhere, miles away, a train whistle cut through the storm's fury. When morning came, the storm had begun to clear. Maggie walked to the window, her decision settling in her chest like a stone. The world outside was transformed, buried under drifts of dust that looked almost like snow in the pale light. And there, half buried in a dust drift by the porch, lay Sam's notebook, blown from God knew where by the storm's fury. The leather cover was scuffed, the pages warped, but when she opened it, his sketches still lived inside. The land, the sky, her hands reaching for something just beyond the page's edge. The wind had changed. She could feel it in her bones. The morning Sam left Silver Creek dawned clear and sharp as broken glass. The storm had scoured the world clean, leaving behind a landscape transformed. Dunes of red-brown dust drifted against fences, half-buried farm equipment, transformed familiar landmarks into alien shapes. Maggie stood at the edge of the road. The train ticket Walter had given her burning a hole in her apron pocket. She'd walked here in the pearl grey light before dawn, before the boys would wake, before Walter would head to the fields. The dust pulled at her shoes with each step, as if the land itself was trying to hold her in place. Sam's truck appeared through the morning haze like a mirage, moving slow, as though he too felt the earth's resistance. When he saw her standing there, he slowed to a stop, the engines idle rough in the stillness. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The wind whispered around them, lifting tendrils of her hair, carrying the scent of dust and distance and decisions that couldn't be unmade. "I found your notebook," she said finally, holding it out. The storm brought it. He stepped down from the truck, his movements careful, deliberate. When he took the notebook, their fingers brushed, the first time they'd touched in all these months. A jolt like lightning ran through her, and she knew by the way his breath caught that he felt it too. "Keep it," he said softly, pressing the notebook back into her hands. "Something to remember me by." "Sam," his name caught in her throat like dust. He reached into his jacket, pulled out a folded paper, another sketch. This one showed the old oak tree where they'd spent so many afternoons, but he'd drawn it as it must have been years ago, before the dust storm stripped it bare. In his vision, it was full of life, its branches heavy with leaves that seemed to dance in an unseen wind. "I drew this last night," he said. "Couldn't sleep, kept thinking about what could have been." She took the sketch with trembling fingers, and as she did, the train ticket slipped from her pocket, landing face up in the dust between them. Sam went very still. "Walter bought it," she said quickly. He knows about how I feel, what I've been wanting." "And?" Sam's voice was rough, hopeful. Maggie looked down at the ticket, then out at the farm where her whole life lay sleeping. Through the morning haze, She could just make out the shape of the house, the barn, the fields stretching endlessly toward the horizon. Behind her, the road led away into a future she could almost taste. Art galleries in California, rain-washed skies, Sam's hand in hers as they walked city streets she'd only dreamed of. "I can't," she whispered. Sam nodded slowly, as if he'd known all along. Maybe he had. Because of the boys. Because of me. The truth of it surprised her even as she said it. "I'd lose myself out there, trying to be something I'm not. The girl who dreamed of leaving, she's gone. And the woman I am now," she gestured at the farm, the dust, the sky that stretched endless and empty above them. "This is in my bones. It's who I've become. You could become something else." But his voice held no conviction now, only a gentle understanding that broke her heart more than anger would have. "No." She touched his cheek, allowing herself this one liberty, this one moment of what might have been. "I could only pretend, and you deserve more than a woman playing at being free." He turned his face into her palm, pressed a kiss there that branded her skin like a promise. Then he stepped back, leaving cold morning air between them. "Goodbye, Maggie Callahan." She watched him drive away, the truck growing smaller and smaller until it disappeared into the dust-hazed horizon. Only then did she look down at the sketch in her hands, the oak tree, alive with impossible leaves, reaching toward a sky that held every color she'd ever dreamed of painting. The wind picked up, and Maggie let it take the train ticket from her fingers. It spiraled up, dancing on the current like a leaf in autumn, until it vanished into the morning light. Then she turned and walked home. Late summer 1960, the setting sun paints the prairie in shades of gold and purple, colors so familiar they ache. Maggie stands on the porch of the old farmhouse, Sam's notebook in her weathered hands. The years have yellowed the pages, but his sketches still live inside, the land, the sky, her hands reaching for something just beyond the edge. She thinks of Walter, gone now but remembered in every board of this house, every furrow of these fields. She thinks of her boys, grown and gone to lives of their own. She thinks of Sam, wherever he is, and hopes he found someone who could give him the kind of love she couldn't, the uncomplicated kind, the free kind. The wind rises, warm and familiar as an old friend's touch. Maggie opens the notebook one last time, lets her fingers trace the lines he drew so long ago. Then slowly, deliberately, she tears out each page, releasing them one by one into the wind. They dance away like autumn leaves, like memories, like dreams of what might have been. She watches until the last one disappears against the darkening sky. Some loves aren't meant to be kept. Some are just meant to remind us that we were alive once, that we were seen, that we were brave enough to choose our own way of being free. The screen door creaks behind her. In the kitchen, the radio plays an old song, something about pennies from heaven. Maggie smiles, remembering, and goes inside to make her evening tea. Above the prairie, the sky burns with all the colors she never painted, all the dreams she chose to let fly. The wind carries them away, one by one, into the gathering night. The end. Elena Dawson had long since learned that the outback showed no mercy to those who flinched. The merciless sun beat down on her shoulders as she stood at the edge of her veranda, watching a trail of dust approach Dawson's Run. Another drifter seeking work, no doubt. They never stayed long. Not once they realized the station's owner wore skirts instead of trousers. She adjusted her father's old Acabra hat, its leather worn smooth from years of use. The weight of it still felt wrong, even 3 years after his passing, just like the weight of running the station alone. The rider drew closer, his silhouette resolving through the shimmering heat. He sat his horse well, she had to give him that. Not the usual slouch of a city boy playing at being a stockman. There was something in his posture that spoke of purpose, and something else she couldn't quite name. Ellie's mare nickered softly from the yard, and she found herself gripping the veranda rail harder than necessary. "Steady on, old girl," she murmured, though whether to the horse or herself, she couldn't say. The stranger dismounted with fluid grace, leading his horse to the water trough. He moved like a man who knew his place in the world, even if that place was nowhere in particular. Their eyes met across the dusty yard, and Ellie felt something shift in her chest. like the first tremor before an avalanche. His eyes were the color of drought-starved sky, and they carried shadows she recognized all too well. War eyes, her father would have called them, the kind that had seen too much and come back different. "James Calloway," he said simply, his voice carrying easily across the space between them. No miss or ma'am, just the straightforward introduction of one equal to another. "Heard you might be looking for help." Ellie straightened, adopting the stern expression that had become her armor. "Heard wrong, then. We're managing fine." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "That why your south fence is down, or why your cattle are 3 weeks late for market?" Heat flared in her cheeks, not from the sun this time. She'd fired men for less presumption, but something made her pause. Maybe it was the lack of challenge in his tone, or the way he stood there, patient as the land itself, waiting for her pride to settle like the red dust at his feet. "You always make a habit of studying other people's business before introducing yourself?" she asked, descending the veranda steps. Her boots struck the wooden stairs with deliberate force. "Only when I aim to make it my business." His eyes met hers again, and this time there was something else there, a quiet understanding that made her more uneasy than any challenge could have. Ellie knew she should send him packing. Men like him, men who saw too much, who carried their own weight of sorrow. They were dangerous. They made you want to share your burdens, and in her experience, that only led to carrying twice the load alone. But the south fence was down. The cattle were late for market, and despite everything her heart had learned about trust and loss, she found herself saying, 2 weeks trial. First sign of trouble, you're gone." He nodded once, no triumph in his expression. Just that same steady gaze that seemed to see right through her carefully constructed walls. As she turned back toward the house, Ellie felt it again, that slight shift, like the ground wasn't quite as solid as it had been moments before. The outback was a place of extremes where a single spark could ignite a wildfire, and one wrong step could start an avalanche of earth and stone. Or of heart and soul. She squared her shoulders against the thought. She'd survived drought and flood, grief and loneliness. She'd survived James Calloway, too. She had to. 2 weeks stretched into 2 months, and James Calloway proved as constant as the North Star. Ellie found herself watching him when she thought he wasn't looking. The way his hands moved with quiet certainty while mending tack, how he spoke to frightened horses in that low, steady voice that seemed to calm anything it touched. The late afternoon sun painted long shadows across the yard as Ellie checked the day's ledgers. The numbers swam before her eyes, each column a reminder of how precarious their situation had become. Reginald Harper's latest offer to buy the station sat unopened on her desk, its presence an unspoken threat. "You're going to wear a hole in that paper." She startled at James's voice. He stood in the doorway, shoulder pressed against the frame, his usual silence broken by something that might have been concern. "Somebody has to mind the books," she said, sharper than she'd intended. "Unless you prefer we all work for Harper by Christmas." His eyes held hers for a long moment. "There are worse things than asking for help, Ellie." "Like what? Losing everything my father built." She stood abruptly, needing to move to escape the gentleness in his voice. "I've managed fine on my own." "Have you?" The question hung between them, dangerous as a lit match in dry grass. Ellie turned to face him, ready to defend herself, but the words died in her throat. James had moved closer, close enough that she could see the faint scar above his left eyebrow, smell the leather and sun-warmed wool of his shirt. "I don't need," she began. "Not needing something doesn't mean you can't want it." Thunder rolled in the distance, and Ellie used it as an excuse to step away, moving to the window. Storm clouds gathered on the horizon, heavy with promise. "There's a bank of rain coming in. We should check the creek crossing before it hits." James didn't move. "Ellie." "The cattle will scatter if we don't get them to higher ground." She grabbed her hat, brushing past him. Their shoulders touched, and she felt the contact like a brand through her shirt. They rode in silence, the air growing thick with approaching rain. The creek had already risen, brown water churning against its banks. As they worked to move the cattle, the storm broke over them with biblical fury. Lightning split the sky, and a young heifer panicked, breaking away toward the flooding creek. Ellie spurred her horse forward without thinking. The ground, slick with rain, gave way beneath them. For one terrible moment, she was falling, the world a blur of mud and sky. Then strong arms caught her, and she found herself pressed against James's chest, both of them half in the creek's rushing water. "I've got you," he said, his voice rough with something more than exertion. "I've got you." She should pull away, should straighten her spine and prove she didn't need saving. Instead, she found herself gripping his shirt, feeling the thundering of his heart beneath her palm. "The heifer," she managed. "Safe, but you nearly weren't." His hands tightened on her arms. "Damn it, Ellie, you can't keep." "Can't keep what? Doing what needs doing." She tried to step back, but her boots slipped in the mud. James steadied her again, and this time when their eyes met, something electric passed between them. "Can't keep acting like you're alone in this," he said softly. Rain streamed down their faces, and Ellie couldn't tell if the salt on her lips was from tears or storm water. James lifted a hand to her cheek, his touch achingly gentle. For one breath, too, she let herself lean into it. Then a branch crashed downstream, the sound like a gunshot, and reality came rushing back. Ellie jerked away, stumbling up the bank. "We should get back," she said, her voice unsteady. "The cattle are fine." James hadn't moved. "Stop running, Ellie." "I'm not." But the lie stuck in her throat, because she was running. Had been running since the day her father died, since the first time someone told her a woman couldn't run a cattle station alone. Since the moment James Calloway rode onto her land and made her feel things she'd sworn never to feel again. "I can't," she whispered, the words nearly lost in the storm. "Can't what?" "Trust this, trust you." She forced herself to meet his eyes. "Everyone leaves, James, or haven't you noticed? This land, it takes and takes until there's nothing left to give, and I won't be the one left standing in the dust again." Something flickered in his expression, pain or understanding or both. "What if I'm tired of leaving?" "Are you?" She hadn't meant to ask, hadn't meant to let him hear the hope beneath the challenge. Before he could answer, a rider appeared on the ridge above them. Through the rain, Ellie recognized Harper's foreman. The man touched his hat with mock politeness. "Miss Dawson, Mr. Calloway. Boss wants a word when you've time to talk business proper-like." The moment shattered like glass. Ellie saw James stiffen, saw something dark cross his face at Harper's name, and just like that, the walls slammed back into place. "Tell Mr. Harper I have nothing to discuss with him," she said coldly, swinging onto her horse. As they rode back through the storm, lightning periodically illuminating the path ahead, Ellie felt the weight of James's silence. She told herself it was better this way, safer, but her heart, traitor that it was, remembered the feeling of his hands, gentle on her skin, remembered the look in his eyes when he'd asked her to stop running. The rain continued to fall, and somewhere in the gathering dark, a dingo howled, a sound of longing that echoed the ache in her chest. The day everything shattered started like any other, with dust and promise and the weight of unsaid things. Ellie stood in the station's office, Harper's latest letter crushed in her fist. The paper crackled as her fingers tightened, each word a blade against her heart. "Your father would have understood business sense, Elena. Pride's a luxury you can't afford. Ask Calloway. He knows the price of stubborn loyalty." The mention of James's name in Harper's spidery handwriting made her blood run cold. She'd been a fool not to see it sooner. The way Harper's threats had softened since James arrived. The knowing looks from Harper's men when they passed the station. The sound of boots on the veranda pulled her from her thoughts. Through the window, she watched James approach, his expression troubled. He'd been gone since dawn, and dust coated his clothes as if he'd ridden hard. "Harper's men are pulling down the boundary fences," he said without preamble, stepping into the office. "They're claiming survey markers were set wrong 30 years ago, that half your north pasture belongs to Harper," Yes, Ellie's voice came out flat. He was kind enough to inform me by letter. She held up the crumpled paper. He also mentioned I should ask you about the price of loyalty. James went still, the kind of stillness that came before lightning struck. Ellie, how long? The words burned her throat. How long have you been working for him? I'm not. Don't. She slammed the letter down on the desk. I heard you. 2 days ago, behind the shearing shed, Harper offered to clear your debts if you convinced me to sell. Something raw flashed across James's face. Then you heard me tell him to go to hell. Did I, or did I leave before you named your price? Her voice cracked, and she hated herself for it. Hated him for making her care enough that this could hurt so much. You really think that of me? He took a step forward, and Ellie forced herself not to retreat. After everything. Everything what, James? A few months of work, some lingering looks and almost moments. The laugh that tore from her throat was bitter as drought. My father trusted people too. Look where that got him. Your father died of a heart attack, Ellie, not betrayal. And you'd know all about that, wouldn't you? About hearts and betrayal. She saw the words hit him like physical blows, saw the muscle jump in his jaw. Tell me, does your dead fiancé know you're selling out other people's dreams these days? The silence that followed was absolute. Even the ever-present wind seemed to hold its breath. James's face went white, then hard as stone. You want to believe I'm the villain here? Fine. His voice was desert rough. It's easier than admitting you're scared. Easier than facing the truth. Which is what? That you're not pushing me away because you don't trust me. You're doing it because you do. The words struck home with devastating accuracy. Ellie turned away, gripping the edge of the desk until her knuckles went white. Get out. Running again, Ellie, like you ran from what happened at the creek. I said get out. No. The quiet certainty in his voice made her spin to face him. He stood closer now, close enough that she could see the pain etched in the lines around his eyes. You want the truth? Here it is. Harper approached me the day I arrived, offered to clear my brother's gambling debts if I helped him pressure you to sell. And you didn't think to tell me this. I told him exactly what he could do with his offer. But you're right about one thing. James's laugh was hollow. I did come here with a purpose. I came because I heard about a woman fighting alone against impossible odds, and I thought maybe here was someone else who understood what it meant to lose everything and keep going anyway. Ellie felt the words like a physical blow. James. I've spent 5 years running from ghosts, telling myself I didn't deserve to stop, to rest, to feel anything but guilt. His voice roughened. Then I met you. Stubborn, beautiful, infuriating you. And for the first time since Sarah died, I wanted to stay somewhere, be someone worth staying for. Don't. The word was barely a whisper. Please. But James wasn't finished. You're so convinced everyone leaves that you don't see who's standing right in front of you, fighting for you, loving you, even when you make it damn near impossible. The word loving hung in the air between them, sharp as broken glass. Ellie felt tears burning behind her eyes. I can't, she whispered. Can't what? Can't love you. Can't watch you realize this is too hard and leave. Can't, her voice broke. Can't lose anyone else. James moved then, closing the distance between them. His hands came up to frame her face, rough palms against her skin. Then don't lose me. Choose us. It's not that simple. It is. His thumbs brushed away tears she hadn't realized were falling. You're just too scared to see it. I'm not scared, she lied, even as her hands came up to grip his wrists, torn between pushing him away and pulling him closer. Prove it. Before she could respond, shouts erupted from the yard. They broke apart as Ben, one of the station hands, burst through the door. Fire, he gasped. Harper's men, they were burning off the north pasture. It's jumped the brake line. The wind's pushing it straight for the station. The world tilted on its axis. Through the window, Ellie could already see the dark smoke rising against the afternoon sky. Everything she'd fought for, everything she'd built, stood in its path. She looked at James, saw her own fear reflected in his eyes. In that moment, she knew he'd been right. This was what she'd really been afraid of, not that he would leave, but that he would stay, that he would risk everything for her, and she'd have to watch him burn alongside her dreams. The choice crystallized: trust or fear, love or loss, standing together or falling alone. The smoke rose higher, and time ran out. Smoke stung Ellie's eyes as she raced toward the stables, James close behind. The fire roared across the north pasture, a living thing with hunger in its heart. Time seemed to stretch and compress, every second crucial, every minute an eternity. "The horses," she gasped, but James was already throwing open the stable doors. Together they worked to free the panicked animals, leading them to safety as ash rained down like grey snow. "The wind's shifting," Ben shouted from somewhere in the haze. "It's going to jump the creek." Ellie's heart stopped. The creek had been their firebreak, their last line of defense. If the flames crossed it, nothing would stop them from reaching the station house, her father's house, everything she had left of him. She turned to run toward the creek, but James caught her arm. "Ellie, no. I have to try." "Not alone." His grip shifted to her hand, fingers interlacing with hers. "Never alone again, but we do this smart." Through the smoke and chaos, their eyes met. In that moment, Ellie saw everything she'd been too afraid to face, the steady strength he offered, the trust she'd been too wounded to give. She squeezed his hand once, then nodded. What followed was a blur of fire and fury. James orchestrating the men to create backburns, his voice carrying calm commands through the chaos. Ellie directing the water cart, knowing exactly where the land dipped and rose, using her lifetime of knowledge to predict the fire's path. They moved in sync, two parts of a whole, as if they'd fought battles together all their lives. Hours later, as the first hint of dawn crept into the sky, the fire finally began to die. Ellie stood at the edge of the scorched earth, surveying the damage. The station house still stood, smoke-stained but intact. They'd saved most of the structures, though the north pasture was a black wasteland. She felt James approach before she saw him. He moved differently now, favoring his left leg where a burning branch had caught him. His shirt was torn and soot-stained, his face streaked with ash and exhaustion. To Ellie, he had never looked more beautiful. "Harper's men confessed," he said quietly. "Signed statements saying he ordered them to start the burn. The police are bringing him in." Ellie nodded, too drained to feel triumph. "We lost the north pasture, half the winter feed. We'll manage." The word we hung in the air between them. Ellie turned to face him fully, taking in the worry in his eyes, the way he watched her like she might shatter or run. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "For what?" "For not trusting you, for trusting Harper's words over your actions, for," her voice caught, "for being so afraid of losing everything that I almost lost the one thing that mattered most." James stepped closer, his hand coming up to cup her cheek. This time, Ellie didn't pull away. "I meant what I said before," he murmured, "about being tired of running, about wanting to stay. Even now," she gestured at the devastation around them, "when you can see exactly how hard this life is. Especially now." His thumb brushed away a smudge of ash from her cheekbone. "Because now I know exactly what I'm choosing, who I'm choosing." Ellie felt something shift inside her, like the ground finding its level after a quake, like the wind changing direction before a storm breaks. All her life, she'd thought strength meant standing alone. But here, in the aftermath of fire and fear, she finally understood. True strength was knowing when to let someone stand beside you. "I don't know how to do this," she admitted. "How to trust, how to love without fear." "Yes, you do," James smiled, soft and sure. "You've been doing it all along. With this land, with your father's memory. You just need to extend that same trust to your own heart." Dawn painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, the sun rising over their scorched but surviving world. In the distance, a magpie warbled, the first bird song since the fire began. Life returning, resilient as ever. "Stay," Ellie whispered, the word holding all the trust she'd been too scared to give before. Stay and help me rebuild, not just the pasture, but everything. Instead of answering, James drew her closer. When his lips met hers, it was gentle as rain after drought, certain as the sunrise. Ellie wound her arms around his neck, pressing closer, letting herself believe in this moment, this man, this love that had survived fire and fear. When they finally parted, James rested his forehead against hers. "I'm already home," he murmured. Around them, the station was coming alive. Men tending to the horses, checking fences, beginning the long work of recovery. The air still smelled of smoke, but underneath was the scent of damp earth, the promise of renewal. Ellie looked at the burned pasture, seeing not just the destruction, but the possibility. New grass would grow, stronger for the ash that would feed it, just as she and James would grow stronger for having faced the fire together. "We should check the southern boundary," she said eventually. "Make sure no embers jump the fence line." James's hand found hers, their fingers intertwining naturally now, no hesitation left between them. "Lead the way." As they walked together across the awakening land, Ellie felt the last of her walls crumble, not in fear, but in freedom. The outback had taught her its harshest lessons, that life was unpredictable, that loss was inevitable, that love was the biggest risk of all. But it had also taught her this, that after every fire, new life emerged, that the strongest roots grew in challenged soil, and that sometimes letting someone in wasn't a weakness, it was the bravest thing you could do. 3 months after the fire, the north pasture sprouted its first green shoots. Ellie stood at the fence line, running her fingers over the new growth. The morning air carried the scent of eucalyptus and promise, and somewhere in the distance, a flock of galahs painted the dawn sky pink with their wings. "Penny, for your thoughts." She didn't need to turn to know James was there. She felt his presence like a shift in the air, as natural now as breathing. He stepped up behind her, sliding his arms around her waist, and she leaned back against his chest. "Just thinking about what Dad would say," she murmured. "About all of this. The fire, Harper's arrest, us." James rested his chin on her shoulder, his breath warm against her ear. "He'd be proud of you, of how you fought for this place, of how you learned to let someone fight alongside you." Ellie smiled, covering his hands with hers where they rested on her stomach. "He would have liked you, I think, once he got past the whole mysterious stranger bit." "Mysterious," James chuckled, the sound rumbling through both their bodies. "I seem to remember being pretty direct about my intentions." "Oh, is that what you call that first day, when you rode in here listing all my station's problems?" "I call it love at first sight, even if neither of us knew it then." Ellie turned in his arms, studying the face that had become as familiar as her own reflection. The war shadows still lingered in his eyes sometimes, just as her own fears hadn't completely vanished. But they'd learned to face their ghosts together, to hold each other through the dark nights when the past came calling. "I've been thinking," she said, tracing the line of his jaw with her fingertips, "about what you said that day, about making this your business." James caught her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm. And I think it's time we made it official." She took a deep breath, steadying herself. "The station needs a partner, someone who knows the land, who loves it like I do. Someone who—" "Yes, I haven't actually asked yet." His smile was soft and sure. "Ask me anyway." Ellie felt tears prick at her corners of her eyes, but they were different from the ones she'd shed before. Not from loss or fear, but from the kind of joy that made her heart feel too full for her chest. "James Calloway," she said, her voice only slightly unsteady, "will you be my partner? In all of it, the station, the struggle, the story we're writing together." Instead of answering, he kissed her. It was a kiss that spoke of morning light and evening shadows, of battles fought and won together, of a love that had been forged in fire and tempered by trust. When they finally parted, James brushed away a tear from her cheek with his thumb. "I should warn you," he said solemnly. "I'm not just saying yes to being your business partner." "No." No, I'm saying yes to all of it, to fighting beside you when the next drought comes, to dancing with you in the kitchen when the rains finally break, to loving you through every season this land throws at us. His voice roughened. I'm saying yes to forever, Ellie Dawson, if you'll have me. She pressed her forehead to his, breathing in the moment. The sun had fully risen now, painting the land in shades of gold and promise. In the distance, the station was coming alive. Horses nickering in their stalls, cattle lowing in the yards, the sounds of a world rebuilding itself day by day. Forever's a long time in the outback, she whispered. Not long enough. They sealed the promise with another kiss, this one tasting of morning tea and shared dreams. When they finally pulled apart, Ellie couldn't help but laugh at the joy bubbling up inside her. What? James asked, smiling. Just thinking about that first day again, when I told you we were managing fine without help. And now? Ellie looked around at their shared kingdom, the green shoots pushing through blackened earth, the repaired fences standing straight and true, the station house that had withstood fire and storm. But most of all, she looked at the man beside her, who had taught her that the greatest strength lay not in standing alone, but in choosing to stand together. Now, she said, taking his hand, we're managing beautifully, together. The morning breeze picked up, carrying with it the scent of eucalyptus and new grass. Red dust danced in the sunlight before settling around their feet, as if the land itself was blessing their union. Ellie squeezed James's hand and felt his answering pressure, a silent promise, a shared future, a love as vast and enduring as the outback itself. They walked back to the station house hand in hand, their footprints marking the earth side by side. Above them, a wedge-tailed eagle soared on thermal currents, its wings spread wide against the endless blue sky. And in that moment, Ellie knew with bone-deep certainty that she had found not just love, but home, in this land, in James's arms, in the story they would write together. The red dust settled around them like a benediction, and the outback, witness to their journey, held them in its ancient, eternal embrace.